Chapter 31:17. Sir, this way, this way. Chun Zhao was sitting in the open, enjoying the sea breeze. Not far away, a few sneaky figures waved at Chun Zhao. Looking at them, Chun Zhao couldn't help but frown. Weren't they the contestants he'd been responsible for? Chun Zhao crooked his finger. Come and sit. They looked around and sat down in front of Chun Zhao like thieves. What are you doing? You're acting like thieves. Sir, don't you know the contestants will be punished for touching the judges? How come I don't know? Because we're the ones being punished. Of course, the judges wouldn't be punished. Chun Zhao had always been a volunteer. No matter what, Zhang Tianyi wouldn't cause trouble for Chun Zhao. If you know you'll be punished, why did you come to me? Everyone looked at each other. One of the women chuckled awkwardly. Sir, I cast an anti-surveillance spell. As long as we're not being watched directly by people of your level, normal spiritualists won't be able to sense us approaching you. Are you sure I won't report you? Will you? Being lazy won't do you any good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Sir, this is a gift we pooled together. The woman pushed a gift box to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao opened it. It was a branded watch worth more than $300,000. Coincidentally, Chun Zhao had the same watch. However, Chun Zhao found it funny. Even he would be bribed one day. It felt weird. I don't need the gift. Tell me, why did you come to me? Everyone stopped talking again. Clearly, Chun Zhao's refusal to accept the gift made them nervous. Tell me, if I want to mess with you, it doesn't matter if you give me a gift or not. If you want to get something from me, it won't just be a branded watch. Everyone was helpless. Chun Zhao's words had clearly struck their fear. Actually, we just want to know what the next match will be. Points, Chun Zhao said without hesitation. Which island will it be held on? It seemed that some of them were experienced. It wasn't their first time participating. Island 67. Taiji World. Everyone's expression changed. Looks like I don't need to say more. You guys know him better than I do. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. Why? Is that eunuch world very dangerous? There are huge casualties every time. One of them said, I participated in one session 12 years ago. It was also the Taiying world. Because of an accident, more than 100 participants and a judge died. I was also seriously injured in that session and had to recuperate for nearly 10 years. I didn't come back until the year before last. Because of the 10 years of recuperation, I missed 2 sessions. Did we encounter a deity-level magical beast? Yes and no. The man did not beat around the bush and continued. The main cause of the casualties is the demonic beasts. Under normal circumstances, it is unlikely that the demonic beasts will go on a rampage. However, in the competition 12 years ago, almost all the demonic beasts in the Taiyin world went crazy and attacked the contestants. After the investigation, it was found that the demonic beasts seemed to have been deliberately disturbed, which was why they went on a rampage. Do you know who they are? I don't know. The organizers haven't been able to find the instigator of that incident. If that's the case, why is it open again this time? I think the Egler family in the Baiku Islands can't sit still anymore. Oh, why is that? However, the strength of the family is now extremely weak. Originally, the Taimo world was the source of income for the Egel family, but since the incident 12 years ago, the Taimo world has been closed. Relying on the Taimo world produced by the Taimo world, the Egel family was able to maintain its reputation as a first-class family. However, the Taimo world has been closed for 12 years. If it continues to be closed, the Egel family is afraid that the Egel family won't be able to hold on any longer. In addition, according to the annual investigations of the Big Six in the Taimo world, the number of magical beasts in the Taimo world has increased beyond a normal level. At that time, the magical beasts in the Taimo world will swarm out, causing a great impact on Island 67 and the surrounding islands. At that time, not to mention the interests of the Taimo world, even the Baiku Islands may lose the favor of the Big Six and change to another place to hold the world's supernatural competition. You should know that many places hope that the world's supernatural competition can be held in another place. Hearing this, Zhouwen's expression became solemn as he spoke. Almost every year, there are rumors that the venue of the world's supernatural tournament will be changed. Could it be the doing of those people from the venue? That's a possibility, but there's no evidence, and there are many places competing for the hosting rights, so it's almost impossible to find the instigator of that incident just by guessing. Sir, if there's any danger, please help us. Do you think the second round will be dangerous? Chen Zhao was surprised. We don't know either, but Taiyuan world is too dangerous. Even if there are no accidents, the magical beasts there are still extremely dangerous. Furthermore, no one knows if the same thing will happen again. After all, the culprit has not been found yet. Even if something really happens, I won't necessarily help you. If something happens, I'll help you out in passing. But if you think that you'll be the first to look for you after something happens, then you're thinking too much. I also have subordinates participating in the competition. If something really happens, I'll protect them first, not you. This answer was within their expectations. After all, Chun Zhao was among the top. There was no way he would be bought over so easily. Plus, there's no sign of it yet. We don't even know if something will happen, so you don't have to worry too much, Chun Zhao said calmly. Also, even if something happens, all you have to do is run. Unless you encounter a god-level magical beast, it shouldn't be a problem for you to escape from the ether world. I'm just afraid of accidents. What accidents? That's just your guesses. Or do you have actual information? We don't have any information, but we can still use simple prophecy spells. Oh, prophecy spells? What did you predict? Chaos? No, not accidents. We didn't predict anything. Are you kidding me? You didn't predict anything, and you said that something will happen? Aren't you being too careless? Chapter 31:18. Sir, not being able to predict anything is the scariest prediction, one of them said with a bitter smile. Another person added, Sir, I'm the one who made the prophecy. The prophecy magic didn't predict what would happen at a certain point in time. Maybe someone interfered with it, or maybe some powerful being blocked it. But the most likely thing is that the prophet died. Chun Zhao frowned. Even if you die, it doesn't mean something will happen in the second round. After all, the competition itself is very risky. I also prophesied them, but there was no result. Only that person pointed to another person and said, I saw the scene of him being heavily injured and dying. If one or two people had an accident, I could accept it, but if all of us had an accident, then we feel that there will definitely be problems in the second round. I can't do anything about this. I will report it to the other referees. As for what they decide, it's not for me to decide. Chun Zhao glanced at everyone. As for you guys, I don't have any better advice apart from telling you to run if something happens. The arena for the second match was too big. Even if Chun Zhao spread out his senses, he couldn't cover the entire ethereal world. That was an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, which was about the size of 60 Los Angeles. Even the combined senses of the other 7 judges wouldn't be able to cover the entire area, let alone Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao would definitely be in charge of a very large area. By then, Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to stare at them. So, Chun Zhao could only pray that they were on their own. However, Chun Zhao realized that he had underestimated the intelligence of the other judges. Since Chun Zhao could get the information, there was no reason why the others couldn't get the information. That afternoon, Zhang Tianyi called for another referee meeting. The situation seems to be a bit complicated this time. I received some bad news. There might be problems in the second match, Zhang Tianyi said with a serious expression. In fact, it was not his decision to choose Taiying World as the venue for the second round. Instead, it was a request from the Agel family. They were the representatives of the 6 great supernatural organizations. Zhang Tianyi was against it at first, but he couldn't stop the Egler family from crying out of poverty. Moreover, he was willing to give up a portion of the profits. He wasn't the only one who had the final say in the Great Six. In the end, he could only compromise and agree to reopen the Taigui world. However, he was worried that something would happen again. The instigator of the previous incident had never been found. He didn't even know what the other party's goal was. In the end, they could only come to one conclusion, and that was that they had a personal grudge against the Egler family. It was purely to disgust and deal a blow to the Agoli family. Now that he had opened the Taigui world again, Zhang Tianyi could not guarantee that the tragedy from 12 years ago would not happen again. One of my disciples divined the fortune of a participant he was familiar with. In the end, he didn't get any results. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "The 1,000 demons have appeared." Everyone furrowed their brows, but they did not panic too much. The prophecy of the emergence of 1,000 demons sounded quite scary. However, no one on the scene had prevented a few catastrophic events. Even if it was a major incident, he had experienced it once or twice. Therefore, he didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, he was thinking about whether there were any devils that had been sealed and whether they could be related to the name 1,000 devils. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not think of 1,000 demons. Of course, it didn't mean that they didn't take it seriously. In fact, if they could think of it, it would actually be easier. After all, whether it was an ancient devil or not, they could at least find a few words in some ancient records. However, there were no relevant records at all. This was very troublesome. Without any information to use, they could not find the other party's weakness in advance. In this situation, they could only rely on absolute combat power to keep the other party in check. After thinking for a long time, they still could not think of a better way. Chen Zhao was naturally a necessary combat power. At the moment, they could not confirm the impact of the incident. However, with Chen Zhao as a guarantee, at least everyone was more confident. Nevertheless, without knowing the specifics, no one felt that it would be fine. Chen Zhao kept silent. He really did not have much confidence in the information he had obtained so far. The other party could commit such a huge crime 12 years ago and escape unscathed. Today, 12 years later, the incident still hadn't happened. How could the other party let you find any clues? Who could guarantee that the information they had now wasn't deliberately leaked by the other party? Most of the current information was obtained through prophecy or divination. But for some powerful people, it was still possible to change the outcome of prophecy. For example, creating some illusions or even some mental interference on the prophet was extremely easy for them. Actually, everyone understood the logic, but they were more willing to follow the information. After all, the information on the surface would at least give them something to investigate. But if the information couldn't be used, then everyone would be a loss. Zhang Tianyi, Baifla, and 23rd Blood Mary were all 100 times more cunning than Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao could think of a problem, how could they not think of it? To them, they were either not in power and didn't care about politics like Chen Zhao, or there were people with other plans like Zhang Tianyi. The 8 of them briefly explained the situation in the meeting. They did not have a clear plan on how to act at the moment. After the meeting, Zhang Tianyi pulled Chen Zhao to the side. Chen Zhao really did not want to interact with Zhang Tianyi in private. He might be tricked into doing manual labor again. Chen Zhao, if something really happens to the Taiyan world, how about you be the main force? I'm a member of the judges. Of course, I'll contribute. Chen Zhao's meaning was simple. He would do as much as he needed to. He would do as much as the others did. Not one bit more, not one bit less. As for the main force, he would not take it. You should think about the big picture. I have everything, but I lack the big picture. Zhang Tianyi smiled bitterly. Chen Zhao was indeed easy to fool. But the key was that after being fooled a few times, Chen Zhao had learned his lesson. The way Chen Zhao learned his lesson wasn't to see the big picture. Instead, no matter what, he would first refuse. This was more troublesome than dealing with smart people because they would not be able to continue their conversation. If it was someone else, Zhang Tianyi would first convince them with virtue. But he could not use this on Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was also good at convincing people with virtue. Tell me, what do you want? Chapter 31:19. Chen Zhao shook his head. I always hoped that someone tall would hold the sky if it collapsed. But one day, I suddenly realized that I've become that tall person. So, I hope that even if I'm tall, I'll be the most inconspicuous one. Those who stand out all die miserably. You're thinking too much. Unless I hit you with a nuclear bomb, I don't think anyone can kill you. Also, I don't think even a small nuclear bomb can kill you. Have you studied how to deal with me? This is normal research. It's not targeted at anyone. I don't believe you. Chen Zhao chuckled. Chen Zhao turned and left. However, he was confused by the current situation. From start to finish, Chen Zhao wasn't someone who could analyze the situation. The more he analyzed, the more confused he became. But he remembered that he didn't have to analyze alone. Chen Zhao took out his phone and called West. West, I need you to analyze something for me. President, go ahead. Chen Zhao told him the current situation. West, help me analyze the current situation. What does Celestial Master Zhang mean? West was also confused. After thinking for a while, he said, President, why don't we find a professional to analyze it? Professional? Who? Did you forget about the people who joined us a while ago? Alunrai, man, they all use their own intellect to win our favor. Them? Then let's find them and see if they can come to a different conclusion. A while later, Alunrai and Manette arrived. Right now, they were doing very well in their respective teams. They'd also gained a foothold in their teams. At the same time, they also learned about the supernatural organization's background. In the video call, the two were still rather reserved when they talked to Chen Zhao. President, yes, I need your help to analyze something. Chen Zhao simply explained the current situation. President, if it's convenient, please explain in detail, Alunrai said. The more detailed, the better. That way, we won't make a wrong judgment. Chen Zhao could only repeat it again. This time, he told them all the details he remembered. That's the situation. Alunrai and Manette both fell in a deep thought. Chen Zhao didn't rush them. He waited patiently for them to continue. After a few minutes, Alantir said, President, you have two questions at the moment, whether the prophecy is accurate or not, and Master Celestial Master Zhang's attitude. You suspect that Master Celestial Master Zhang has something to do with what happened 12 years ago, and what kind of role will Master Celestial Master Zhang play in the second match that is about to begin? Chen Zhao nodded. What Alunrai said was exactly what Chen Zhao was hesitating about. This time, it was Manet's turn to speak. Guild leader, you don't have to worry about whether the prophecy is accurate or not. All signs point to the fact that when the second match begins, an accident will definitely occur. This is almost inevitable. What you need to determine now is not whether an accident will occur or not, but whether this accident is the ultimate goal of the mastermind behind the scenes, or whether it is just to attract attention. After the accident occurs, what will the guild leader do? Quell the accident, eliminate the person who caused the accident, or stand by and watch? Of course. Chen Zhao stopped talking. He'd taken it for granted, but now he realized that what he was truly confused about was his position. Actually, guild leader, you don't have to think so complicated. When you encounter a problem, you solve it. It's just that simple. It has nothing to do with Master Celestial Master Zhang or the organizers. It's just the guild leader's position. As long as you stick to your principles and responsibilities, you'll be able to answer to yourself and the organizers. No one can blame the guild leader for his failure. Chen Zhao was enlightened. He instantly understood. Secondly, Master Celestial Master Zhang. It's not that you don't understand his position, but that you're conflicted. If Master Celestial Master Zhang is the one who caused all this, what will you do? Chen Zhao nodded. Emotionally, he didn't want Zhang Tianyi to be the culprit. However, Zhang Tianyi's attitude made Chen Zhao worried. Zhang Tianyi had the power and ability to do so. I don't think Master Celestial Master Zhang is the mastermind, Manet said. Master Celestial Master Zhang might know some things, or even most of the inside information, but it's too hasty to judge him as the mastermind just like that. Master Celestial Master Zhang might have guessed that something bad would happen. President, you might be Master Celestial Master Zhang's backup. Master Celestial Master Zhang's position should be neutral. He doesn't want the matter to be completely exposed, but he also doesn't want the real mastermind to succeed. So, he chose to use his own method to hide the truth. Chen Zhao nodded. Oh, do you two have any missions now? Not yet. You two come to the Baku Islands immediately and be my temporary strategists. I'm having a headache right now. I thought it was just normal labor, but I have to waste my brain cells. So troublesome. I'll send a plane to pick you up. The two were overjoyed. After all, they could receive Chen Zhao's favor and be put in an important position. This was a precious opportunity for them. The core members of the supernatural organization were all old members. Those who joined later could hardly be called core members anymore. There was only one way to become a new core member: get Chun Zhao's approval. But most official members couldn't even come into contact with Chun Zhao, let alone get his approval. Now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They were official members, but their potential was very average. They clearly recognized their strengths and weaknesses. They were intelligent and couldn't catch up to the captain-level members in terms of strength. It would even be difficult for the others in the team to catch up. But they weren't irreplaceable. So, they also felt a sense of urgency. They didn't want to be eliminated. If they wanted to become an unshakable member, they had to increase their value. Chun Zhao's approval was undoubtedly their only shortcut. Chun Zhao had Famutas fly the plane back to pick up Alunrai and Manet. Chun Zhao didn't want to be led by the nose by Zhang Tianyi. So, when Zhang Tianyi privately came to find him today, he didn't give any reply. Who knew if any of his replies were within Zhang Tianyi's plan? The next day, Alunrai and Manet arrived at the Baku Islands. Chun Zhao received them at the airport. I'll take you to the hotel first. Chapter 31:20. President. Both of them were in awe of Chun Zhao. The more they knew, the more they feared Chun Zhao. He was a true god-slayer. And not just one. Even the famous god of war, Ares, was working for Chun Zhao now. Chun Zhao wasn't famous, but this didn't stop them from being in awe of him. President, is there any news today? The rules for the second round haven't been announced yet, Chun Zhao said. Most of the contestants are preparing. Let's go eat something first. We'll talk while we eat. Chun Zhao found a nice restaurant, and the three of them sat down. Because they were facing Chun Zhao, Alunrai and Manet were both a bit reserved. They didn't dare to eat freely in front of good food. Eat. No need to be so reserved. I don't eat people. Only then did the two relax a bit. But they kept looking at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't start eating. Instead, he said, I met a few contestants in the first round. They helped me find some information. The owner of the 100 Vault Islands is the Egler family, Alunrai said, putting down her knife and fork. The incident 12 years ago caused Island 67 and Space Nightfall to be sealed. The Egler family suffered heavy losses, but it's not to the point where they can't maintain it. After all, there are many islands with good resources and profits. It's more than enough to maintain the Egler family. That's why they're trying so hard to persuade the Six to restart Island 67 and Space Nightfall. That's why it's strange, Chun Zhao said. If we exclude the profit factor, there must be something in Space Nightfall that the Egler family can't get, but can't give up. So, the Egler family is also a suspect in the incident 12 years ago. President, I made a hypothesis, Manet said. Oh, what hypothesis? Chun Zhao and Alunrai both looked at Manet. Assuming that the mastermind behind that incident is the Egel family, everything seems to make sense. Chun Zhao was still a bit confused, but Alunrai understood immediately. The Egel family is the master of this place. It's easier for them to carry out any plan than anyone else, and it's easier for them to cover it up. That's why it's understandable that they haven't found any clues in 12 years. Or rather, someone found something, but because the target is the Egel family, they covered it up. Alunrai said, also, Celestial Master Zhang's attitude is understandable. He wants the chairman to clean up the mess of the Egler family. Chun Zhao frowned. Old Zhang, that's too much. Guild leader, this is only my guess. There are still many doubts that I haven't solved, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Your speculation is very reasonable. I think it's the truth. Chun Zhao stood up. I'll go find that old bastard now. President, don't go yet. Alunrai and Manet hurriedly pulled him back. Guild leader, these are only our guesses right now. It's not easy to come to a conclusion. Moreover, we don't have any evidence to prove our guesses, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Chun Zhao was finally persuaded. He felt like he'd really had the urge to go all out with Zhang Tianyi when he was being used. If the Egel family was the culprit, they could have done it at any other time. They wouldn't have needed to do it during the World Supernatural Tournament. Besides, they would have caused so many casualties. From the perspective of profit and the family's development, it's a very unwise move. You have to know that even a person as prestigious as Celestial Master Zhang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of such casualties, let alone the Egel family, which is in a weakened state. Secondly, if Celestial Master Zhang knows the truth, he has no reason to hide it for the Eagle family. He doesn't need to worry so much. The Eagle family doesn't have the right to have Celestial Master Zhang cover up the truth. I'm getting more and more confused. Earlier, you said that Zhang Tianyi has a reason to cover up for the Eagle family. Now, you're saying that the Eagle family doesn't have the right to have Zhang Tianyi cover up for them. President, you said ability first and motive second. For example, if you discover that someone in the association is doing something harmful to the association, you have the ability to cover up for that person, but you don't have the motive. In other words, if Zhang Tianyi has the ability to cover up for the Eagle family, he also has the ability to cover up for others. Is the mastermind one of the big six? Chun Zhao muttered to himself. The entire meal was filled with Alan Terry and Manet's speculations. But they couldn't come to a conclusion. They had too little information at the moment. Even if Alan Terry and Manet were ridiculously smart, they couldn't be omniscient. Chun Zhao stood up to pay the bill. Alan Terry and Manet both had the urge to fight for the bill. But after seeing the bill, they both remained silent. Sir, you've already paid the bill. Already paid? How come I don't remember? The cashier pointed at a middle-aged man sitting nearby. That man paid for you. Chun Zhao looked in the direction the cashier was pointing at. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Chun Zhao walked over. Sir, do we know each other? Please forgive my rudeness. I'm Moraiser Eagle. Eagle. Chun Zhao couldn't help but study Moraiser Eagle seriously. You must be the new referee of this year's World Supernatural Competition, Mr. Chun. Hi, I am. Can we talk? You should be interested in the world of Ether in the second round, right? If you're here to explain something to me, then there's no need. I'm not a cop. Mr. Chun, I don't want to explain anything to you. I just want to ask you something. What is it? To protect my family. I don't understand. Chun Zhao really didn't understand. To put it simply, we're hiring you. Hiring me? Can you afford it? Chun Zhao asked arrogantly. Mr. Chun, since you're one of the best, we'll naturally offer you a price worthy of the best. Morris Eagle's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the Eagle family has declined, the Eagle family's wealth hasn't disappeared. Whether it's resources in the spiritual world or currency, as long as Mr. Chen agrees, we can afford it. You should know that I don't have time. After all, I'm a referee of the World Supernatural Competition. I can't give up my job to be your bodyguard, as long as it's during the second round. I don't have time. You should know that the second round won't be so peaceful, and Zhang Tianyi won't give me a holiday. Chapter 31:21. Chun Zhao didn't really like or dislike the Egler family. So, although Chun Zhao rejected the Egler family's offer in person, he still gave Moraiser enough face. Mr. Chun, it's in the ether world, Moraiser said. Actually, you're protecting a contestant, my daughter Monica. Actually, the person I'm asking you to protect is a contestant, my daughter Monica, said Moraiser Eigler. Do you think it's appropriate for me to follow your daughter when I'm enforcing the law? Actually, you want her to follow you. You can bring her wherever you go. What's the reward? $200 million or magic materials of the same value. As expected of an old family, spending $200 million easily. Even Chun Zhao wasn't that generous. Up until now, Chun Zhao's two biggest expenses were the private jet and the yacht. These two expenses were actually investments and necessary expenses. But in order to hire a temporary bodyguard for his daughter, Moraiser Egler actually spent $200 million. Let me think about it. Okay, I hope you'll have good news. Here's my name card. Moraiser didn't continue. He politely handed over his name card and left first. Chun Zhao returned to a luncherai in Manet. He repeated the conversation he had with Meritor Egler. It might be a smokescreen, a luncherai said. He purposely revealed that his daughter is in danger to lower his suspicion. But it's $200 million. Using $200 million to prove his innocence seems a bit expensive, Manet said. Even Chun Zhao felt a bit suffocated, let alone the others. $200 million. What kind of concept was that? $200 million was almost enough for someone to do whatever they wanted in American soil. But now, $200 million was only used to hire a temporary bodyguard. President, I don't think the Egler family is the mastermind. Why? You said it yourself. He might have purposely spent 200 million to clear his suspicion. President, if they want to clear their suspicions, they'll find someone more important to do so. Fundamentally speaking, this matter actually has nothing to do with you. If they're really the culprit behind the scenes, they'll use the 200 million US dollars on Celestial Master Zhang instead of you. It could also be to avoid suspicion. If they directly threw 200 million US dollars at Zhang Tianyi, it would almost be publicly announcing that they were the masterminds behind the scenes. If they threw 200 million US dollars at me, let's not talk about whether I would pursue the matter or not. This way, they could clear their suspicions and get on my good side. Isn't that good? Guild leader, this is where the problem lies. If they hadn't taken out $200 million, we wouldn't have so many speculations. Now that they've taken out $200 million, they've become even more suspicious of the Aegel family. Hence, a smart person would do nothing at a time like this instead of throwing out $200 million. All right, I can't keep up with the thoughts of smart people like you. Chun Zhao scratched his head. Then, do you think I should accept this $200 million? No, this employment request? Putting aside all the conspiracies. President, I don't think you have any reason to reject a request of 200 million US dollars. Okay, then accept it. President, please don't be so reluctant when accepting 200 million. I'm sure you don't know me well. 200 million is only my income for 4 days. Alunarai and Manit didn't feel good at all. You can reimburse me for your daily expenses in the Baiku Islands. With that, Chun Zhao led the way and left. In the next 2 days, Chun Zhao kept investigating. Actually, it really didn't have much to do with Chun Zhao. Even if all the contestants died, Chun Zhao wouldn't feel anything. However, Elite and Helis had both participated in the competition. Chun Zhao was more worried that something would happen to them. Zhang Tianyi had been secretly testing Chun Zhao for the past 2 days. Chun Zhao felt that something was going on. It was a bad feeling, because Chun Zhao always felt that Zhang Tianyi was scheming against him. This was also why Chun Zhao had called Aluntarai and Manit over. In terms of scheming, Chun Zhao really couldn't beat Zhang Tianyi. But with Aluntarai and Manit protecting him, Chun Zhao felt much more at ease. Chun Zhao, have you thought about what I said the other day? Zhang Tianyi came to find him again. What is it? You'll take care of everything. If anything happens in the ether world, you'll take care of it. Can't you take care of everything yourself? Don't tell me you can't take care of it. The top person in the world shouldn't be so cowardly. Fuck, you're the top person in the world now, okay? Then I'll be frank. No, I haven't even replied to the 200 million deal. I don't have time for you. I'll give you a much higher price than the Egler family. Oh, looks like you also know that the Egler family is looking for me. Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi mockingly. How is it? How's the investigation these days? Since you know that I'm investigating, it seems that you've planted many spies on me, right? Are you feeling guilty? Stop bullshitting, Zhang Tianyi shouted angrily. Why would I feel guilty? Look, he's angry out of humiliation. Is he going to kill us to silence us? Zhang Tianyi was so angry that his beard stood up. Is this even human? Why don't you just lie down and let me kill you? Anyway, if you're going to hide it from me, I'll just make excuses. I'll just finish the job I promised. You can figure out the rest yourself. Chun Zhao turned and left. Then, he called Morizer Egler. He agreed to Morizer Egler's employment request. Mr. Chun, when do you have time? You can come and see my daughter first. Chun Zhao had thought that, as the first heir of the Egler family, Monica Egler would also be a beautiful girl. But the truth was not like that. When Chun Zhao saw Monica, she was a 200-kilogram fatty. She looked like a ball. She had brown hair and thick glasses. She did not have the temper of a rich girl. Mr. Chun, hello. I'm Monica. Monica looked at Chun Zhao. I can feel your disappointment. If I say no, will you believe me? Okay. I'm indeed a bit disappointed. Other than being a spiritualist, I'm also a nutritionist and a bodybuilder. Are you interested in the slimming set? I purposely maintain this body, Monica said. Why? Does it have anything to do with your magic system? It's my personal reason. I can't say much. Okay, I said too much. Do you know what's going to happen on the day of the competition? I'll always be by your side. Chapter 31:22. Chun Zhao didn't expect Monica to interact with him. Monica didn't have that arrogant tone or the temper of a rich girl. She was very respectful to Chen Zhao, the judge. Chen Zhao felt that Monica was very different from her father. Monica's father, Mariah Egler, was a pure noble. He was cultured and polite, but his words and actions all exuded a noble's high and mighty. He wouldn't make people feel disgusted, but he gave off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. Monica was different. She gave Chen Zhao the feeling of a commoner girl. She didn't have an outstanding appearance and spoke like a commoner. She felt like a child in her own family. She was the child of a nouveau riche family. Her living conditions were good, but she didn't have the dogma of a noble. The next day, the contestants all gathered on Island 67. A simple platform was set up on the beach of the island. Zhang Tianyi stood on the stage and used a spell to amplify his voice. He gave a motivational speech to the 1,000 contestants. Then, he arranged for the 1,000 contestants to enter the ether world. Chen Zhao also entered the ether world directly after the speech. He passed through a series of twists and turns in the cave. There were still some dangers along the way, but that was for ordinary people. Slightly stronger cultivators couldn't pose a threat. Not to mention Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had a lot of experience in moving underground and finding paths. Soon, he found a path to the ether world. He had to admit that when he saw the ether world, he was also shocked by the scene before him. Black volcanoes rose from the ground. Clouds filled with sulfur curled up and formed a dome. Below them was an endless green sea. But what surprised Chen Zhao was that under the clouds, there was a galaxy that crossed the entire ether world. At the same time, it was also the galaxy that brought light to the ether world. The Milky Way was made up of many huge light spheres. Hundreds of thousands of huge light sources filled the ether world with light. Chen Zhao was curious. He flew into the air and approached one of the light spheres. It was an energy sphere with a diameter of about 3 to 4 meters. The energy sphere was spinning slowly. It attracted the surrounding sulfur smoke and turned it into glowing energy. Chen Zhao reached out to touch it. The moment he touched it, the energy sphere exploded. The powerful energy sent Chen Zhao flying. Chen Zhao was surprised. He had only wanted to analyze the structure and energy form of the energy ball. However, this energy ball was very xenophobic. Even a little bit of external energy directly broke the energy balance of the energy sphere. Chen Zhao was even more curious about this thing's structure and energy form. He looked at the energy ball in the sky in a daze. Although one had exploded, the sky was filled with them, and they were like a river of stars. Therefore, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Chen Zhao was curious about where the stars in the sky came from and how they were formed. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure anything out in such a short amount of time. Chen Zhao shook his head. He could only give up. At this time, the contestants had entered one after another. There was more than one path leading to the Taishu world on Island 67, and they were very widely distributed. Some of the tunnels even went below the surface of the sea. He took out his phone and opened the GPS. It didn't take long for him to locate Monica. When Chen Zhao rushed to Monica's side, there was a magical beast lying beside her. "Looks like I'm not late, Mr. Chen," Monica greeted politely. Chen Zhao glanced at the magical beast lying on the ground. With a curl of his finger, one of its teeth flew into his hand. Actually, the $200 million wasn't just for hiring Chen Zhao as Monica's temporary bodyguard. It was also for advancing. After all, if Monica stayed by Chen Zhao's side, then she wouldn't be able to do anything, let alone advance. Therefore, her advancement naturally fell on Chen Zhao. "Since your father hired me to protect you, you should know where the danger comes from, right?" Chen Zhao asked meaningfully. Monica shook her head. "I only found out not long ago. I'm also confused. After all, I always set off alone during my graduation trip without anyone following me, but I didn't encounter any danger either. I don't understand why the competition this time needs to hire me." "Hire you, Mr. Chen? Do you know about the accident that happened in the Taishu world 12 years ago?" Monica glanced at Chen Zhao. She could also feel his intentions. His intentions were too obvious. He wanted to get some information from Monica. However, Chun Zhao's methods were a bit rough. He didn't hide anything. I know about the accident 12 years ago, but I don't know how it's directly related to you protecting me. I want to know too. Chun Zhao chuckled. This road is really hard to walk on. Monica wasn't a girl from a rich family. However, even she was annoyed by the dense forest. It was too torturous. There wasn't even a single path. Almost all directions were blocked by dense vegetation. Just then, a figure flew over their heads. However, it wasn't a magical beast, but a contestant. The contestant didn't notice Chun Zhao and Monica below. Looks like walking is really troublesome, Chun Zhao sighed. Sorry, I'm Mr. Chen's burden now. Since Monica could participate in the competition, she definitely had the ability. However, she couldn't fly. This was also one of her disadvantages. Just then, Monica suddenly felt her body lighten. Her body seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand. Monica was shocked. Of course, she knew that this was Chun Zhao's power. However, wouldn't it be too exhausting? Mr. Chun, you don't have to be like this. I was just complaining. I didn't mean anything else. Chun Zhao also flew up. It's indeed inconvenient to walk. Flying is more suitable. Plus, I don't have that much time to waste on the ground. Monica was lifted into the air by Chun Zhao. Seeing how relaxed Chun Zhao was, Monica also relaxed a little. However, the higher Chun Zhao flew, the more terrified Monica became. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't fly too high. After all, there were sulfur clouds thousands of meters in the air. To Monica, this was a forbidden area. Also, it was dangerous if she got too close to the galaxy. She would explode with a single touch. Who could take it? Just then, Monica looked into the distance. There were some magic waves there. It was very faint, but she could feel it from so far away. It meant that the battle was intense. There's a battle over there. Should we go take a look? In Monica's opinion, since she could see it, Chun Zhao definitely could. Chun Zhao looked in the direction Monica pointed and shook his head. No need. It's a battle between contestants and magical beasts. The contestants won't be in danger. Chapter 31:23. Just then, Monica felt her body fall rapidly. Her falling speed was much faster than free fall. She was so scared that she danced in the air. Help! Help me! Monica frantically searched for Chun Zhao. She thought that Chun Zhao couldn't keep going, so she fell from the sky. But just as she was about to be smashed into meat paste, she suddenly stopped falling. She paused too, but she didn't feel any discomfort. Chun Zhao had already landed on the ground. Mr. Chun, just now. Chun Zhao waved his hand and pointed forward. A black demonic beast was staring at them menacingly. Tiger beast! Monica's expression changed. She was about to explain how terrifying it was when she saw its neck and body twisted into a dough twist. Then the beast's eyeball fell into Chun Zhao's hand. Monica's eyeball almost fell out. So simple. She knew that Taiga beasts were disaster-level magical beasts. Furthermore, it was a calamity-level magical beast. They were almost god-level. Her family would organize expeditions to explore the Taiga world every year. The biggest headache for the expeditions was encountering Taiga beasts. Not only were Taiga beasts powerful, but they were also very smart and sharp. They weren't powerful for attacking their prey head-on. Instead, they hid and waited for an opportunity to attack. More often than not, the moment they were discovered was the moment a person died. Rustle! Just then, they heard footsteps behind them. The two contestants appeared behind Chun Zhao and Monica. They saw the Taiga beast's corpse before Chun Zhao and Monica, and the beast's eyeball in Chun Zhao's hand. Their eyes brightened. They clearly recognized the Taiga beast. Every part of the Taiga beast was a treasure. A complete corpse like this could be sold for a few million on the market. Of course, the most important thing was that the spoils could be used to exchange for points to advance. Leave the spoils. You two scram. Chun Zhao turned around and looked at the two. You want to rob me? The competition doesn't prohibit robbing, so don't talk about morals and laws with me. I'm not talking about morals and laws. I just want to confirm that you really want to rob me. Huh? Do you think we're joking? Both contestants laughed, not seeming to realize the seriousness of the situation. Not just you, but her too. Monica looked at the two contestants with sympathy. It was good to have a bodyguard. Since that's the case, I'll rob you too. The two contestants narrowed their eyes at him. Looks like you're very confident in your abilities. But where's your companion? Are you sure she wants to die with you? It was very simple to sow discord. What if Chun Zhao and Monica were both contestants? If they're just partners, perhaps the other party would succeed in sowing discord. Monica smiled and said, his thoughts are my thoughts. His decision is my decision. Looks like you guys want to be directly eliminated. Don't worry, Chun Zhao said, smiling. You won't be eliminated. I just want your loot. Both contestants' faces darkened. One cast spells from afar, while the other charged at Chun Zhao. One of them was a long-range attacker, while the other was a melee attacker. Their teamwork was quite good. Chun Zhao lifted a foot, and the contestant who had charged at him was sent flying. His body pierced dozens of meters through the air, creating a ditch on the ground. The one at the back hadn't even finished preparing a spell. Chun Zhao walked toward the contestant step by step. The long-range attacker panicked even more. His spell, which was only halfway through its channeling, also collapsed in panic. The contestant hurriedly cast a shield on himself. But the next moment, Chun Zhao's palm tore through the shield and grabbed the contestant's neck. He had lost. He had lost completely. But what was more humiliating was that Chun Zhao was shaking the contestant's leg with one hand. Everything on the contestant was tossed out. Then Chun Zhao tossed the contestant aside. What could be more humiliating than this? In the end, he only had the teeth of two disaster-level magical beasts. Let's go. Monica stood in front of the contestant on the ground. Look, this is why he made the decision. Then, Monica followed Chun Zhao. She also understood why Chun Zhao was the judge. At first, Monica thought that she was already very outstanding. She thought that she wasn't that far from the top. But after seeing Chun Zhao, she finally understood that it wasn't a gap anymore. It was a chasm. Monica didn't need to worry about advancing at all. Not long ago, a pitiful god-level magical beast ran into their field of vision. Then Chun Zhao broke its neck, just like the other magical beasts before it. It died on sight. There was no room for negotiation. In Monica's eyes, god-level magical beasts were almost undefeatable. But when a god-level magical beast faced Chun Zhao, their roles seemed to be reversed. Monica didn't know how many points the others had accumulated, but she felt that her points were enough to advance. Chun Zhao's efficiency in helping her accumulate points was too high. In this dangerous world, it was like Chun Zhao's back garden. It was like Chun Zhao's back garden. Mr. Chun, it should be enough, right? Monica watched as Chun Zhao broke another magical beast's neck. One disaster-level magical beast, 1 point. Killing a disaster-level magical beast was the same as killing a god-level magical beast. It was as if both were the same to Chun Zhao. Actually, with a god-level magical beast as his foundation, he basically had enough points to advance. There were 256 people who could advance this time, about 1/5, and a god-level magical beast was 99 points. Monica felt that it was enough to enter the top 10. Okay, Chun Zhao pulled out the magical beast's tooth and tossed it to Monica. This magical beast looks so ugly. It should be high level, right? Monica looked at Chun Zhao silently. As expected, he didn't know the level of the magical beasts in the world of space. This was really frustrating. He was probably the only one who could kill a god-level magical beast like a disaster-level one. Suddenly, Chun Zhao looked into the distance. Monica noticed his gaze. Did something happen? Over there. Chun Zhao didn't explain much. He picked up Monica and flew into the sky. Monica felt the scenery in front of her keep retreating. About 10 seconds later, she landed on the ground again. But she didn't expect something. The two contestants she'd met half an hour ago. Now, they'd appear before her again. However, after encountering Chun Zhao, the two contestants seemed to be haunted by bad luck. They'd encountered a god-level magical beast. When the two contestants saw Chun Zhao and Monica land, they were overjoyed. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Quick, help us. Let's team up and get rid of this demonic beast. We'll definitely be able to advance. Chen Zhao turned his head to look at the magical beast before him. He recognized it. It was an Earth Demon Dragon. Chapter 31:24. The Earth Demon Dragon had another name. It was a rather peaceful name called Silence. The reason why the Earth Demon Dragon had such a name was because of the characteristics of the Earth Demon Dragon. Although it was called Earth Demon Dragon, it actually didn't have the bloodline of a dragon. The Earth Demon Dragon would launch different attacks based on the volume of the target's voice. Thus, when facing the Earth Demon Dragon, the best choice was to remain silent. The two contestants clearly didn't know the name of the Earth Demon Dragon. So, when they saw Chun Zhao and Monica, they immediately started yelling and screaming. Instantly, the Earth Demon Dragon moved. Its huge body appeared behind the two contestants without any warning. The two contestants immediately felt a terrifying aura behind them. Their bodies stiffened. They slowly turned their heads. "Ah, help!" The two fearless contestants screamed even louder. Chun Zhao frowned. The Earth Demon Dragon bit down. The two contestants would die, for sure. Chun Zhao finally moved. With a wave of his hand, the Earth Demon Dragon was sent flying. Boom! The Earth Demon Dragon was smashed hundreds of meters away. Monica looked at Chun Zhao in shock. This was the first time she saw Chun Zhao attack. A real attack. Before this, Chun Zhao hadn't moved at all. He could kill any magical beast instantly. But this time, Chun Zhao actually attacked. Chun Zhao had to. The Earth Demon Dragon was different from ordinary magical beasts. Its upper limit was very high. It was even higher than Shangqing Realm cultivators. The two contestants' eyes almost fell out. "We should get a share of its spoils too, right? We should get a share too, right?" The two pulled Chun Zhao. A god-level magical beast can be split among 5 people. "We should all get a share, right?" Chun Zhao only thought that the two were noisy. He glanced at them. "No, you're eliminated." "What did you say? How can you say we're eliminated?" Chun Zhao ignored the two. Just then, the Earth Demon Dragon charged back at an astonishing speed. At the same time, as the Earth Demon Dragon charged forward, lava is spewed out of the ground continuously. Gravel flew up too. The Earth Demon Dragon's element was earth and fire. It could control the earth and lava. Seeing such a ferocious Earth Demon Dragon, the two contestants were scared out of their wits. "Fuck off." Chun Zhao pushed the two contestants away. He reached out with one hand and pushed the Earth Dragon's chin. Chun Zhao followed up with an uppercut. The demonic Earth Dragon fell to the ground, but it crawled back up in the next moment. The power of the demonic Earth Dragon had been revealed. There weren't many people who could face Chun Zhao head-on. Even fewer could take a punch from Chun Zhao. Of course, this was also because Chun Zhao had shown mercy. Chun Zhao had already killed a god-level magical beast. These were the points for Monica's advancement. Therefore, Chun Zhao didn't need to kill one more. Zhang Qianni had told him to try his best not to kill the deity-level demonic beasts of the Tai Long world. After all, there weren't many deity-level magical beasts here. Killing one meant one less. Once, when Chun Zhao went underground, he encountered an Earth Demon Dragon. Later on, he found records of the demonic dragon in an ancient book, so he had a deep impression of it. This thing was indeed very resistant to beatings. Moreover, the recipes were quite rich. When there was nothing to eat, rocks could also fill one's stomach. He could even drink a few mouthfuls of lava. If there was prey, living creatures could also fill their stomachs. It wasn't difficult to kill the demonic Earth Dragon either. However, it was useless to just destroy their external bodies. The demonic Earth Dragon had a core. As long as the core wasn't destroyed, they could continuously absorb energy from the earth and lava to repair their bodies. Fighting the demonic Earth Dragon would definitely create a loud sound. At least, such punches wouldn't be silent. This also caused the demonic Earth Dragon's strength to keep increasing. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of strengthening. Nothing was truly invincible. Even Chun Zhao didn't dare to say that he was invincible, let alone the demonic Earth Dragon. However, if he didn't kill it, it wouldn't stop bothering him. Chun Zhao decided to give it a vicious one. Chun Zhao suddenly punched and pierced through the demonic Earth Dragon's chest. It left a 2-meter wide hole in its chest. The remaining power even shook the demonic Earth Dragon's core. As expected, the demonic Earth Dragon was scared. It flipped over and fled without even repairing the hole in its chest. Chun Zhao exhaled. It finally ran away. If it continued to be stubborn, Chun Zhao would probably kill it. Why didn't you kill it? It's a god-level magical beast. You clearly have the power. Hurry up and chase after it and kill it. How can you let it go? Chun Zhao hated people who didn't know their place and didn't know when to stop. The two contestants immediately felt their bodies being restrained. Chun Zhao picked up his phone. Coordinates 544,144. Two contestants eliminated. Chun Zhao sent the coordinates to the person in charge of elimination. The person in charge of eliminating contestants was also the judge. The main person in charge was the 23rd generation Blood Mary. She was in charge of the backline. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't appear. Specialized departments would take over. When the two contestants saw Chun Zhao contact the eliminated team members, they realized that Chun Zhao wasn't a contestant, but a judge. Both of their faces immediately turned red. Thinking back to their previous actions, they wanted to crawl into a hole. It was so embarrassing. They actually dared to steal the prize from the judge. Then they even wanted to split the prize with Chun Zhao. The first time was fine, but the second time was when their lives were in danger. Chun Zhao's action meant that they were eliminated. The judges would only act when the contestants were in danger. They would choose whether or not to act based on their own judgment. When the judges felt that they had to act, it meant that the contestants' lives were in danger. This also meant that they couldn't continue the competition. Unfair. It's unfair. She's a contestant too. Why could she get your protection? Why are we eliminated? This world is unfair, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Plus, do you have the right to talk about fairness with me? Their faces turned red, even though they were angry that Chun Zhao had embarrassed them. They were angry that Chun Zhao had embarrassed them, but it was hard for them to retort. Not long after, the members of the elimination department arrived. They both wore masks. After confirming Chun Zhao's identity, they took the two contestants away. Technically, I'm also cheating, right? Monica said emotionally. After all, the two contestants had been eliminated right in front of her. No, you're not eliminated because you paid $200 million. If everyone can get a promotion spot after paying $200 million, I think the organizers would be willing to sell it publicly. It's just a competition. The promotion spot is really expensive. But I'm curious. Since the Egler family is so rich, logically speaking, you should be able to get a top contestant, right? But not only did you not, you're also so weak. Only a few of you have awakened. I really don't understand. Chapter 31:25. When Chun Zhao first heard about the Egler family, he didn't think much of it. But then he realized that something wasn't right. The Egler family wasn't a millennium-old family, but it had a few hundred years of history. At its peak, the family's influence and power weren't inferior to Chun Zhao's former enemy, the millennium-old Filer family. The Filer family had been isolated from the world for hundreds of years. They had almost no contact with the spiritual world. They only had commercial activities. But even so, the Filer family could still maintain a strong fighting force. They could scoop up a few top fighters. Those few top fighters weren't enough to face a real top fighter. They were at most second-rate. But it wasn't hard to see the power and foundation of a millennium-old family. The Egler family wasn't any weaker than the Filer family. Plus, the Egler family didn't have any great enemies, nor did they ruin the family's reputation. So, the Egler family had been in contact with the spiritual world for hundreds of years. For example, the world's supernatural competition. The Egler family even used the 100 Ku Islands as the competition venue. It was clear that the Egler family was quite influential. But it was such an influential family, not to mention a peerless combat power. Even the family only had 5 awakened. 2 of them were children. What was this? Was this the foundation a top family should have? Unless all the members of the Egler family were infertile. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how such a big family could be so weak. The Egler family wasn't a small family. They didn't have money or resources. The Egler family was very rich and had the 100 Ku Islands. They didn't lack resources. They could easily take out $200 million and throw it at Chen Zhao's face. It had nothing to do with being poor. As long as they had money and resources, even a pig could become a top fighter. So Chen Zhao didn't believe that the Egler family only had 5 awakened like the rumors said. Plus, the father and daughter Monica and Maurice that Chen Zhao had interacted with so far weren't rich kids. As the patriarch, Merit Haragal was obviously well-educated and cultured. Although they did not interact much with Chen Zhao, few people would feel enmity towards someone like Meriwether Agler. He always knew how to maintain friendships, although Monica didn't seem to have her father's aristocratic upbringing. However, she was also a humble and smart girl. Her appearance was not outstanding, so people might think that she was a brainless fat woman. But in reality, being fat was just her disguise. Chen Zhao could feel that Monica was a rather meticulous and smart girl. Both father and daughter had powerful genes, and they were able to unleash their full potential. With such powerful genes and a good family upbringing, it was impossible for him to survive. Chen Zhao didn't believe that the powerful Agel family would weaken for no reason. Of course, in principle, this was their family's own private secret. Chen Zhao didn't really want to ask. However, Chen Zhao was worried that the secret would affect the safety of the match. In terms of his duty, he really didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But if something really happened, it was impossible for Chen Zhao to stay out of it. As for whether Monica knew what was going on, Chen Zhao couldn't tell either. After all, Chen Zhao wasn't an intellectual type. Besides, Monica wasn't the enemy. Therefore, Chen Zhao couldn't be suspicious just because of a little. He would pull out Monica's tendons and skin her so that she would tell the truth. However, Chen Zhao believed that if something really happened, Monica would be the most important person. Monica followed Chen Zhao from time to time. Ever since the 2 contestants were eliminated, Monica had stopped walking. Ever since the 2 contestants were eliminated, Chen Zhao hadn't killed another magical beast. More accurately, he hadn't encountered one on his own. Every time he encountered one, it meant that there were contestants present. It also meant that some contestants would be eliminated. Clearly, Chen Zhao was avoiding the magical beasts on purpose. Mr. Chen, your perception range is really large. Yes, from what I know, there shouldn't be more than 3 people in the world with a greater perception range than mine. Is there anyone else with greater perception than Mr. Chen? One of them is the person who taught me this technique. He's also one of the judges this year, the leader of the fire worship sect, Mr. Bifla. For people like Chen Zhao, magic and whatnot were secondary. At most, he would teach them techniques. What about the other 2? The other one is the main judge, Zhang Tianyi, Chen Zhao said with a shrug. Monica agreed with this. One had taught Chen Zhao, so his perception definitely wouldn't be lower than Chen Zhao's. The other was Zhang Tianyi. As the top person in the spiritual world, this name wasn't out of Monica's expectations. What about the 3rd person? I don't know. I'll leave one empty. I think there'll be 1 or 2 people, Chen Zhao said casually. Suddenly, his expression changed. Someone's in trouble again. Looks like the elimination rate here is really high. That's right, Chen Zhao said casually. Monica immediately prepared herself. She rose into the air and fell. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt extremely uncomfortable at such a high speed. Help! Help! Seeing Chen Zhao and Monica land, the contestant ran toward Chen Zhao, covered in wounds. Chen Zhao frowned at the magical beast that was chasing him. This magical beast seemed different. The magical beast panted heavily. Saliva dripped from its slightly cracked mouth. It had no pupils. Its eyes were completely black. Chen Zhao could clearly feel that it was of the fire and wind element, but black lightning flowed on its body. It wasn't a god-tier magical beast, but it vaguely exuded the might of a god-tier magical beast. Chen Zhao raised his hand and grabbed at the magical beast. Chen Zhao was stunned. No reaction. Chen Zhao realized that he'd lost control of his efficiency. More accurately, he'd lost control of the small world around the magical beast. The next moment, a black lightning bolt suddenly shot out of the magical beast and struck Chen Zhao. Boom! With a huge explosion, Chen Zhao was sent flying. Monica was shocked. What happened? The magical beast actually hurt Chen Zhao? The begging contestant was filled with despair. He'd thought that his savior had come. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to be so useless. Chen Zhao stood up in a sorry state. He felt his small world. It was operating normally, but there was an empty area. It was where the magical beast was. His small world had been neutralized by the magical beast's power. Chen Zhao was even more shocked. How did it happen? Just then, a person walked out from behind the magical beast. The person stood beside the magical beast, and it didn't attack him. I heard that there's a new judge this year. Is it you? Chapter 31:26. Judge? You're the judge? The contestant who'd asked for help earlier was shocked. The next moment, disappointment appeared on his face. Why are you so weak? Chen Zhao and Monica ignored the contestant. The uninvited guest also ignored him. He was an insignificant, transparent person. The uninvited guest looked at Monica. Monica, you don't seem to recognize me. Chen Zhao looked at Monica. You recognize him? Monica frowned and thought for a while. Then she shook her head. I don't have any impression of him. Chen Zhao looked at the uninvited guest. Sir, it seems like you got the wrong person. Huh, you don't seem to be worth $200 million at all. Chen Zhao shrugged. If you judge based on that, you'll probably die a horrible death. What if it's them? The uninvited guest raised his hand and waved. Magical beasts walked out of the forest one after another. Chen Zhao was dazed. These magical beasts were the same as the previous one. They could both neutralize Chen Zhao's pocket world. Chen Zhao's senses were also in a hurry to enter the pocket world. So, they were transparent. If Chen Zhao didn't sense them specifically, he wouldn't be able to discover them. After all, he could sense hundreds of square kilometers. Without a square kilometer, even Chen Zhao would find it hard to discover them. These magical beasts weren't actually very strong. They were at the peak of the calamity level, close to God level. The person seemed to be confident in this battle. Monica, I suggest you come with me. He can't protect you. What if I refuse? Monica looked at the stranger. It doesn't matter to me. Whether you obey or resist, it won't change anything, the person said. Then he looked at Chen Zhao. Am I right? Chen Zhao chuckled. You're the first person who dares to ask me this. Fine. Looks like I need to kill a judge to prove my ability. The person waved his hand. A few magical beasts beside him suddenly pounced at Chen Zhao. Monica's face showed some concern. The contestant's face was filled with despair. In the blink of an eye, a magical beast's bloody mouth covered Chen Zhao. It swallowed Chen Zhao alive. That person revealed a hint of a smile. How weak. But the next moment, the magical beast that had swallowed Chen Zhao exploded. Chen Zhao stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. So weak, Chen Zhao said the same thing. The corner of that person's eye twitched slightly. However, the dozens of demonic beasts around him were innately the bane of the small world. He was still confident in his victory, so he still had a victorious smile on his face. Now, let me demonstrate why I am the referee. Chen Zhao stretched his limbs. Primordial Regression Technique, Level 1. Chen Zhao's aura changed. That person's eyelids twitched, clearly having a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, Chen Zhao disappeared. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. The man's ears couldn't take it anymore. He covered his ears, but couldn't stop the piercing pain. Then he saw the scene of the magical beast beside him exploding. However, the scene was like a slow-motion scene in a movie. Blood splattered everywhere as magical beasts exploded one by one. It was a chaotic mix of fast and slow. Dozens of terrifying demonic beasts actually exploded in an instant. When the piercing sound stopped, Chen Zhao returned to his original spot. From start to finish, only a second had passed. Perhaps not even a second. All the magical beasts had turned into fireworks of blood and flesh. Monica and that person were both dumbfounded. Was there only a beginning in their minds? But in reality, it was already over. Chen Zhao looked at that person. Next, you will die. Wait. You misunderstood. I'm not an enemy. The person hurriedly called out. My enemies often answer me like this when they beg for mercy, but guess if I believe them or not. I'm serious, the person said. I'm not an enemy. I'm Monica's brother. Chen Zhao turned his head to Monica. He said, he's your brother? Monica shook her head and said in a very certain tone, I don't know him, and I've never heard that I have a brother, not even dead ones. Looks like you're not. Chen Zhao looked at that person again. I'm real, the person said hurriedly. I'm Romance Rendezvous. I'm her older brother. She has a second brother who's here too. You say you're Monica's brother. Do you have any proof? Romance Rendezvous hurriedly took out a gold pendant and tossed it to Monica. Monica caught the pendant with hesitation in her eyes. You should know this pendant, right? Romance Rendezvous asked. Monica seemed to recognize this pendant. The pendant could be opened, and there was a small, exquisite, but incomplete gemstone hidden inside. Monica frowned and also took out a ring from her bosom. The ring was inlaid with a gem, and it just so happened to match the gap in the gem. However, the two were still incomplete when put together. There seemed to be a part missing. Monica nodded at Chen Zhao. Even if you prove that you're Monica's brother that she's never met, it doesn't mean you're safe. You want to kill your sister, so you still have to die. No, I'm not going to kill Monica. I just want to take her away. Her second brother, Tace, and I came here to save Monica, Rendezvous Audiobook said. So you know that someone wants to kill Monica, and it's not you and Monica's second brother? Of course we're not going to kill Monica. So you know who wants to kill Monica? It's our father, Romance Rendezvous said. Stop joking. This doesn't make sense. Chen Zhao shook his head. First, he would spend $200 million to protect Monica, then kill her, increasing the difficulty for him. I know this doesn't make sense, but it's the truth. Our father has been planning something since 30 years ago. Tace and I have been hunted down by our father. All right, Monica had a third brother, but he's already dead. It was our father who killed him. That's right. Monica had a third brother, but he's already dead. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe Mr. Moraiser, who spent $200 million to hire me. Chen Zhao was a bit confused. He could vaguely feel Romance Rendezvous' anxiety and urgency. He seemed to be anxious because he couldn't convince Chen Zhao and Monica. He was also worried about something. But just as Chen Zhao had said, he couldn't go against common sense and believe Romance Rendezvous' words. Plus, Chen Zhao didn't think that Moraiser would be stupid enough to increase the difficulty for him. And it seemed to be very easy for Moraiser Agler to kill his daughter. Monica would almost never be on guard against her father. Plus, could a pendant really prove their relationship? Chapter 31:27. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't know if Monica could confirm their relationship through a pendant. Judging from Monica's expression, she probably could. However, even though Monica confirmed that Rendezvous Agler was her brother, she didn't trust him, because she didn't know if Rendezvous Agler was telling the truth. She was naturally wary of this brother who she'd never met and had come out of nowhere. Ramond had said that her father wanted to kill her, but Monica was still more willing to trust her father, not this brother who'd suddenly visited and attacked them first. The contestant didn't know if he should stay or leave. The contestants didn't know whether they should stay or leave. After all, according to the rules, Chen Zhao's attack meant that he was eliminated. After all, according to the rules, if Chen Zhao attacked, it meant that he was eliminated. Chen Zhao glanced at the contestant and then notified the eliminated team members. He didn't waste any time. The contestant knew that it was too late. Chen Zhao glanced at the contestant and then notified the eliminated team members. The current situation was somewhat complicated. Monica and Chen Zhao didn't trust Ramond Egler. And if they were real siblings, Monica would definitely not be able to lay her hands on Ramushigoli. Just then, a flying magical beast descended from the sky. On top of the flying magical beast stood a man. The flying magical beast looked like a huge bird, but it had small claws on its wings. It lay on the ground. Its mouth was like a bird's beak, but there were rows of sharp teeth on its upper and lower jaws. It looked like a winged dragon. It was huge, at least 30 to 40 tons. It was like a small mountain on the ground. It emitted a powerful and terrifying aura. It was a god-level magical beast. After the man dismounted from the flying magic beast, the flying magic beast obediently lay down beside the man. Ramond, you still haven't taken Monica away? Taser. Ramond was a bit awkward. They were brothers, but his younger brother, Taser, seemed to be the leader. Seeing the corpses of the magical beasts, Tace Aggle frowned. Ramush, you lost? Taser, he's very powerful, Ramush Aggle reminded. Don't find excuses for your incompetence, Taser said. Monica, come here. Tate Agler looked at Monica and said in a commanding tone. Monica was unmoved. Clearly, she had no feelings for either Lamont or Taser. Ramond Egler was still all right. At least his attitude was not that unacceptable. But this second brother's attitude was quite uncomfortable. Come here, Tace Agler emphasized. Chun Zhao snorted. The magical beast next to Tess suddenly spread its wings and blocked Tess Agler. The wings of the magical beast emitted a heavy, explosive sound, as if something heavy had smashed into them. Tess Agle's expression darkened. The demonic beast beside him spread its wings to the fullest, like a fighting rooster. The demonic beast let out a high-pitched cry, its voice as loud as a bell. In an instant, hundreds of flying magical beasts were summoned. The scene that blotted out the sky caused Monica's expression to change. She couldn't help but look back at Chun Zhao worriedly. The two brothers seemed to have a way to control magical beasts. The magical beast that Ramond Egler controlled could neutralize the enemy's small world and make the enemy's small world lose its effect. One had to admit that this ability was very effective against the top Shangqing experts. Of course, this ability could only be effective against those who had just entered Shangqing. For example, any one of the 8 referees could beat Ramond Egler up at any moment. Tace's ability was even more special. Chun Zhao could sense that the magical beast summoned by Tess Agel had created small worlds of various sizes according to their own strength. Apart from the original god-level magical beast, the other magical beasts' small worlds weren't big. They were 12 meters, 20 meters, or even 30 meters. However, the small worlds of the magical beasts actually merged with each other. Then, they spread out with the Dragonhawk as the center. Scram if you don't want to die, Tyler said arrogantly. I think I know why your father wants to get rid of you. What an annoying personality. Hearing Chun Zhao mention their father, Tyler Agler was even more furious. The Dragonhawk beside him felt its master's anger and also screeched at Chun Zhao. You won't blame me if I kill him, right? Chun Zhao asked, turning his head. Monica's expression was somewhat hesitant. She couldn't be completely sure, but she could vaguely feel that they were indeed her brothers. Mr. Chun, can you please have mercy? Fine. Chun Zhao nodded. What a joke. I need him. Shut up. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's voice boomed like thunder. The territory on the Dragonhawk disintegrated instantly. The magical beasts in the sky also fell like rain. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The brothers, Tyler Agler and Ramon Agler, were horrified by what they saw. The world really seemed to be collapsing. The two brothers sat on the ground. They seemed to have lost all strength and couldn't stand up. They couldn't even raise their arms. Terror. It was a terror that was imprinted in the depths of their souls. In an instant, they felt absolute suppression. And a horrifying scene. It was a scene of doomsday. They didn't know if it was real or just an illusion. Even the territory collapsed. They didn't understand why it was like this at all. As for the dragon-winged bird, it lay on the ground, trembling. Standing beside Chun Zhao, Monica didn't understand what had happened. She only saw Chun Zhao roar. But other than that, she didn't feel anything else. What happened? Okay, let's go, Chun Zhao said calmly. Monica looked at the two trembling brothers in front of her and nodded silently. Just as she was about to leave with Chun Zhao, Tyler suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at Tyler. What? Do you really want me to kill you? When Tyler looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Don't let Morris come into contact with Monica, Tyler Agler said. Perhaps it was best for Monica to stay by Chun Zhao's side. Of course, the main reason was that they couldn't do anything about it. I'll only protect her during the competition, Chun Zhao said calmly. Or, give me a reason why your father wants to kill Monica. Chapter 31:28. Ramush Eigler and Tace Eigler shook their heads. We don't know either. 25 years ago, he attacked us without any reason. Chun Zhao smiled and didn't continue asking. 25 years ago, they might not have known. But today, 25 years later, they must know. Otherwise, how would they know that Moraiser wanted to kill Monica? If Chun Zhao could think of this, the meticulous Monica could too. Chun Zhao and Monica left. The expressions of the two brothers were somewhat unsightly. Taser, what do you think the old man is trying to do? In any case, they won't have any good intentions. Tess said with a cold expression, we had better find suitable magical beasts as soon as possible to recover our strength. If before that, Taser suddenly paused, as if he had realized something. Go. Leave this place immediately. Taser's expression became anxious and terrified. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Maurice Eigler, their father. Moraiser Egel strolled over, and the surrounding plants automatically made way for him. Tace Agler and Ramush Agler's expressions changed. Fear, shock, and bewilderment. Do you think the $200 million was well spent? Mariah Egler smiled and looked at his two sons. Did you release the news? Did you purposely leak the news that we're going to kill Monica? Tace Agler's eyes were filled with fear and resentment. Not only that, but the $200 million also helped me solve a lot of problems. Maurice Eigel's plan was to deliberately spread the news and attract his two sons. What he didn't expect was that Chun Zhao would also help him destroy the abilities of his two sons. Otherwise, even he would have to put in a lot of effort. After all, both of his sons' abilities were extremely difficult to deal with. But now, Chun Zhao had helped him solve most of his problems. Chun Zhao's best guess was that both his sons and Chun Zhao would be heavily injured. Or, Chun Zhao would die in the hands of his two sons, and then Chun Zhao would be like a mantis stalking a cicada. Tess Agler suddenly laughed. Old man, you haven't won yet. Do you think you're very smart? Morizer Agler looked at his second son disapprovingly. Isn't the current situation enough to explain the problem? Or do you still have the strength to fight back? We can't beat you, but as long as Monica is under the protection of that referee, you won't be able to succeed. Haha, as long as I get what I want from you, I won't fear anyone. The Egel family will rise again in my hands. You want the power of Amantha? Come and get it yourself. The two brothers were obviously prepared to resist stubbornly, even if they knew it was futile. But as long as he could make his father suffer, even if it was just to buy time, it would be fine. How stubborn. Morizer Agler looked at his two sons unhappily. The next moment, green liquid began to drip from Meritor Agler's palms. When the green liquid touched the plants on the ground, they began to grow crazily. After the plants grew to a certain extent, they began to interweave with each other, forming human shapes. The humanoid figures of these plants all had their own domains. It was completely different from Taylor and Ramush's power. Morizer Egler's power was in the domain of plants. It looked similar to the domain that Taser had bestowed upon the magical beasts. In fact, it was completely different. Morizer Egler's domain should be called the anti-domain. It was the nemesis of all domains, and it was even more effective against Taser and Ramush. The so-called anti-domain meant that when it came into contact with a regular domain, both would be annihilated at the same time. The power of annihilation was very terrifying, especially for the one with the domain. It would be annihilated directly from the body. Of course, Morizer Egler would be affected too, but he happened to have a way to resist annihilation. So once the positive and negative domains were annihilated, the one who died was usually the other party. But Morizer Egler's power was not perfect yet. Only after combining the power of Taser and Ramush could his power truly reach a perfect state. A humanoid made of plants raised its hand, and branches shot towards Taser and Ramush. The dragon hawk beside Taser flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind. The branches could not get close. But the other plant humanoids also shot their branches at the dragon hawk. In the blink of an eye, the dragon hawk was tightly bound. The dragon hawk struggled a few times as a token gesture, but it soon calmed down. Not long after, the dragon hawk lost control of itself. It then became Morizer Egler's puppet. The dragon hawk's domain merged with the humanoid plant's anti-domain. An even more terrifying power was brewing on the dragon hawk. The domain around the dragon hawk became colorful, but the air was distorted. Taser and Ramush quickly retreated. What a wonderful power. Even though it's an incomplete fusion, it's still such a wonderful scene. I really can't imagine how powerful I'll be after I perfectly fuse all of your powers. After being controlled, the Dragonhawk suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a ball of energy. This ball of energy contained the power of annihilation. Go away. Ramush pushed Taser away and placed his palms in front of him. When the annihilation energy flew in front of him, Ramush also released his power at the same time. His power was to neutralize the domain, but he could only use his own power to weaken the annihilation energy a little. The next moment, his palms were crushed and evaporated by the annihilation energy. Fortunately, Morizer Egler did not intend to completely destroy Ramush and Taser. Otherwise, this attack would have directly evaporated them. Taser, take my things away. Ramush knelt on the ground in pain. His arms had been completely annihilated. Taser's expression was unsettled. He looked at his father with eyes full of hatred. Hurry, you only have a chance if you obtain my power. Ramush knew that he no longer had a chance. But his hatred for his father was greater than anything else. Even if he died, even if he lost everything, he would not hesitate. Taser suddenly pierced through Ramush's chest. Ramush's face twitched. He looked down at Taser's arm and laughed bitterly. Kill him, or destroy that thing. Taser pulled out his bloody arm. In his palm was a black metal heart. The black metal heart dissolved in Taser's palm and turned into black liquid that seeped under Taser's skin. Ramush smiled. How wonderful. However, his smile froze and he fell to the ground. Taser looked at his father with tears in his eyes. I want you to die. Morizer Egler smiled. You know, I could have directly taken your power, but I didn't. Do you know why? Chapter 31:29. Is this real? Monica stared at Tess Agler in disbelief. Chen Zhao also looked at Tess Agler. Do you have anything to explain? Tess Agler shook his head. No. Chen Zhao nodded and turned to Morizer. I'm going to take him back for interrogation. Mr. Morizer, you don't have any objections, right? He's from the Agel family and my son, Morizer said firmly. This is the Agel family's territory. I have the right and reason to punish him. Chen Zhao chuckled. Mr. Morizer, maybe my tone made you misunderstand. I'm not discussing with you. Are you going to interfere with the Agel family's business? This is the competition venue. As the referee, I have the right to punish and rule anyone here. Mr. Chun, don't you understand? This is my territory. I don't mind changing the leader of the Agel family. Chen Zhao's eyes glinted fiercely. Mr. Chun, I respect you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. I hope you understand this. Yes, I definitely understand. Chen Zhao nodded. But you should be afraid. I've never been a talkative person. I don't like to waste time with people either. I prefer to fight. Morizer Agel's palm started to gather the anti-domain. The anti-domain sphere flashed with black light and emitted a terrifying aura. Taser Egler had to die. Maurice Eigel did not intend to be secretive and put on an act anymore. He had to make a choice in a more forceful manner. As long as he obtained Taser's power and Monica's power, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. He would no longer be afraid of anyone. Even if he were to face the Big Six, he would have the right to speak. Chen Zhao felt that Morizer Agel's power was somewhat familiar. It was the power of his inner world, but it wasn't complete. Chen Zhao could also release his inner world. He could restore the environment of his inner world. But Morizer Agel only released a portion of his inner world's power. Mr. Chun, one last question. Are you really prepared to be my enemy? Chen Zhao laughed mockingly. Are you sure you have the strength to ask me this question? Morris snorted and pushed his palm at Chen Zhao. The anti-domain energy ball shot toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao reached out to take it. Tess Agel's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Don't touch," but it was too late. Chen Zhao's palm had already reached the anti-domain energy ball. But the next moment, both Tess and Morris stared at Chen Zhao, dumbfounded. Chen Zhao used his body to grab the anti-territory energy ball, but he wasn't hurt at all. The anti-domain energy ball was also balanced in Chen Zhao's palm. He didn't hurt Chen Zhao, nor did he lose control. Neither of them knew that the reverse domain they were talking about was actually their inner world. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't know that they called this the reverse domain. How is that possible? Meriwether stared at Chen Zhao in disbelief. This was too illogical. No one, no matter, could remove the counter-domain. But why was he able to use his flesh and blood to dispel the counter-domain and remain unharmed? How did you do it? How? Chen Zhao thought for a second. I didn't do anything. What do you think I should do? What can this thing do? Hurt me? Or kill me? Meriwether Eagle couldn't accept this. He put his palms together, and more anti-domain energy balls appeared around him. Is that all you can do? Chen Zhao tilted his head and looked at Meriwether Eagle. Although Meriwether Eagle had materialized his inner world, it didn't have any attributes. He could only materialize it with this kind of energy. It was also very unstable and could collapse at any time. Let me teach you how to use this power. Suddenly, Meriwether Eagle felt the anti-domain energy ball collapse. At the same time, a wave of heat rushed toward him. Everything around him turned into a molten hell. The temperature almost melted everything. Even Meriwether Eagle couldn't bear it. He could only cover his entire body with the power of his counter-domain. But even so, he could still feel his skin burning. Monica and Taser Agler were both under Chen Zhao's protection. Meriwether Eagle wanted to take out Chen Zhao's inner world and materialize it. But he realized that he'd lost control of his body. You're so weak. Why do you think you have the right to decide? Meriwether Eagle's face paled. He could vaguely feel it. The surroundings were filled with counter-domains. They were larger, more stable, and more perfect than his counter-domains. In fact, the inner world needed to maintain a balance with the outer world. But Meriwether Eagle's inner world didn't belong to him at all. He was only borrowing this power. He didn't really have it. There was no outer world either. Even if he borrowed it, the amount of power he could borrow was very limited. How is it possible? Why? Why do you have Sacred Michael's power too? Why do you have the complete Sacred Michael's power? And it's complete too? Sacred Michael's power? Chen Zhao looked at Meriwether Eagle. You said this is Sacred Michael's power? I've never heard of the power of Sacred Michael. This is Sacred Michael's power. You can't lie to me. Foolish mortals, Monica suddenly said. But her tone seemed to have turned into someone else's. You don't understand at all, Monica said. You're facing a real god. Frowning, Chen Zhao looked at Monica. Who are you? Chen Zhao was very sure that it wasn't Monica who was speaking. You can call me Pioneer or Sacred Michael, Monica said calmly. Monica said calmly, I really can't believe that my theory has been perfectly verified by you. Your theory? Yes. The heart domain, the heaven domain, and the stairs are combined to reach a whole new level, a power that surpasses God's. I failed, but I'm very happy to see someone succeed. I think you're wrong. I've never heard of your method, but I can roughly understand what you're saying. Maybe the details are different, but our paths are similar. How did you solve the problem of bearing? I failed at this stage. In the end, my body collapsed under the dual pressure of the heart domain and the heaven domain. Chen Zhao shrugged. I'm an enhancer. No, that's not right. I've calculated. Even enhancers can't bear the pressure of this power. Chapter 31:30. Okay, you're already dead. You don't belong to this era. Those who deserve to die should go to the place where they deserve to die. Don't try to resurrect yourself, or I'll send you back to sleep. Chen Zhao flicked his fingers, and a purple light shot out from Monica's forehead. Chen Zhao scooped through the air, and the purple light landed in his palm. Monica also trembled slightly, and her body fell to the ground. What happened? I just lost consciousness? Monica wasn't sure what had happened to her just now. At this time, Tess Agler and Mariah Agler were both dumbfounded. They'd been frightened by Monica and Chen Zhao's conversation. No, more accurately, it was the conversation between Saint Michael and Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was a being that was above Sacred Michael, and Chen Zhao had done what Saint Michael couldn't do. Mariah was even more panicked now, because he was fighting Chen Zhao. His ultimate goal was to complete Saint Michael's unfinished path. In fact, everything he was doing now was arranged by Sacred Michael. St. Michael had failed at the last step and died in the end. But according to St. Michael's legacy, the last step could be completed. But now, it wasn't a question of whether it could be completed, because Chunjiao was an insurmountable mountain. Even if he'd obtained all of St. Michael's power and succeeded in the end, at most, he'd be on par with Chunjiao. But being on par was just a dream. At the end of the day, his power didn't belong to him. But Chunjiao had his own power. So there was an insurmountable gap between the two. Not to mention the current Morizer Egler. Chunjiao looked at Mercer Agler. The temperature around Merither Agler suddenly rose. Mariah felt more and more uncomfortable, or more accurately, in pain. If not for St. Michael's power protecting him, he would probably have turned to dust by now. But he knew very well that he didn't have the complete power of St. Michael. It wouldn't last long. Mr. Chun. Monica wanted to plead for her father. Chunjiao glanced at Monica indifferently. Don't say anything. Your father has a reason to die. Even you don't have the right to plead for him. Wait, Tess Agel called out. What? Are you going to plead for him? Before that, please take out his heart. Of course, Tess Agel would not plead for his father. If possible, he was willing to do it himself. He had no feelings for Mariah Diegler. There was only hatred, an unforgettable hatred. Why? The power of Sacred Michael is attached to the heart. As long as the heart is removed, the power of Sacred Michael can be transferred. Chunjiao stroked his chin in thought. Without the power of Sacred Gale, Monica will never be able to break through her current realm. I can exchange all my wealth with you. It'll be a piece of cake for you. How much money do you have? 2 billion USD, but not all of it is in cash. Most of it is in real estate. I don't want to, Monica said. Mr. Chun, please let my father go. Monica, he even wants to kill you. Your third brother was only 4 years old at the time. He killed him and stole his power. Monica's face paled. Father, is he telling the truth? Morris Agler looked at Monica and suddenly reached into his chest. He directly dug out his own heart. Wah, Mariah spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he silently threw it to Monica. The black heart floated before Monica. It's yours, Mariah Eigler said. The corners of Monica's mouth trembled slightly. Mariah seemed to have silently agreed with Taser's words. The black heart disintegrated in the air, and the black energy seeped into Monica's body, even without Monica's guidance or resistance. But the same origin would allow the power of Sacred Michael to choose its successor nearby. In the next moment, Morris Agler revealed a smile. But this smile would become an eternal scar. The flames instantly burned Mariah, who had lost the protection of Sacred Michael's power, to ashes. Not a single piece was left, no. Monica cried out in grief and indignation. Chunjiao retracted his inner world and glanced at Tace. I hope the reward won't be too long. Suddenly, Chunjiao felt the ground shake. Huh? What happened? Right at this moment, a huge magical beast rushed out of the dense forest and charged towards them. Chunjiao kicked the magical beast away. But the beast shook its head and stood up again, charging toward Chunjiao. Chunjiao released his aura, but the beast didn't know fear. Chunjiao had no choice but to kill and destroy the magical beast physically. Has this magical beast gone mad? But the next moment, more beasts charged out. These magical beasts charged forward in a frenzy. Chunjiao frowned and looked at Tace. You did this. Previously, Taser Agel and his brother Ramush Agel were able to control magical beasts. Therefore, Chunjiao naturally associated this situation with Taser Agel. No, it has nothing to do with me. You really didn't do it? Chunjiao was very doubtful. It really has nothing to do with me. Tace was a bit unhappy. If someone else doubted him like this, he would get angry. But he really couldn't beat Chunjiao. So, he could only explain patiently. Chunjiao flew into the air and was within his sensing range. It was filled with hundreds of crazy magical beasts. Outside his sensing range, there were even more crazy magical beasts. Chunjiao landed on the ground. What happened 12 years ago? 12 years ago? You suspect that Ramont and I did what happened 12 years ago? No, it has nothing to do with us. When we heard about it, We even suspected that it was Morizer. So you don't know what exactly happened? We were hiding from Morizer and only contacted a few people in the Eagle family. We didn't get any information about the incident 12 years ago. Chen Zhao fell into deep thought. He'd thought that Morizer's death would be the end of this matter. But the reality was that this matter probably had nothing to do with Maurice Agler and his children. In other words, someone else had caused the magical beast rampage. Suddenly, the galaxy in the sky began to sway, as if a hand was fiddling with it. Energy balls kept falling from the sky. When they hit the ground, intense explosions occurred. Chapter 31:31. An energy ball landed near Chen Zhao. The moment the energy ball exploded, it created a huge impact. The entire world seemed like it was going to be destroyed. Crazy magical beasts. They weren't just beasts from the ether world. The ether world was huge, but it couldn't sustain such a huge number of beasts. There were also countless magical beasts burrowing out of the ground. Actually, this wasn't the ground either. Perhaps the ether world was just a rest stop for the beasts. But now, they were going to destroy the rest stop. The galaxy above the ether world was also out of control. The galaxy was formed by energy balls and sulfur clouds. Each of those energy balls was as powerful as a super bomb. Such a huge number kept falling. It was enough to destroy the entire ether world. Of course, the first to be destroyed would probably be the contestants here. It was a mess, a complete mess. Just then, Chen Zhao's communicator rang. Chen Zhao, something happened. Thank you. Your information is very timely. Chen Zhao listened to Zhang Tiany's voice in the communicator and agreed with the information. Kill all the beasts, Zhang Tiany said. So kill all the beasts that appear before you. Are you kidding? Why don't you do it yourself? Chen Zhao was rather annoyed by Zhang Tiany's orders. I can't do it. Even the 7 of us combined can't be as efficient as you. After all, you've destroyed a real world. This ether world is just a fake one. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Piss off, Chen Zhao cursed. I would be the same. Back in the Serpent God's world, he could attack without restraint. But here, could he use his ultimate move directly? I want to know the specifics. Who did it? Or are you the mastermind? You're thinking too much. Why do you think I did it? Do I have to ruin my own plan? Who knows? Maybe you have nothing better to do. Chen Zhao wasn't sure if Zhang Tiany was the mastermind, but he definitely knew the truth. I don't know the specifics either. I only know a little bit of information. Tell me, do you know St. Michael? I didn't before today. Where did you hear it from? The Egler family. Well, Zhang Tiany did not ask in detail and continued. St. Michael is the ancestor of the Egel family, dating back to the era of the spiritual energy tide 400 years ago. Before anyone else discovered the 100 Ku Islands, he had already taken the 100 Ku Islands as his own. Then, in a few decades, his strength and cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He was not interested in the spiritual world, only obsessed with pursuing higher realms. He was indifferent to the rise and fall of the younger generation of his family, so there was almost no legend of him in the spiritual world. There were only a few attacks, and this Taiyin world is his greatest masterpiece. Are you saying that this ether world was created by St. Michael? You can't say that he created it. He discovered this place, but there was no light here at the time. It was just a huge dark space until he arrived. He created the divine artifact, the glory of the stars, which is the countless energy balls you see above your head. Those countless energy balls were created by Sacred Michael. Chen Zhao was surprised. How'd he do it? That's his secret, Zhang Tiany said with a bitter smile. Who knows? So, the fall of the stars has something to do with the Egel family. The glory of the stars was lost a long time ago, more than 100 years ago. I'm very sure that this has nothing to do with the Egel family, at least not in this generation. The decline of the Egel family also started with the loss of the glory of the stars. Then what's the meaning of your ambiguous attitude before? It was precisely because of Zhang Tiany's ambiguous attitude that Chen Zhao suspected that Zhang Tiany was the mastermind. Or perhaps it was related to the Egel family. This is because the head of the Egel family, Maurice Egel, said that the culprit of the incident 12 years ago was the person who stole the glory of the stars. He He wanted to use this reopening of the Tai-Yin world to attract that group of people and take back the glory of the stars. So, Maurice Agel knows about this. Yes, but he's never been willing to say who the culprit is. Could it be a self-directed act? I had my suspicions at first, but then I thought about it. Do you think the Agel family needs to do this? They started preparing more than 100 years ago and risked the continuous decline of the Agel family. Even if it's not a self-directed act, it's at least related. Looks like I have to talk to Maurice again. Air. I don't think that's necessary. Chen Zhao glanced at Monica and Taser Agel beside him. Why? I just changed the head of the Agel family to a new head. Sigma, Zhang Tianyi was in a bad mood. Tell me clearly. I killed Maurice Agel. Zhang Tianyi had the urge to spit blood. After a moment of silence, Zhang Tianyi said, First, we have to eliminate the magical beasts here. But we have to block the source first, Chen Zhao said. Do you know where it's coming from? Air. Do you know or not? Is it hard? They're visitors from another world. What? They don't come from underground? It's a world called the Beast Realm. I've been there once. It's filled with magical beasts. I think that the mastermind's goal is to completely open the connection between our world and the Beast Realm and expose the spiritual world to all humans. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhao said, Is that why you're hesitating? This era is different from any previous spirit energy tides. In the past, the governments of various countries could easily cover up the spirit energy tides. However, this era is different. Any piece of information can be spread all over the world within a minute. Now, with the changes in the spirit energy tides, the spirit world will be completely exposed to all humans sooner or later. I think it's not a bad idea to take advantage of this opportunity. Instead of hiding it, it's better to be straightforward. Then you should know that if this incident goes out of control, it won't just be a matter of exposure, but an all-out war between the two worlds. This is only the beginning, and there are already so many demonic beasts pouring out from the other world. If this continues, once these demonic beasts reach the human cities, the humans will be completely defeated. Chapter 31-32. Chen Zhao's and Zhang Tianyi's ideals were clearly very different. Chen Zhao was very satisfied with his current life, environment, and even the state of the world. Chen Zhao didn't want to change. Change meant trouble. Chen Zhao hated trouble. He could already feel that there were more and more magical beasts. They were getting denser and denser. Chen Zhao glanced at Tess Agler and Monica. If he told them to go alone now, they would probably die. However, Chen Zhao wasn't going back now. Instead, he was going to advance to an even denser area. You Tess, right? Take care of your sister, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao looked at the groups of magical beasts. In an instant, more small black balls formed in the surroundings. Whoosh, 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 the black balls danced and shot forward. In just 1 second, hundreds of magical beasts were cleared out. The densely packed magical beasts just a moment ago were all gone in the blink of an eye. Tess Agler and Monica were dumbfounded by what they saw. Only now did they feel true terror, the kind of power that was above everything else. Even though Taser Agler had fought Chen Zhao before, Taser Agler was not a match for him. But the feeling was different. When fighting him, Chen Zhao only needed to use enough power to defeat him. But the current situation was different. No matter how much power Chen Zhao used, it wouldn't be too much. But Chen Zhao had just cleared out a few square kilometers of magical beasts. In the blink of an eye, it was covered by magical beasts again. The black balls around Chen Zhao shot out again. This time, the range was larger and more magical beasts were killed. At this moment, a contestant covered in cuts and bruises ran in their direction. Help! Help! Behind the contestant was a group of terrifying magical beasts. A group of god-level magical beasts. It was fortunate that the contestant was able to escape. If it were any other contestant, they would have died 100 times. A black ball shot toward the contestant. The contestant hugged his head in fear. But when the black ball was about to reach the contestant, it suddenly turned. The black ball flew in an arc. When it hit the first magical beast, its body suddenly shrank. All its flesh and blood were devoured and compressed by the black ball. The black ball didn't slow down at all. It went straight for the second magical beast, the third magical beast. After flying out of the visible range, the black ball turned again. This time, it flew in the widest arc possible. With Chun Zhao as the center, the black ball flew in a circle. Moreover, the speed of the little black ball was extremely fast. No matter what kind of magical beast it was, as long as it came into contact with the little black ball, its flesh and blood would be instantly compressed. It was unstoppable. This was like a superstorm. The storm wind wall was the most powerful, and both the inside and outside of the wind wall were safe zones. The contestant stared at Chun Zhao in terror. After a while, he said, Thank you. Go forward, Chun Zhao said. Go forward? Are you crazy? Do you know what's going on? There are even more magical beasts up ahead. Chun Zhao glanced at the contestant. You can leave. How do I leave now? I'll die alone. Tace glanced at the contestant and cursed under his breath. Idiot. Chun Zhao didn't care what the contestants were thinking. He turned around and walked deeper. Tess Agler and Monica hurried to catch up. The contestants hesitated for a while, but in the end, they could only follow. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura became. There seemed to be something even more terrifying up ahead. The contestants' jaws had already dropped from Chun Zhao's slaughter along the way. No matter what kind of terrifying magical beast it was, they couldn't stop Chun Zhao. They couldn't even stop him for a second. The magical beasts that stopped them were also getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of them. Chun Zhao reached out and pulled. They were pulled in front of him. They were the people who'd helped Chun Zhao gather information. Mr. Chun, it's you? Everyone was surprised and happy. They didn't expect to see Chun Zhao again, and he'd save them. Did you come to save me? Chun Zhao glanced at the familiar people before him. It was good to smile now. Fine. Everyone smiled bitterly. Follow me. Facing such a huge number of magical beasts and the people around him who needed protection, even Chun Zhao couldn't go too fast. A dark red neutron star formed in Chun Zhao's hand. Whoosh! The dark red neutron star was too powerful. Even Chun Zhao had to throw it far away. Otherwise, the people he was protecting would be the first casualties. Plus, he couldn't just throw them around, because no one knew where the contestants were hiding. Chun Zhao had to throw it within his sensing range. The dark red neutron star's killing range also had to be within his sensing range. A red circle of light exploded in the distance. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This power was too terrifying. Once it was released, it would probably destroy an entire island. The magical beast didn't appear in front of everyone for a long time. When everyone arrived at the site of the explosion of the dark red neutron star, all he saw was a terrifying crater. Here, Chun Zhao threw out another dark red neutron star. The red circle of light exploded again in the distance. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just then, the energy balls in the sky rained down on Chun Zhao. Are you going to stop me now? As soon as the energy balls touched the periphery of Chun Zhao's small world, they were crushed. The energy balls were powerful, but they were meaningless if they couldn't hit Chun Zhao. However, he still had to hurry to the passageway leading to this world from the other world as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen. Chun Zhao looked back at everyone. I have to hurry. If you don't want to die, cast a shield spell first. They didn't understand why he had to cast a shield spell to hurry. Shouldn't he cast a speed spell to hurry? Only Monica, who'd accepted Chun Zhao's plane ticket, knew what he meant. Nevertheless, they still listened to Chun Zhao's suggestion and cast a defensive spell. Bang! Suddenly, they felt immense pressure. It was like their faces had smashed into an invisible wall of air. Everyone's expression twisted and flattened. No one could maintain their elegance at a time like this. A few seconds later, Chun Zhao stopped. It had only been a few seconds, but everyone felt as if a century had passed. They realized that they didn't know where they were anymore. Looking down, they saw countless powerful magical beasts below them. Each magical beast possessed a suffocating deterrent force. Everyone clutched their chests. It was so uncomfortable that they wanted to faint right now. In the center of the magical beasts, a door of light stood. Before anyone could stop him, Chun Zhao had already dragged them to the ground. They landed in the middle of the magical beasts. Chapter 31-33. The truly terrifying thing was on the other side of the door. On the other side of the light gate, there were several extremely terrifying auras rushing over. They sensed Chun Zhao's appearance. The owner of each aura was as powerful as the Dragon King, or even more powerful than him. A beam of purple light shot out from the door. The purple light contained destructive power. When everyone saw the purple light, they could only feel a sense of awe. Chun Zhao reached out to block the purple light. He saw that his palm was falling apart. Chun Zhao frowned. His non-elemental body couldn't resist this power either. The small world could only wear away some of the purple light's destructive power. Chun Zhao immediately absorbed the purple light into his inner world and healed his damaged palm. But the purple light didn't stop. It still shot out from the other side. The purple light bombarded Chun Zhao's palm. The sparks that burst out produced a terrifying corrosive effect. The purple light grew stronger and stronger. It wasn't just the attacker increasing its power. It was also because the attacker was coming out. A strange dragon covered in bone spikes crawled out of the door. When its claws touched the ground, it felt like it was going to die. The surrounding ground was first burned by a layer of flames. Then, a layer of purple light swept past. The ground was corroded until it was full of holes. At the same time, its aura was filled with despair and terror. It was a huge source of terror, but it wasn't the first. After the door, a second one crawled out. The second magical beast was humanoid. It was covered in scales, and its limbs were extremely thick. Its fists were burning with flames. It was equally terrifying, covered in coldness, and had the same despairing aura. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Could Chun Zhao really deal with such a terrifying existence? Chun Zhao didn't hold back. Primordial Regression Technique, Level 5. Roar, roar. The two terrifying magical beasts let out deafening roars at the same time. They also seemed to be facing a great enemy. Their bodies emitted an all-out pressure. Everyone's level was too different. They couldn't tell who was stronger. To them, 101,000 were no different. But they saw Chun Zhao's even more terrifying expression. Chun Zhao licked his lips. I'm going to tear you apart. The two magical beasts charged at Chun Zhao at the same time. They could feel an even stronger murderous aura from Chun Zhao. Bang! Chun Zhao disappeared. The next moment, the strange dragon's abdomen was hit by something. Its huge body soared into the sky. Roar! The humanoid magical beast roared and punched at Chun Zhao with a flaming fist. Bang! With another loud bang, the humanoid demonic beast's giant fist shattered. In the next moment, the humanoid demonic beast also lost control and soared into the sky. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. They couldn't even see Chun Zhao. They could only vaguely see the tracks he left behind. His lightning-like speed and peerless strength transformed into a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The two magical beasts in midair once again suffered a heavy blow. The two magical beasts collided. Crackling sounds came from the bodies of the two magical beasts. They were completely reduced to sandbags. He couldn't land either. Chun Zhao whipped him in the air. It lasted for a minute. Chun Zhao finally appeared and looked at the two falling magical beasts. Fist shadow. In another instant, Chun Zhao punched out countless afterimages. It felt like he was slapping rotten meat. The two magical beasts were deformed by Chun Zhao. If they were normal creatures, they would have died from this degree of distortion. But the two magical beasts' vitality was unbelievably tenacious. Chun Zhao punched one last time. The two magical beasts rose into the air again. Everyone's pupils constricted. They saw a dark red neutron star brewing in Chun Zhao's palm again. When the dark red neutron star flew to the middle of the two magical beasts, their bodies were absorbed by the dark red neutron star's mass. Their flesh and blood rapidly disintegrated, but the process wasn't complete. The dark red neutron star shot out a red and white light. All the magical beasts in the surroundings disappeared in an instant. At the same time, The two terrifying strange dragons and humanoid magical beasts also disappeared. Their flesh and blood had all evaporated. Everyone was speechless. In their eyes, the two magical beasts were already at the peak. Before Qin Zhao, they couldn't even fight back. Qin Zhao looked at the door of light and suddenly did something strange. It was like a tug of war. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. The next moment, another magical beast came out of the door. However, that magical beast seemed to be very unwilling as it desperately tried to drill into the light door. Unfortunately, it couldn't do it. Everyone stared at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Qin Zhao had pulled it out. He destroyed two such terrifying magical beasts, but it still couldn't satisfy him. This magical beast was also powerful, but now no one felt that it was terrifying. Instead, they felt pity. That's right. As the weakest here, they actually felt pity for the magical beasts. They actually sympathized with the magical beasts. As soon as the magical beast came out, the dark lava covered it. Everyone could see the magical beast struggling madly in the dark lava. Qin Zhao didn't seem to be prepared to attack. He just let the magical beast struggle in the dark lava. Qin Zhao was still pulling on it. Another magical beast was pulled out. Qin Zhao wasn't interested in this magical beast, so he used another combo to take it away. Just then, the magical beast covered in dark lava finally stopped struggling. The dark lava seeped into its body, crazily devouring and robbing its power. When the dark magma retreated, only a skinny body was left. It was still huge, but everyone could tell that it wasn't far from death. Qin Zhao continued pulling. The fifth magical beast was pulled out. The contestants who'd been saved before already knew that Qin Zhao was strong, very strong. But their understanding of Qin Zhao was limited to very strong. As for how strong exactly, it was just a vague concept. No one could say for sure. But now, everyone only felt that Qin Zhao's strength wasn't a vague concept. It was a clear, terrifyingly strong one. After the fifth magical beast was pulled out, the door immediately started shrinking. Qin Zhao didn't care about the fifth magical beast he'd pulled out. Instead, he rushed to the door and reached out to pull the edge. Everyone was speechless again. It was clearly a spatial door. But Qin Zhao actually used his hands to stop the door from shrinking. Was there something wrong with his brain, or did he really think it was possible? The result was really unexpected. The space door really stopped shrinking. Large numbers of low-level magical beasts surged out of the door again. Of course, this low level referred to magical beasts below the divine level. The magical beasts on the other side of the door seemed to think that this could distract Qin Zhao. This would give them a chance to close the door. But Qin Zhao would give them a chance. Thousands of small black balls formed. Then they started spinning like a storm. For the low-level magical beasts, this was like a meat grinder, continuously mincing them. No matter how many magical beasts surged out, they were just more seasoning for Qin Zhao's neutron starstorm. Chapter 31-34. Qin Zhao opened the spatial door to its fullest. In the eyes of others, it would be too late to close the door. But Qin Zhao did the exact opposite. Not only did he not close the door, he even opened it wider. He pushed the portal to its maximum, which was 200 meters in diameter. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were countless magical beast leaves on the other side of the door. They were all lined up neatly too. Just like an army, different magical beasts were in different formations. There were also a few huge beasts with terrifying auras. They were like generals on the battlefield. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Zhao again. Instantly, everyone felt like their scalps were going to explode. Right now, a basketball-sized dark red neutron star was brewing in Qin Zhao's palms. Previously, Qin Zhao had only thrown out a dark red neutron star the size of a thumb. Even so, a single one could leave a 1,000-meter crater and have an effective killing range of at least 100 square kilometers. Now, how powerful was this basketball-sized dark red neutron star? No one dared to imagine. They only felt that Qin Zhao was too dangerous. Then they saw Qin Zhao push the dark red neutron star to the other side of the spatial door. Everyone saw a shocking scene. After the dark red neutron star flew past the light door, the the magical beast generals went up to stop its trajectory. However, even those terrifying demonic beasts were compressed by the dark red neutron star when they came into contact with it. The dark red neutron star's mass already determined that even if it didn't explode, its single target damage was almost limitless. Then the dark red neutron star landed in the center of the magical beast army. Everyone was in disbelief. After the dark red neutron star landed, it didn't explode directly. Instead, it produced a terrifying suction force. Tens of thousands of magical beasts were pulled into meat strips by the dark red neutron star. If it were a normal neutron star, the neutron star's strong gravity would constantly attract other celestial bodies and matter. However, with the pulsed ray burst, it would also release matter and energy at an even faster rate. Therefore, the time that neutron stars existed was much shorter than other celestial bodies. The dark red neutron star Chunjiao had created followed the same pattern. Although the mass of the dark red neutron star had reached a very ridiculous level, the matter was still 1,000,000,000,000 times worse than a real celestial body, so the time it could exist was even shorter. Just like the end of a neutron star's life, when a neutron star could no longer compress matter with its powerful gravity, matter and energy would be released in a terrifying manner. It lasted for about a few seconds. Then, time seemed to freeze in that instant. A red halo burst forth. Everything in its path, be it the mountains, the rivers, the magical beasts, or even the air, was annihilated. It was Chen Zhao's first time fighting since he became an ascendance level. It was different from the world of the feathered serpent god. At that time, Chen Zhao had yet to reach the ascendance level. Even when he was in Asgard, he hadn't truly gone all out. In Asgard, Chen Zhao faced a declining Asgard, a group of gods who had lost their physical bodies and relied on Asgard to survive. But it was different now. It was a truly complete world, and it was incomparably powerful. And from all the signs, this riot was definitely not a one-sided affair. Someone on this side was colluding with the other world. Otherwise, how could such a large magical beast army have gathered there so coincidentally? Moreover, the spatial door had opened right in front of the magical beast army. No matter how many magical beasts there were in that world, it was impossible for millions of them to gather in one area. This was a problem of the ecosystem. A forest food couldn't support so many people with big stomachs. So, Chen Zhao didn't have much to worry about when he attacked. When the crowd witnessed the annihilation of the magical beast army of several million, they couldn't use words to express their shock. "Are you staying here or coming with me? Or do you want to come with me?" Chen Zhao turned to look at the others. "Going over? For what?" Even Tess Aggle didn't understand now. "I don't like to keep enemies alive," Chen Zhao said calmly. "Those magical beasts, didn't you destroy them all? Do you think I'm the only ones in the other world?" Chen Zhao asked. "Are you going to destroy all the magical beasts in the other world?" "It's hard to destroy all of them, but maybe I can destroy that world," Chen Zhao said calmly. All the signs showed that the magical beasts in that world were extremely intelligent. After all, they already knew how to play tricks. Leaving them alive would only be a disaster. Chen Zhao was here this time, so he stopped them. But what if they opened a spatial door in a no-man's land again? Then hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of magical beasts would flood into Earth. It wouldn't wipe out all of humanity, but it would bring Chen Zhao a lot of trouble. If they hid in their own world obediently, Chen Zhao wouldn't do anything. But since they'd reached their hands out, Chen Zhao wasn't going to let it go. Plus, he could feel the world's intent. Back then, Chen Zhao had been rewarded by the world's intent for destroying Quetzalcoatl's world. This time, Chen Zhao was the same. He hadn't planned on letting it go. Now that he had the world's intense approval, Chen Zhao wanted to settle this once and for all. Everyone looked at each other. There were still many magical beasts in the ether world. It was too dangerous to stay here, but it seemed even more dangerous to go there. Plus, Chen Zhao had just said that he could destroy the world. Everyone gulped. They stared at Chen Zhao in shock. He couldn't be serious, right? If they could actually witness a world-destroying action with their own eyes, it seemed to be a very good experience. "I'll go with you," Tess Aggle said. I don't want to face those magical beasts alone. He still hadn't recovered from his battle with Mori-the-Raggle. In fact, it had only been 2 hours since his battle with Mori-the-Raggle. He wasn't a true Enchanting realm cultivator, so his recovery speed was far slower. As for Monica, she'd obtained Sacred Michael's power, but she hadn't completely merged with it. She was also very unfamiliar with this power, so she didn't have much combat power. The other contestants were strong, but they were also helpless against the tidal wave of magical beasts. So, everyone decided to follow Chun Zhao to the spatial door. After all, they couldn't decide Chun Zhao's actions, so they could only decide their own actions. Chapter 31-35. They followed Chun Zhao to the other side of the portal. It was a vast plain. There was a terrifying crater in the distance. It was the center of the explosion left by Chun Zhao's dark red neutron star. The dark red neutron star had a destructive radius of hundreds of kilometers. Almost all living things within this radius were annihilated, but they could still see traces of magical beasts in the distance. Even under that kind of terrifying lethality, there was no way he would be able to escape. There were still magical beasts that didn't die. Chun Zhao didn't care about the struggling magical beasts. He raised his arms, and the ground started shaking. Immediately, everyone realized that the ground was cracking. No, it wasn't cracking. The ground they were standing on was rising into the air. The ground within a dozen kilometers was rising. At this moment, everyone was standing on this huge rock that was raised high. They vaguely realized what Chun Zhao wanted to do. What would happen if a rock with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers smashed into the ground from the sky? If he wanted to completely destroy the world, he would need to make the meteorite go over 200,000 kilometers per hour, which was around 60 kilometers per second. It was very difficult to make such a huge object reach that speed. But if he wanted to completely annihilate all life on the surface, he only needed to reach 10,000 kilometers per hour. As long as he could pull the rock high enough, the acceleration of gravity would be enough to achieve this. Plus, Chun Zhao had to completely destroy the world. He wanted to be like the world of Serpent God. He wanted to take the world's consciousness for himself. When the rock reached a height where they could see the entire world clearly, it finally stopped. Everyone didn't feel it was difficult to breathe. Chun Zhao had long used his small world to reserve air. This was the air he'd reserved before they entered this world. If Chun Zhao came in alone, he wouldn't need to prepare this at all. But there were also these little guys. So, Chun Zhao had to make some preparations. Chun Zhao felt that it was about the right height. He pushed the rock heavily. The huge rock crashed down with a whoosh. A few seconds later, it turned into a huge fireball. At the same time, a huge tail of smoke swept across the sky. At the end of the horizon, a sun rose. Even from 10,000 kilometers away, everyone could still see the dazzling light. Okay, we should go back. Chun Zhao wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. After all, it was a disaster that he'd personally created. Chun Zhao brought everyone back to the ether world who still hadn't had enough. No one had expected it to be so fast. Originally, they thought that this would be a time-consuming task, but Chun Zhao only used 10 minutes. When Chun Zhao returned to the Taiyan world, he immediately closed the spatial door. At this moment, Zhang Tianyi descended from the sky. Chun Zhao, you closed the portal? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Zhang Tianyi felt a headache coming on. Did you go there? No, I'm tired. I'll leave these people to you. Chun Zhao, you must have been there. You can't let go of that world. Give me the coordinates. You can't keep it to yourself. At the moment, Zhang Tianyi's level had reached its peak. He was only one step away from Ascendance level. However, he did not have the chance to devour the wills of other worlds. He did not receive any reward from the world will. In this incident, Zhang Tianyi had made it sound so righteous. How could he not want to take the opportunity to break through to Ascendance level? However, he couldn't do what Chun Zhao did. In the end, they still needed to borrow Chun Zhao's power. Chun Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi and stopped talking. Everyone was confused. Keep it to himself? They couldn't understand Zhang Tianyi's intentions at all. Clearly, Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi's topic was too complicated. It was completely beyond their understanding. Chun Zhao definitely didn't just destroy the world, But Chun Zhao didn't seem to have done anything else in those 10 minutes, right? Seeing that Chun Zhao was silent, Zhang Tianyi could only ask the others, did he go there just now? The others were embarrassed. They didn't want to offend Zhang Tianyi. But the problem was they didn't dare to offend Chun Zhao either. If Zhang Tianyi asked them privately, they would definitely tell him everything they knew. But now they were asking in front of Chun Zhao. They wouldn't dare to say anything. Chun Zhao had just destroyed a world. They were very sure that they couldn't take a beating from that world. They were also certain that if Chun Zhao was determined to kill them, no one in their organization or family would be able to protect them. Zhang Tianyi obviously knew their situation. What he wanted wasn't their answer. He didn't need them to answer either. If Chun Zhao really didn't go there, they could tell him directly. Since they were hesitant, it meant that Chun Zhao had gone. Plus, Zhang Tianyi knew that Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't let go of such a big piece of meat. Chun Zhao, it's not a good habit to take everything for yourself. Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi. I don't like being used. This time, I was wrong. What else? What conditions? Tell me. You work for me for free for the Olympians. I'll take your share. Don't even think about it. Goodbye. Wait. Don't go. Zhang Tianyi looked bitter. You can't do this. You're too greedy. I'll give you half of my share. No, all of it. Half. Only half at most. Go find another world. Oh, remember to cripple that world's consciousness first. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao with tears in his eyes. If he could cripple it, he wouldn't need to use Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's strongest combat power wasn't a joke. Not to mention that Chun Zhao had already reached ascension. Even when they were at the same level, Chun Zhao was dozens of times stronger than him in terms of combat power. Chun Zhao could use that Doomsday Strike. But Zhang Tianyi didn't have that ability. He thought that he could use Chun Zhao to save a lot of money. But when he rushed over, Chun Zhao had already taken care of it. Do you believe that I won't join your operation? If you don't want to, then don't. Will I definitely fail without you? Zhang Tianyi's expression became even worse. I was just saying, let's both take a step back, Zhang Tianyi said, gritting his teeth. I'll give you 70%. Don't push your luck. Chun Zhao shook his head. I said that I want all of it. You're too much. Am I being too much, or are you? I even suspect that you're the one who opened the door to this world. You're slandering me. Anyway, it doesn't affect me whether you accept or reject the deal. If you don't accept it, I can't bear to take it out. I can keep it for myself. Chapter 31-36. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi were both greedy. Zhang Tianyi didn't want Chun Zhao to ask for such an exorbitant price. Chun Zhao would rather leave this new world occupied by magical beasts there. The world will of the serpent god's world was enough for him to devour for a few hundred years. There was no need for him to get a second one. It wasn't that he didn't need it. It was just that the cycle was too long. It was basically useless in the short term. But he had given it to Zhang Tianyi just like that. Chun Zhao knew that he wasn't that generous. What's more, Zhang Tianyi used him this time. Thinking of this, Chun Zhao was furious. Zhang Tianyi was allowed to make use of him. Wouldn't he be able to blackmail him? Chun Zhao didn't believe that Zhang Tianyi and his Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters sect couldn't find another suitable world. But that also depended on whether it was suitable or not. There was also the issue of combat power. It wanted to devour the world wills of other worlds. First, he had to cripple them. But would the world will be so easily destroyed? Even Chun Zhao had to use his ultimate move. As for the others, there was no need to mention the lethality of a meteor. Even the dark red neutron, Star couldn't do it. In their team, apart from Chun Zhao, Bifla was the most lethal. But even Bifla couldn't create this level of damage. No matter what Zhang Tianyi said, Chun Zhao wouldn't agree. If you don't want it, I'll go to Bivera. Although he doesn't need it now, he will definitely need it in the future. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Wait, motherfucker. Zhang Tianyi cursed with a black face. In the end, he still accepted Chun Zhao's black-hearted price. Clean up this place, Zhang Tianyi said unhappily. Chun Zhao glanced at the galaxy in the sky. At this moment, he had already stopped his bombardment. It was as if nothing had happened, full of tranquility and beauty. You said that you haven't found the artifact that can control the galaxy in the sky. We haven't found the person, so of course we haven't found the item either. That thing's pretty powerful, Chun Zhao said meaningfully. If he could completely control that divine artifact, perhaps its destructive power would not be inferior to his dark red neutron star. Unfortunately, there's a flaw. What flaws? I can only unleash its full power here. That's useless. Chun Zhao immediately lost interest. If he could use it freely, it would be like obtaining an additional skill. However, it could only be used here, so the value of this divine artifact would be greatly reduced. Chun Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi. Was your original goal to steal the divine artifact from the mastermind and conquer the world of Warcraft? Zhang Tianyi stopped talking. Chun Zhao vaguely remembered that Zhang Tianyi had asked him to be a backup a few times. Did you guess that there was something wrong with that divine artifact, but you weren't very sure? Zhang Tianyi still said nothing. Chun Zhao was even more dissatisfied. Fuck, Chun Zhao cursed. Chun Zhao almost wanted to kill Zhang Tianyi. In the end, the second match was forced to stop due to an accident in the Taito world. Those who weren't eliminated and didn't die before the end all advanced to the next round. This was supposed to be a good thing, but this incident resulted in more than 200 casualties. More than 300 people were seriously injured. This was already an extremely serious matter. However, the competition continued and did not stop because of this incident. There were also those who had been manually eliminated by the judges. The number of people who advanced was around 400. Although it was still a distance from the expected 256 spots. Chun Zhao could not care so much right now. The third match was an elimination match, but it wasn't a one-on-one match. Instead, it was a four-person battle royale. This time, 100 people would be chosen directly from the 400 participants. A 25% chance of elimination. That's pretty much the situation this time. What do you think? Chun Zhao looked at Alunnarai and Manit. Both of them were deep in thought. To be honest, even though these words came from Chun Zhao, they still found it unbelievable. Destroying the world. Was there really someone who could do this all by himself? But suspicion was just suspicion. With their intelligence, it wasn't hard for them to tell the truth. Chun Zhao didn't have to lie to them. They just felt that it was a pity that they couldn't see the apocalypse with their own eyes. Even spiritualists probably hadn't seen the apocalypse. Alunnarai was the first to speak. President, the question now is whether or not Zhang Tianyi is the mastermind behind this incident. Right? Sort of. Chun Zhao nodded. I feel that the old man is really evil. Maybe he did it. I think Zhang Tianyi might know something, or at least part of it, Alunnarai said. He might also be using you, but I don't agree that he's the mastermind. From your conversation with Zhang Tianyi, you can see that Zhang Tianyi also has many information blind spots. For example, he doesn't understand that divine artifact, so he needs you to help him. Because the information isn't complete, Zhang Tianyi is worried that things will go out of control. If all the information is transparent and controllable, Zhang Tianyi won't need you to help him. He can analyze the feasibility or success rate himself. Then why can't he be an accomplice? President, first of all, Zhang Tianyi is a human. There's no doubt about that. What good does betraying humans do for him? But you can't say that he's completely impossible. No, every action needs a motive. This is logic. A madman must have the crazy logic of a madman to kill someone. Zhang Tianyi is not a madman. And even if he is a madman, he doesn't need to destroy human society to prove his madness. Then how do you explain how he knows so much? Maybe the mastermind told him. The mastermind told him? Why? To make things more difficult for himself? Maybe it's to get Zhang Tianyi to join them, Manit said. Manit said, that's very possible. Zhang Tianyi's idea is to publicize the supernatural world. The mastermind might be using this to cooperate with Celestial Master Zhang. And the mastermind doesn't know that Zhang Tianyi actually has his own plans. On one hand, he wants to use the mastermind to expose the spiritual world, but on the other hand, he has his own plans. He wants to steal the divine artifact from the mastermind in that world. He's using the president as a backup. That old guy is really bad. Chun Zhao twitched his lips. In terms of scheming, he really couldn't beat Zhang Tianyi. If not for a Lunarai and Manit, Chen Zhao really wouldn't have thought so deeply. Whatever. No matter what, this is over. Chen Zhao shrugged. I don't know when the Eidolon world will be opened again. Chapter 31-37. There wasn't much to say about the third match. 4 people fought, and 1 person advanced. This match was only a competition of strength and combat ability. Actually, this was an extra match, so the schedule was tight. Chen Zhao walked into the arena listlessly. The arena was a huge alternate dimension. It was large, but it wasn't a complete alternate dimension. There was almost nothing there. A majestic arena stood in the center of the space. Chen Zhao didn't know where in the main world it came from. Around the Colosseum were the 100 contestants he was responsible for. Chen Zhao picked up the list. Now the first match begins. Andro, Libijan, Mitsuji, Paul Vidal enter. The 4 contestants jumped into the arena from the audience seats. The rule is that you can't attack private parts. When I decide that someone is eliminated, that person will be eliminated. You can choose not to accept it, or I can throw you out. Then the match begins. The 4 contestants didn't know Chen Zhao and were very disdainful of his words. It was mainly because Chen Zhao wasn't old enough and he wasn't famous at all. Therefore, they didn't think much of him. Even though Chen Zhao was the judge, they still thought that he'd gotten the position through connections. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't care what they thought. The 4 looked at each other. No one attacked first. Suddenly, Andro took the initiative to act. His target was none other than the Japanese, Mitsuji. Andro was very fast. He punched at Mitsuji. Mitsuji's figure flashed. He was also very fast, dodging Andro's attack in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! A streak of sword energy whizzed past. Andro also dodged with speed. With a whoosh, the sword energy slashed the wall. Hiss! The wall was cut open, as well as the audience seats behind it. The power of this slash was quite astonishing. Andro looked back at the wall and the audience seats that had been cut open. He was a bit surprised, but also a bit scared. If that attack had landed on him, he'd probably have been decapitated. Andro glared at Mitsuji in anger. Shockwave. Andro punched through the air. A streak of white light shot out from his fist. Mitsui Dera immediately dodged, and the white light blasted the wall behind him. The wall immediately collapsed, and the impact also affected the audience seats behind him. It was no less powerful than Mitsui Dera's previous attack. Even Chen Zhao was surprised. Was the first contestant so strong? The battle between Andro and Mitsui Dera was in full swing. The battle between Libijan and Paul Vidal had also begun. Libijan was an elemental witch, while Paul Vidal was a shaman. The battle between the two was also quite shocking. Both sides were experts in the use and manipulation of the elements. All sorts of elements bombarded the opponent. However, elemental magic was considered a large area of effect attack. Moreover, they were all high-level spells. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would be affected by them. Andro and Mitsui Dera were originally in full swing. In the end, Andro was hit by a shadow lightning arc from behind. Mitsui Dera seized the opportunity and slashed at him. Chen Zhao quickly appeared before Mitsui Dera and Andro. With a tap of his finger, Mitsui Dera's blade was blocked. You? Mitsui Dera stared at Chen Zhao in shock and anger. Ignoring Mitsui Dera, Chen Zhao glanced at Andro. You're eliminated. Get out of my way. I haven't lost yet. Andro was furious. His injuries affected him a little, but he felt that he still had his combat power. Moreover, he was very unwilling to lose this battle. I'll say it again. You're eliminated. Andro swung his fist at Chen Zhao without a care. But his fist didn't even touch Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's fist landed on Andro's face first. Bang! Andro's head smashed into the ground. The entire ground of the arena cracked and shattered. Do you have any objections? Seems like you don't. Chen Zhao grabbed the unconscious Andro and smashed him into the audience seats in the distance. You 3 continue. The 3 were somewhat surprised by this small interlude. However, the 3 of them quickly regained their composure and returned to the match. In the end, the match ended with Mitsuji's final victory. Of course, Mitsui Dara had won partly because he was strong. In Chun Zhao's opinion, Mitsui Dara had won because he was stronger than the other three. It was true that the strongest person might not be able to break through in a four-person battle. However, the strongest person had the highest chance of advancing. The second four-person battle began. Chun Zhao read out the names of the four contestants. One of them, Walter, had just entered the arena. He immediately jogged over to Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, hello." Chun Zhao remembered Walter. He was a contestant he'd saved in the second round. He was also one of the contestants in the first round. Regardless of whether it was the first or the second round, Walter had a good understanding of Chun Zhao's strength. Whatever Chun Zhao said was the rule. He couldn't go against any of Chun Zhao's orders. For example, the idiot Andro just now. He'd already proved how much Chun Zhao couldn't be provoked. "Okay, the battle is starting. Let's talk after the battle. Mr. Chun, I'll win. Please watch carefully." Actually, after Walter's encounter in the Eidolon world and witnessing Chun Zhao's doomsday attack, he actually had an epiphany and had a breakthrough. His strength improved by leaps and bounds. Walter won the second round with an overwhelming advantage. "Congratulations, Walter. You won." Walter looked at Chun Zhao excitedly. Chun Zhao nodded and waved his hand. "Go down. Don't affect the later rounds." Walter hurried back to the audience seats. Many of the contestants in the following rounds knew Chun Zhao. After all, the first round was on Island 98. Many people had stayed. Now, they'd met Chun Zhao again. They all knew Chun Zhao's strength. Anyone who'd been to Island 98 knew how terrifying Chun Zhao's strength was. Thus, almost no one dared to be rude before Chun Zhao. On the other hand, many of the contestants who didn't know Chun Zhao were filled with disdain and hostility. As for the contestants who didn't care about Chun Zhao, they were all eliminated without exception. Chun Zhao had always said that he was fair and just. However, Chun Zhao's understanding of fair and just was cheating when others didn't know. As long as no one noticed Chun Zhao's tricks, no one could criticize Chun Zhao. There were a few people present who had their doubts, but they all knew Chun Zhao. They'd all entered that world with Chun Zhao in the second round. They'd all seen Chun Zhao's doomsday attack, so they just smiled and didn't say anything. Chapter 31-38. 100 contestants, 4-man battle royale. This meant that Chun Zhao had to be in charge of 25 matches. The shortest match only lasted 3 minutes. However, the longest match they had ever played was a full 7 hours. Even Chun Zhao found it boring. But this was a competition. With no time limit, there was a high chance that something like this would happen. After the 25 matches, it was already the 4th day. Even Chun Zhao felt tired. Of course, the tiredness was mental. It was a rather painful process. Some matches were fine. They were exciting and didn't last long. But others weren't so enjoyable. There were no techniques at all. They just fought each other. They were evenly matched. Then they just stood there and kept releasing magic power to see who ran out of magic power first. These matches were not entertaining at all. There was no technique at all. But the contestants couldn't be blamed. After all, they weren't here to show off their skills. There wasn't a rule that said the matches had to be entertaining. Chun Zhao wasn't the worst off. Zhang Tianyi was the worst off. The matches he was in charge of lasted for 6 days. There were 3 or 4 matches almost every day. One could imagine what he had been through. To Chun Zhao's relief, Helis and Elite both made it into the top 100. Is the 4th match still a single match? Chun Zhao sat on the chair and leaned back lazily. If it was still a single match like the 3rd match, Chun Zhao felt that he would be depressed. "No, the 4th match is survival," Zhang Tianyi said. "What do you mean?" Chun Zhao asked, confused. "There are 4 extreme environments. The first one is the extremely cold environment. There's a mysterious ice cave under Island 98 where the temperature is negative 100 degrees all year round. The cold air there can even cause frostbite to the soul. The second one is Island 35. The average temperature of the Abyss volcano there is more than 100 degrees. The third one is the deep reef sea area of Island 21. The deepest sea area there can even reach 15,000 meters. The fourth one is the sky. It's a test of who can fly the highest. Zhang Tianyi paused and continued. For these 4 extreme environment tests, the contestants can choose any one of them. The cold and hot environments are a competition of endurance to see who can last the longest in the extreme environment. The deep sea test is to see who can dive the deepest. The fatal height, as the name suggests, is to see who can fly the highest. Only 4 people can advance in each of these tests. That is to say, if only 4 people choose one test, then no matter what the score of these 4 people is, they will advance directly. If someone is unlucky and 99 people choose the same test, then all 99 people have to compete for the 4 spots in this test. What a troublesome match. Isn't there a direct match? Originally, there were, but in order to accommodate a picky judge like you, we added some special events to the competition. Old Zhang, you're too picky. Anyway, that's the situation. Which category are you in charge of? Zhang Tianyi asked. Aren't there 7 judges? I don't think I need to be in charge of one category for the 4th match, right? None of the 4 suits me, the old shaman said. I'm a shaman. My power comes from nature, but these extreme environments aren't natural environments. They're very effective against me. My performance might not be as good as some contestants. I don't want to embarrass myself, so I'll be absent for the 4th match. I can be in charge of the extreme hot environment, Biflis said. I can be in charge of the extreme cold environment. Mary, the 23rd blood, said. I'm not good at high altitudes or extreme depths, Wushu said. My situation is similar, Qingping said. Taoist spells can allow you to ride the clouds, but you can't fly too high. Me too, Zhang Tianyi said helplessly. But my water escape spell can be used a little, so I can only choose the high altitudes. Yes. Okay. I'll be in charge of the high altitudes. The assignment for the 4th match was completed. The old shaman, Qingping, and Wushu were absent from the refereeing. The flaws in their spells were too obvious, so they took the initiative to give way. Chen Zhao couldn't blame them. He couldn't force them to do it, right? Just then, Zhang Tianyi's phone rang. Then it was Mary, the 23rd blood, and Biflis. Chen Zhao was confused. All 3 of their phones rang at the same time. Did they plan this beforehand? Zhang Tianyi picked up. I'm Zhang Tianyi. Grandmaster, something happened. Something big happened. What happened? The incident in the ether world has been exposed. Exposed? Yes, dozens of media outlets around the world have obtained a videotape. Now all the TV stations are broadcasting the supernatural events in this videotape. What? How could this be? Do you know who exposed it? I don't know. I haven't gotten any useful information yet. It was an anonymous person who sent it to the TV stations. The whole world is in an uproar now. Everyone is seeking and waiting for an answer. Hearing the news, Zhang Tianyi had mixed feelings. In the end, it still happened. Just as Zhang Tianyi had guessed, information spread at an indescribable speed in this era. It had only been a few minutes, but everyone already knew about it. Bifla and the 23rd generation Blood Mary also ended their conversation at this time. They looked at Zhang Tianyi in shock. Did something happen? Chen Zhao realized that all 3 of them had strange expressions. Take out your phone and search the ether world. Soon, Chen Zhao understood what had happened. The spiritual world had finally been completely exposed to normal people. This time was different from all the other times. In the past, the media had discovered supernatural events, but the governments had easily covered it up. This time, it was completely exposed. The governments couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. Chen Zhao found news about the ether world on the internet. Or rather, it was a 10-minute video. It was a battle between a few contestants and a magical beast. In the end, they sacrificed one person in order to eliminate this magical beast. Chen Zhao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he wasn't filmed. Otherwise, it wouldn't just cause an uproar, but panic. Chapter 31-39. The Etherworld incident was like a depth charge. At first, the depth charge created a huge wave when it hit the water. But it soon calmed down. This was because all the governments were trying their best to cover up the incident, to cover the existence of the spiritual world. It was just a short day of peace. On the 3rd day, the depth charge finally showed its true power. More things were revealed by people with ulterior motives. This time, even the governments could not cover it up. This was a characteristic given by the times. Information flowed too quickly. Before the governments could react, the information was already widely spread. With the Ether World incident, more supernatural incidents were revealed. Even many genuine spiritualists had appeared on TV. They were no longer the scammers who used the name of spiritualist in the past. Those who appeared on TV this time were almost all genuine spiritualists. Even the unwritten rules of the spiritual world could not stop them. More and more people believed and accepted the existence of the spiritual world. Chen Zhao enjoyed the sunlight on the balcony lazily. It seemed like the exposure of the spiritual world did not affect him at all. The social order still existed. It did not collapse because of the existence of the spiritual world. A cheerful and childish ringtone sounded. Chen Zhao picked it up. "Hey, Steven, what's up?" "Hey, Chen, you're a spiritualist, right?" "Sort of. You already know. Why are you asking me now?" "Chen, do you know any other spiritualists? What do you want? If it's some supernatural incident, I should be able to take care of it." No, Steven said. "I just signed a TV project with PLM. I need some spiritualists." "Have you finished the movie with Grove?" "Not yet. It'll be released on Christmas. It's in post-production and promotion." "You want a spiritualist to film a TV series?" I'm not sure if I can find one for you. I'll ask someone I know." "Why do you need a spiritualist? They could do special effects too, right?" "To be realistic. Also, the topic of the spiritual world has been too popular these days. I want to make this TV series to make use of it." "You're a top director in Hollywood. Won't you look bad if you film a TV series?" "As long as the price is high, I'll do it even if you want me to film a TV series." "Then what price can you offer?" "I don't know how the people in the spiritual world charge. Do you have any suggestions?" "If it's an ordinary, low-level one, they'll treat you like a grandfather for a few hundred or a few $1,000s. If it's more expensive, you'll need tens of thousands of dollars. I can even get you hundreds of thousands." "How much does the most expensive one cost?" "You can't afford it. Are you looking down on me? You can take a look at Pope JD. 1 to 200 million USD. Are you sure you want to invite them to show their faces? I can help you contact them for free. Pretend I didn't say anything. Tell me your requirements, and I'll evaluate it for you. What I need is something with a little bit of fame, and, at the same time, a considerable effect. That is a magical effect. Do you understand what I mean?" "Beautiful magic, isn't it?" Yes, that's what I mean." Chen Zhao thought for a moment. "There are a lot of people who can cast beautiful spells. I know quite a few. What's your budget?" "Within $2 million. You don't have to fight with random things, right?" No. How about this? I'll give you a contact number. I'll tell her first, and you can call her in 10 minutes. "A woman?" "Yes, a witch or an elemental witch. She can meet my requirements, right?" "Don't worry. Out of all the people I know, her magic is the most beautiful. Even I can't reach her level. If you want to use CGI, you'll probably have to invest tens of millions of dollars." "Hello, are you Ms. Jalanash?" "I prefer you to call me Miss," Jalanash replied. "Are you Director Steven?" "Yes, I am. Did Chen tell you?" "Yes." "When do you have time? I want to talk to you in person. Also, I need to confirm your abilities." "Anytime. Can I do it now?" "Sure. Pick a place." Then, Jalanash arrived at the place where she had agreed to meet Steven. When Steven saw Jalanash, he was very surprised. You're Ms. Jalanash?" "Yes." Jalanash nodded. "I heard that you wanted to shoot a TV show." Steven looked at her. "I want to know how much you can do." Jalanash looked around. This was a high-end seaside restaurant, but apart from them, there were no other customers. There were only a few waiters walking around. "Here? This restaurant is mine," Steven said. "Of course, I don't want this place to be destroyed. It's very expensive, after all." Jalanash stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Steven followed him out. Just then, he realized that Jalanash's feet were breaking free of gravity, but she was still walking forward. A red orb appeared beside Jalanash. Then there was the second blue sphere, followed by the third yellow sphere and the fourth green sphere. 4 orbs surrounded Jalanash. Steven was surprised, but it wasn't enough to satisfy him. "Anything else?" Jalanash raised her hands. Steven suddenly felt a wave of heat coming at him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Looking up, he saw the thing that was emitting a scorching aura. A huge ball of fire appeared over Jolene Nash. It had a diameter of 10 meters. Is that enough? Jolene Nash asked, looking down from above. Stephen forced himself to calm down, but he still wasn't satisfied. Can it be bigger? He asked. Chun said that your spells can save me tens of millions of dollars if you use CGI to show them. Jolene Nash used all her magic power. The fireball in the sky became bigger and hotter. It had a diameter of 30 meters. The huge fireball almost blocked Stephen's vision. That's enough. Are there any other spells? Jolene Nash exhaled. It was indeed hard for her to maintain such a huge fireball, but she still accepted it for the generous reward. After dispersing the fireball, Jolene Nash rested for a while. Whoosh! Jolene Nash waved her arm, and thousands of spheres appeared around her. There were red, blue, yellow, and green spheres. Chapter 3140. Stephen's eyes almost popped out. He'd seen Chun Zhao fight before, but when Chun Zhao had done it before him, there was no beauty to it at all. He'd kill a monster with one punch. The scene was bloody, but there was no beauty at all. It couldn't even compare to Jolene Nash. It was too dazzling. Stephen couldn't think of such a beautiful scene, no matter how hard he tried. Of course, the scene was beautiful, but it wouldn't be beautiful at all if it was thrown onto someone's body. Can you throw these colored balls out? If you want me to destroy all the surrounding buildings and kill everyone, I can do it, Jolene Nash said. These elemental balls will bombard everything around indiscriminately. They don't have a specific target. All right, put it away, put it away. Stephen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He suddenly felt a little terrified. After that, Stephen asked Jolene Nash to demonstrate a few more spells. Anyway, what he wanted was gorgeous and exaggerated magic. As for power, his target audience was regular people anyway. Regular people didn't know how effective these spells were. They just needed to be eye-catching. Stephen was very satisfied with Jolene Nash. He didn't know what level she was. But judging from Chun Zhao's tone, Jolene Nash should be a high-level spiritualist. So, Stephen wasn't stingy. He gave Jolene Nash a very high price. After Jolene Nash signed the contract, Stephen called Chun Zhao. Chun, I've signed a contract with Miss Jolene Nash. How about it? Do you want to act too? Forget it. I can't do magic as colorful as Jolene Nash, Angelina said, shaking her head. Don't. I know you. You can't do beautiful spells, but you're definitely better than others in a fight. Hearing Stephen's words, Chun Zhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a joke. Film a fight? You probably don't know how scary animal protection organizations are, right? In America, human rights organizations, child protection organizations, and animal protection organizations were known as the three most righteous terrorist organizations. Be it stopping the filming of a movie, stopping the production of a factory, or stopping the operation of a company. As long as they had something on them, they could make anyone want to die. So, if they could avoid animal abuse, discrimination, and violating minors, they would try their best to avoid it. No, not try their best. They definitely couldn't appear. Chun Zhao was sure that if he and Stephen filmed some super violent scenes, Stephen and Chun Zhao wouldn't care. There would definitely be huge trouble. Then how much will you pay me? Get lost. Do you need my appearance fee? You also know that I don't lack that bit of appearance fee. You're planning to let a super rich person on the Forbes list make a cameo appearance for you? Don't you think you're going too far? Fine. Recommend me a few more. Miss Jolene Nash alone isn't enough. Just ask Jolene Nash to recommend you. She basically knows everyone I know. She knows what effect you want. Well, are you not in LA? You just found out? Nonsense. It's been a long time since we last contacted each other. If I hadn't contacted Famtis and heard that she's piloting a plane, I wouldn't even know you were out. Where are you now? In a secretive place, Chun Zhao said. I can't tell you. Although the spirit world had been completely exposed. However, the 100 Ku Islands still did not allow ordinary people to enter. Thus, Chun Zhao could not reveal the location of the 100 Ku Islands. All right, you're being so secretive. Now that the whole world knows about the spiritual world, why are you still being secretive? I thought that being mysterious would increase my charm. I really want to find a guy who exposed me and beat him up. He hung up the call with Stephen. He was thinking about the next competition. He was in charge of the high-altitude event. It was a competition to see who could fly higher. Because not every contestant can fly. Therefore, it had its own limitations. This had nothing to do with strength. It was related to the magic system they practiced. Those who could fly might not participate. Those who participated in the competition were basically outstanding in the flying event. Of the 100 contestants, less than 10 chose the flying event. More accurately, there were only 8. 8 people fought for 4 spots. The elimination rate was 50%. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. On the day of the competition, all 8 contestants came to report to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao brought an altitude measuring device. It was worn on his wrist like a watch. Chun Zhao tested it. It was very accurate. None of the 8 contestants were convinced. They were all glaring at each other. If Chun Zhao was not present, they would probably have started fighting. Because the high-altitude event didn't have any special requirements for the environment, Chun Zhao was given a normal island. It was only a few square kilometers and had some sparse vegetation. Chun Zhao glanced at the 8 contestants. "Okay, who's first?" Chun Zhao asked after looking at the list. "Mr. Judge, are you sure you can judge my results?" One of the contestants looked at Chun Zhao arrogantly. "Okay, shut up. If you want to compete, then compete. If not, scram. If you keep talking, I'll eliminate you manually." The contestant's voice stopped. His expression was ugly. He clenched his fists, as if he was about to lose control of his emotions. Chun Zhao flicked his finger to the side. A 1,000-meter gap appeared beside him. At the same time, a force whizzed past the sea on the other side of the island. The contestant immediately controlled his emotions. The other contestants all looked mockingly at the contestant who'd provoked Chun Zhao. This contestant clearly didn't have high EQ. No matter how confident or arrogant you were, you shouldn't provoke a judge. He didn't even understand such a simple logic. The contestant was definitely from some big family. Everyone spoiled him at home. That was why he felt like he was second to the heavens. The contestant snorted and buried his dissatisfaction. The next moment, a pair of pure white wings suddenly extended from the contestant's back. Whoosh! The contestant suddenly soared into the sky. Chun Zhao also flew up, following closely behind the contestant. "Eat my fart," the contestant muttered to himself as he flew upward with even more effort. Chun Zhao still followed behind expressionlessly. Chun Zhao was not optimistic about his results. Even if he used the holy light spell, Angel Wings. If it was just flying or speed, Angel Wings was indeed very outstanding. But they were competing in height now. It wasn't the height that limited the contestants. It was the thin air and cold high altitudes. If they went any higher, they would have to face the problem of cosmic radiation after passing the thin oxygen layer. Chapter 31:41. The early stages of flying weren't difficult at all. As long as you could fly, anything was fine. In the troposphere within 10,000 meters, apart from feeling the gravitational effect decrease, the higher you went, the easier it was. But after the troposphere, you reached the stratosphere. Then you started to feel uncomfortable. The temperature plummeted, the oxygen thinned, and the radiation increased. It could be said that the real test was above 10,000 meters. So, the contestant just flew up without any protection. To Chun Zhao, the contestant was just using his ignorance to show his incompetence. Just as Chun Zhao had guessed, when he reached 8,000 meters, the contestant's body started to be covered in frost due to the temperature. At the same time, his limbs became stiff. The cold would cause body fat to be depleted several times faster than normal. So, the contestant used up a lot of energy. Spiritualists had better stamina than regular people. But as long as he wasn't an enhancer, his stamina wouldn't be that good. The contestant stopped at 9,000 meters. Chun Zhao didn't say anything. He just hovered in front of the contestant. The contestant's face was as cold as ice. He'd been proud of his flying ability. But now, it seemed that he was completely exhausted. But Chun Zhao still looked relaxed. The contestant cast a recovery spell on himself. Then he flew up again. Chun Zhao shook his head slightly. If he was willing to cast a defensive spell now, his result would be even better. It was just as Chun Zhao had expected. The contestant flew another 1,000 meters and then couldn't go any higher. The contestant was clearly unwilling to give up. He wanted to continue climbing. But the next moment, he suddenly felt dizzy. The world spun and he fell. Chun Zhao grabbed the contestant and landed on the ground. As soon as the contestant landed, he pushed Chun Zhao away. You interfered with my competition. I can go higher. What did I say? I needed you to do anything? I want to complain. Chun Zhao sent the contestant flying with a slap. He stared at the contestant coldly. You're eliminated. The other contestants all looked at him mockingly. Putting aside the contestant's result, he went against the judge right after he landed. He was asking for death. This wasn't a sports competition. In a supernatural competition, the judge had a lot of power. As for how much authority they had, it mainly depended on the strength of the referee. The referee in front of him was obviously very powerful. He didn't understand the situation at all and openly questioned and criticized the referee. If this wasn't courting death, what was? However, this was also good. With one less person, there were only 7 contestants left, and they were fighting for 4 spots to advance. Good, that's good. Second, Feather Lin. Chun Zhao looked at the only Asian present. Lin Yu walked up and cupped his hands. Chun Zhao nodded. You can begin. Mr. Referee, may I ask if I can take off, but not land counts as a result? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Soon, Chun Zhao understood what feather meant by being able to take off, but not land. Lin Yu squatted down. Then, with a push of his feet, he instantly rushed into the air. Very quickly, it was obvious that Lin Yu was an enhancer. The strength of his jump was extremely exaggerated. The ground within a radius of more than 100 feet was almost crushed by him. He wasn't flying, he was jumping. Of course, since Chun Zhao had accepted his method, it didn't matter whether it was flying or jumping. Very soon, Lin Yu had reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. His speed did not slow down because of this, and he was still leaping upwards. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 25,000 meters. Chun Zhao looked at Lin Yu, who was almost frozen into ice. If you go any higher, you'll die. Are you sure you want to keep going? Lin Yu's lips were already purple from the cold. He looked at Chun Zhao, who was flying at the same height as him. As expected of a referee, he'd barely reached this height. However, the referee did not seem to be struggling at all. Can you help me land? Chun Zhao grabbed Lin Yu, and they descended quickly. Mr. Referee, what's my result? Before I announce your result, you have to prove to me that you can fly. I don't need you to fly very high. You just need to be able to float 10 centimeters above the ground for more than 10 seconds, Chun Zhao said. In the end, this is a flying competition, not a jumping competition. Lin Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural. The others were gloating, but there were also those who agreed with him. Helpless, Lin Yu could only walk to the center. Chun Zhao thought of himself in the past. If an enhancer wanted to fly, he had to meet a special condition. He had to fuse magic into his body. Magic was lighter than air. When his body was filled with magic and reached a critical point, his body would be able to float. Because this condition was so strict, Chun Zhao even flew later than Jalanesh. Chun Zhao felt that Lin Yu had probably reached his previous level. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu started fusing his magic into his body. It seemed that he knew the trick too. Gradually, the surroundings started to lose gravity. The stones around him started to float weightlessly. However, they were very low, only slightly above the ground. Lin Yu increased his magic output and creation. It was obvious that he was having a hard time. Gradually, Lin Yu started to leave the ground. His feet started to rise into the air. Okay, that's enough, Chun Zhao said. Lin Yu, 25,000 meters. Chun Zhao looked at the crowd. Third, Oride. Oride's magic was very special. He kept inhaling and then inflated himself into a ball, slowly floating into the air. He flew very, very high. He flew up to 35,000 meters. It could be said that the contestants all had their own abilities. However, they were still made of flesh and blood. None of them could truly overcome the attacks of diluted oxygen, cosmic rays, and extremely low temperatures. At most, they could only protect themselves for now. Putting aside the first contestant that Chun Zhao had eliminated, the second contestant, Lin Yu, achieved 25,000 meters. The third contestant achieved 35,000 meters. The results of the following 5 contestants were 12,000 meters, 18,000 meters, 24,000 meters, 45,000 meters, and 300 meters. The last 2 contestants' results could be said to be 2 extremes. 45,000 meters. Apart from Chun Zhao, there was probably no one else who could reach such a height. As for 300 meters, Chun Zhao didn't even know why he'd chosen the high altitude event. The 300-meter contestant also had a sad face. He'd thought that 300 meters was good enough. In the end, everyone else used 10,000 meters as the standard. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't even know how bad he was. Chapter 31:42. 3 were eliminated and 4 advanced. Of the 3 who were eliminated, the one who flew 300 meters had no objections to the result. As for the other 2 who had flown for 12,000 meters and 18,000 meters, they were rather dissatisfied. They really wanted to compete again. Perhaps they felt that they didn't perform well. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao didn't give them the chance. What was a competition? If they didn't perform well, they could do it again. How could this be called a competition? The other 2 had this thought and vaguely indicated it. But since Chun Zhao rejected them on the spot, they didn't dare to cause trouble. Chun Zhao didn't seem like someone who could communicate well. To Chun Zhao's surprise, both Unelite and Helis were eliminated in this round. Unelite chose the deep sea, while Helis chose the extreme cold. Unelite was a speed-type enhancer. His body was much stronger than normal people. However, there was still a big gap between him and a strength type. He couldn't fly and didn't have outstanding resistance to cold and heat. So, he could only force himself to choose the deep sea. Unfortunately, his resistance to pressure wasn't outstanding. It could be said that he didn't care what event he chose. He was almost destined to be eliminated. Helis didn't have any outstanding advantages in the 4 events. She could fly, but she wasn't strong. She wasn't outstanding in hot, cold, and high-pressure environments either. She had chosen the extreme cold project because her magic was inclined towards the Yin element. Being of the same nature was still good. If she chose to experience the high temperature in a volcano, she would probably explode. As for the high-pressure environment in the deep sea, Helis' body was like a normal person's. So, the 2 of them were eliminated. Chun Zhao couldn't accept it. Chun Zhao couldn't accept it, but it was reasonable. Unelite, don't be discouraged. Look, Helis doesn't care at all. Unelite scratched his head. It's not that she doesn't care. She just doesn't show it. All right, no matter what, a loss is a loss. Chun Zhao didn't seem to care. His tone was relaxed. Just be more prepared next time. Hallie's lifted her head and looked at him. When is the next World Supernatural competition? How would I know? I'll ask later. Unelite and Helis weren't happy. On one hand, they felt that the event was too unexpected. However, this also proved that while they were indeed outstanding, they had obvious flaws in their strength. Chun Zhao felt that they didn't lose anything this time. But in the next competition, it might not be these 4 events. So, I think you should improve your strength in all aspects and not just focus on improving. When your strength is sufficient, your ability in those events will naturally improve accordingly. But if you only focus on these 4 events and focus on training, what will you do when the next competition doesn't include these 4 events? I know, Harold replied coldly. Unelite was still mad about being eliminated. By the way, are you going to stay and watch the rest of the game or go back to Los Angeles? If you want to go back, I'll have Famtis send you back. Stay? I want to see what kind of people are left behind, Unelite said. Chun Zhao chuckled and looked at Helle eyes. I'll stay too. Fine. Chun Zhao shrugged. What's the next match? Is it a direct fight? Unelite asked. No. Chun Zhao had just received news about the last competition today. Island 100, Wild Hunting Game. The last 16 contestants will be randomly placed on the island. Then, the 16 contestants will hunt and kill each other. There will only be one final winner. Unelite and Helis were somewhat disappointed. They originally had the chance to participate in this exciting hunting game. Also, almost all the contestants were spiritualists who weren't weaker than them. those who were able to survive until now. Each of them possessed extraordinary strength. There was no doubt about this. In the last match, all the judges wouldn't show themselves. Instead, they would hide in a hidden place. If they didn't have to fight, try not to fight. Try not to show yourself, if possible. Mr. Chun, Monica, and Taser Agler found Chun Zhao together. Chun Zhao was surprised that they were looking for him together. "You two are actually still alive?" Chun Zhao said jokingly. "Mr. Chun, I don't understand. One of you has 2 parts of the power of Saint Michael, and the other has 3 parts of the power of Saint Michael. As long as you kill the other, you will obtain the complete power of Saint Michael. So you should hurry up and get rid of each other." Both of their faces darkened. Taser Agler gritted his teeth and glared at Chun Zhao. If they didn't know that they couldn't beat Chun Zhao, they would definitely kill him. "I'm not Mariah Agel. I would never harm my own family," Tess Agel said hatefully. "I'm not Mariah Agel. Have you forgotten the fact that you killed your big brother?" Tess Agel was speechless. "Fine, I'm joking. I know I had no choice. Tell me, why are you looking for me?" "Mr. Chun," Monica said, "I hope that everything goes smoothly in the hunting ground on Island 100. "I hope so too," Chun Zhao said, shrugging. "No, I mean that no one could die. I hope so too. But accidents are unavoidable in competitions like this. Our existence is to reduce the chances of accidents happening. We've sold the broadcasting rights to 28 TV stations in 6 countries, Monica said. Monica said, "According to our estimates, the number of people watching this match might exceed 200 million. Mr. Chun, do you understand what I mean? If 200 million people see any bloody scenes, it won't be good for either of us. You guys are really one step ahead of us," Chun Zhao said, sighing. He had to admit that this was a very bold attempt. The spiritual world had just been exposed. However, he still didn't know how much the public would accept it. Presenting a top-notch battle in the spiritual world to the public. Let's not talk about the benefits first. At the very least, this was a very risky decision. "I have no choice," Monica said helplessly. "I've taken over the Agler family. My father." "You're still calling him father?" Tess Agel said unhappily. Monica rubbed her forehead and continued. "Before he died, the family's business was already facing huge problems. Now that he's dead, those problems are directly exposed. I have no choice but to take a gamble. As for the result, I don't think about it anymore. I have to solve those problems first." "Are you short of money now?" "Mr. Chun, I'm afraid you can't help even if you want to. We don't lack a bit of money. Even selling the broadcasting rights can't fill the hole." Chapter 3143. Monica hesitated, but she still said $3.5 billion. "But as long as we have $1 billion, our family's crisis can be temporarily resolved." "Who do you owe so much money to?" "The bank," Monica said. "My father. He mortgaged the 100 Ku Islands to the bank. I don't know where he invested the money, but the income from the 100 Ku Islands isn't enough to pay the bank loan, not even in installments." Chun Zhao touched his nose and smiled. "If I help you pay the bank loan, what can I get?" "What do you want?" 50% ownership of the 100 Ku Islands, Chun Zhao said. "The 100 Ku Islands belong to the Agel family," Monica said firmly. "It's going to become the bank's soon, and the Agel family will soon lose everything like most small families. You're taking advantage of the situation." "I thought it was a timely help," Chun Zhao said, not taking it seriously. "Do you think you can get the 100 Ku Islands just like that?" Monica looked at Chun Zhao angrily. "Of course. You have the right to reject me, but you don't have the right to reject the bank. I'll buy the 100 Ku Islands from the bank at a lower price. I'm sure they'll want to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. I won't let you get away with it. Monica, don't be so hostile to me. I'm not planning to use violence or hostile takeover. I'm just giving you a chance to choose," Chun Zhao said with a smile. Chun Zhao smiled. "You can refuse. That's your right, but the other choice is the wiser one." Monica got even angrier. Taser Agler pulled Monica's wrist. "Mr. Chun, your share is too high," Taser Agler said. "High? You have to pay the bank $3.5 billion. This means that when your father mortgaged the 100 Ku Islands, he probably only mortgaged $3 billion. Now I'm spending $3.5 billion just for 50% ownership. My asking price is already very low. You should be glad. But this still can't hide the fact that you're taking advantage of the situation. That bastard mortgaged $3 billion doesn't mean the 100 Ku Islands are only worth $3 billion. Huh, come on. In my eyes, the 100 Ku Islands' greatest value is the production and sale of magic raw materials. But how many magic raw materials can they produce? Could it be sold for $100 million a year? Based on $100 million per year, even if you use all of this money to repay the bank, I'm afraid it will only be enough for the interest. In other words, you may never be able to repay the principal you owe the bank. Am I right? Now that the spiritual world has been completely exposed, the Bhikkhu archipelago has great potential and can be used as a tourist island, Tace Agel said. I also have an island with an area of only a dozen square kilometers, but now the reclamation project has doubled the area. It is less than 500 kilometers from Los Angeles, and its geographical location is excellent. But even so, in order to develop that island into a tourist island, I invested $20 billion. The Bhikkhu Islands is so large, and it is located in the high seas. Its geographical location is quite inconvenient. How much money would it take to build a tourist island? A base of $100 billion with no upper limit. This is destined to have nothing to do with you, because you can't come up with so much money. And if you attract foreign capital, your final result will be that you will be swallowed up by those capitalists. Also, is the Bhikkhu archipelago really suitable to be a tourist island? Before long, supernatural classics from all over the world will gradually appear. By then, how competitive will the Bhikkhu archipelago be? Tace Agel could no longer refute Chun Zhao's words. Then you won't swallow the Bhikkhu archipelago? We can sign a magic contract, Chun Zhao said with a smile. Why do you want the ownership of the Bhikkhu archipelago? I still have a lot of curiosity about the Bhikkhu archipelago. Before that curiosity is completely answered, I feel that the Bhikkhu archipelago is valuable. You don't plan to develop the Bhikkhu archipelago? If we jointly own 50% of the ownership, then I will take out $10 billion for development and construction. Can you take out the same amount? This, as long as you have the idea of developing the Bhikkhu archipelago, the Bhikkhu archipelago will be completely annexed by me one day. Your Agel family will also be completely expelled by me. If you want this result, I don't object. Tace Agel and Monica glanced at each other. Both of them had already wavered, but they were also very hesitant. They still regarded the Bhikkhu archipelago as their family's private property. They still could not accept Chun Zhao wanting to touch the Bhikkhu archipelago. Moreover, they were also worried about Chun Zhao. Because of this deal, they would always be at a disadvantage. They were worried that one day, they and their sister would die for no reason. Once Chun Zhao wanted to kill them and completely swallow the Bhikkhu archipelago, they would not even have the ability to resist. Chun Zhao's power made them shudder. Even with a magic contract, it was very difficult to guarantee their safety, because a magic contract was not omnipotent. If Chun Zhao wanted to kill them, a mere magic contract was not enough to guarantee their safety at all. I hope that when we sign the magic contract, there will be witnesses with enough weight. Witnesses with enough weight? Who do you want as a witness? I hope that all the referees of this year will be present. Go and invite them yourself. No, you go and invite them, Tace Agel said. He knew very well that with his and Monica's status and seniority, it was almost impossible to invite all the referees of this year. Although Monica was now the head of the Agel family. What do they have to do that the big shots would not even look at them? This was also the Agel family's current tragedy. The illustrious Agel family had to rely on others to exist. They even had to find other people to be witnesses to protect themselves. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. It was naturally no problem to invite those people. However, he just blackmailed Zhang Tianyi. If you want to find Zhang Tianyi now, he would probably be blackmailed instead. Zhang Tianyi would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Right now, Chun Zhao was not willing to personally deliver him to Zhang Tianyi's mouth. What a headache. I can invite the others, but you, old Zhang, Chun Zhao said. Tess Agler frowned. Why? I'm not familiar with him. Fine, we'll invite Zhang Tianyi. Chapter 3144. The final hunting game began. The 16 contestants were placed at random spots on Island 1. There were thousands of cameras on the first island, which were used to record the live broadcast. Chun Zhao had already checked the surrounding cameras and intentionally avoided them. It was a live broadcast, but the content was delayed by about 30 seconds. This was to ensure that there wouldn't be any uncontrollable or illegal scenes. But the director's job was also very troublesome, because the competition had to be complete. If a contestant suddenly did something and the director suddenly cut to another scene, it would affect the integrity of the competition. So, the referee had to control the scene. Just then, Chun Zhao heard a woman's cry for help. A woman? Cry for help? This was the hunting arena. Where did a woman come from? Would the contestants call for help? He saw a woman being chased by 2 contestants. However, the situation wasn't at the point where the woman needed to call for help. Chun Zhao understood after thinking for a bit. The woman was adding drama to the show. He didn't know if the 2 contestants chasing her were together, or maybe they were working together. Chun Zhao watched the 3's performance with interest. The 2 women in front were smart, but the 2 men behind weren't necessarily stupid. They knew that they were playing the role of the bad guys on TV, but they also knew that they were here to win, not to act. They wouldn't give up their strategy for an unreachable audience. Suddenly, a figure passed by the 3 chasing people. First, the shoulder of the woman running in front was cut off. Then, the abdomens of the 2 behind were cut off, as well as their arms. At the same time, a row of plants along the way was cut in half. Chun Zhao gasped. So fast, even he could only see a blurry figure. The 3 of them screamed in pain. The woman in front clutched her shoulder that had been cut off in pain. Chun Zhao was hesitating about whether to help. The woman actually pressed her shoulder against the cut. Then the cut started wriggling, and the flesh started fusing with the shoulder. Chun Zhao's eyes widened. This woman's life force was so strong. She could actually forcefully activate her flesh cells. In the spiritual world, no healing spell was as effective as life force. It also wouldn't leave any side effects. The 2 contestants chasing her weren't so lucky. They cried out in pain. This kind of injury was already fatal to them. Chun Zhao saw the figure turn back. Suddenly, Chun Zhao reached out and pulled the 2 contestants away from the figure. The figure paused for a moment, but then rushed towards the woman at an even faster speed. The woman's reaction was not slow. The moment the figure stopped moving, she had already cast an advanced shield on herself. However, the woman's advanced barrier shattered the moment the figure arrived in front of her. Chun Zhao's pupils constricted. Shangqing realm. That figure was from the Shangqing realm. Moreover, it was a speed-type enhancement type. In that instant, the woman's shield was squeezed by the small world, which was why it instantly disintegrated. This was the first time Chun Zhao had seen someone in the Shangqing state among the contestants. There was no way he could win. Those below the upper clarity realm had no chance of winning against those at the upper clarity realm. This was not the same as when one was below the Shangqing state, where they could restrain each other with their techniques and magic systems. The Shangqing realm and those below were 2 completely different concepts. As long as they could not cross that chasm, it would be impossible to make up for this gap. The woman finally panicked. She felt a fatal threat. Chun Zhao's expression changed. This person was not only terrifyingly strong. Every strike was a destructive force. His methods were also extremely cruel and fatal. Chun Zhao pressed down from a distance, and the figure paused again. He looked in Chun Zhao's direction. Chun Zhao also saw the person's face clearly for the first time. An underage? Chun Zhao was even more shocked. He had the power of a Shangqing realm cultivator at such a young age. Wasn't this talent too good? However, that slightly immature face was filled with coldness. Kill! A murderous aura rushed towards Chun Zhao. Such a strong, murderous aura. This kid had probably killed more than Chun Zhao. The youth moved and broke free from Chun Zhao's small world suppression. He flashed behind the woman. He did not give up on killing the woman. The woman faced the youth who was completely above her. She had no way to resist at all. She could only stay where she was unmoved. On the other hand, Chun Zhao fought with the youth in the air. The youth's aura grew stronger and stronger. His movements became more intense and ferocious. "You can't stop me," the youth suddenly said. The next moment, the youth abandoned the woman and ran into the distance. Chen Zhao frowned as he watched the youth leave. Then he looked at the contestant list in his hand. Sidara's Curry, 14 years old. Aggrandizement and speed type. Genius. Although the name list didn't state the young man's strength, it recorded his past achievements. He was very outstanding, but not to the point where he could crush all the contestants. But this time, the strength that he had displayed was on a dominating level. This was very abnormal. Did he use some special magic potion? But what kind of potion could reach such a terrifying level? Chen Zhao glanced at the woman and the two contestants lying on the ground. He was about to announce that they were eliminated. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. "Chen Zhao, there's a problem. I encountered 2 Shangqing Realm contestants," Zhang Tianyi said. "So what if you encountered Shangqing Realm contestants?" Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. "I encountered them too." "No, the problem is with the Shangqing Realm contestants. The strength they displayed is completely illogical." "So what? Maybe they were hiding their strength before. One of them is my disciple. Do you think I don't know my disciple's strength?" "What are you trying to say? Not only did they become unprecedentedly powerful, but they've also become arrogant and bloodthirsty. Maybe your disciple has reached his rebellious phase. Just beat him up." "You still don't understand. They are controlled by something. Their strength is far beyond the Shangqing realm. The thing is giving them power and forcing them to break through." "I also want something like that," Chen Zhao said teasingly. "I wonder if they still want new people." Chapter 31:45. Zhang Tianyi was helpless against Chen Zhao's attitude. Clearly, Chen Zhao was scared of Zhang Tianyi's tricks. Chen Zhao's response was very negative. Zhang Tianyi was also helpless. It seemed that he couldn't trick Chen Zhao too much next time. Otherwise, Chen Zhao would turn against him sooner or later. "It really has nothing to do with me this time." Oh, just then, Mary, the 23rd generation's blood, spoke in the channel. "Let me interrupt. Something happened on the main island of the Biku Islands. Suddenly, more than a dozen experts of the Shangqing realm appeared and attacked the neighborhood without warning. Some ordinary people came to the island for the final. They are mainly staff of some TV stations. They're taking pictures and filming on the island." Everyone was shocked. More than 10 Shangqing realm experts? Where did these Shangqing realm experts come from? Also, what kind of damage could a dozen Shangqing experts do? Putting Chen Zhao aside, a normal Shangqing expert could destroy a city if he had enough time. It would take less than half a day for a dozen Shangqing realm cultivators to make an entire island disappear. "I suddenly have a bad feeling about this," Bifla chimed in. "Are they going to completely ruin the spiritual world and turn the entire ordinary society against it?" the old shaman asked worriedly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Such a situation could really happen. Just like in the X-Men movies. Superhumans were above ordinary people because of their own strength. They were also a great threat to ordinary people. Plus, some people would incite them. Ordinary people and superhumans would become opposites. Right now, their situation was very similar to the superhumans in the movies. "Old Zhang, it really has nothing to do with you?" Chen Zhao still doubted Zhang Tianyi. "I'm crazy, It has nothing to do with me," Zhang Tianyi yelled frantically. "Who else could it be?" "What do you mean, who else? This has nothing to do with me, okay? Stop arguing," Bifla said. "The most important thing now is to solve the problem. Chen Zhao and I will go back to the main island and subdue those people. I'll leave this to you guys." "It's not a big problem here," Bifla said. "After all, there's a director. Some scenes won't be broadcasted." Just then, Chen Zhao's heart jumped. Where's the director? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. If the director was controlled, then no matter what the scene was, it would be broadcasted. Think about it. If some people on island number 1 wantonly carried out a massacre, what would ordinary people think? They would definitely fear and even reject spiritualists. Does anyone know where the broadcasting room is? Who knows? At first, everyone thought that someone else knew, but none of them cared about this. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, they had never thought that something would go wrong in this decisive battle. The mastermind then took advantage of their contempt to hide the location of the broadcasting room. Thus, they were unable to solve this problem from the root. You don't even know? I don't know. I don't know either. Since we can't stop the content from being broadcasted, we can only forcefully interfere now. Zhang Tianyi said, you guys stay here. As long as you find a suspicious target, take action directly. It doesn't matter who they are. If you can't keep them alive, kill them. Then Zhang Tianyi said to Chen Zhao, Chen Zhao, let's go back to the main island. Chen Zhao was worried that the mastermind had other plans. But even if his brain exploded, he still couldn't figure it out. He couldn't ignore what was on the surface either. If something big happened on the main island, it would also have a huge impact. Chen Zhao flew directly to the main island. At the same time, he called Aluntarai. Aluntarai, I have a situation that I need you to analyze. President, what happened? The streets are in chaos. There's fighting everywhere. Hide and don't go out, Chen Zhao said. Are you guys together now? I'm with Manit. Where's Elite and Helith? They went out to fight. Someone just broke into the hotel and started attacking. They went with the other contestants to stop that person. I don't know what's going on either. Put on speaker and I'll tell you guys. Help me analyze it. Chen Zhao picked out the key points and explained the current situation. President, the mastermind might not be human, Aluntarai said. Not human? Why do you think so? President, from the original Ether world until now, don't you think that the mastermind's goal has always been clear? It's very likely that the other party is an intelligent species from the world of Warcraft. Of course, the main point is that if the normal human society and the supernatural world are pitted against each other, it won't benefit either side at all. And I can think of no faction or organization that would benefit from this. Even if it's an evil cult, they wouldn't try to subvert the order of the human race. Just then, Manit also interrupted. I think that the other party hid very well, but this move is very bad. It's even a very rough plan. Why do you say that? Take the incident 12 years ago as an example. In the past 12 years, no organization or individual could find any traces of the other party. It's the same with the incident a dozen days ago. The other party has a very hidden plan in every step, but this time, it looks more like a revenge operation. Why do you say it's revenge? Because other than causing destruction, this kind of operation won't actually achieve the goal of turning normal society against the spiritual world. How is that possible? Isn't the current situation dangerous enough? President, it looks like the other party's plan is very dangerous, but it's actually very easy to break it. That's why we said it's rough, Manit said. Aluntarai, you should have thought of it too, right? Chen Zhao felt that his brain cells couldn't keep up with the pace of these two highly intelligent people. Anyway, to Chen Zhao, the situation was very dangerous and unsolvable. He felt that compared to the two of them, he was like a retard. Was this situation really that easy to break? By now, Chen Zhao could already see the coastline of the main island. Even from far away, Chen Zhao could still feel the chaos on the main island. At the same time, he felt Zhang Tianyi's aura coming from behind. Chen Zhao looked back. Zhang Tianyi wasn't slow. Suddenly, from the direction of the main island, a huge aura rushed towards them. Clearly, the other party was here to snipe them. It was a spiritualist that Chen Zhao didn't know, but he gave off an unsettling aura. Chapter 3146. Chen Zhao didn't stop. Instead, he charged straight at the enemy. The unfamiliar spiritualist's body suddenly swelled, bursting through his clothes. He turned into a terrifying magical beast. The magical beast was pitch black, and its back was covered in tendrils of lightning. The lightning seemed to be able to connect with the sky and earth. Instantly, the sky was filled with dark clouds. The magical beast's aura became more and more terrifying. Electricity surged through its body. A dark red neutron star was already brewing in Chen Zhao's palm. But Zhang Tianyi's attack arrived first. A sky-high sword energy attacked from behind. Chen Zhao almost thought that the peerlessly sharp sword qi was attacking him. However, the sword qi brushed past Chen Zhao's side. Hiss! The sword energy cut the magical beast directly. One slash, two halves. Chen Zhao's dark red neutron star was thrown up too. It exploded between the two halves of the magical beast's body. Instantly, the terrifying magical beast turned into nothingness under Chen Zhao and Zhang Tiany's combined attack. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tiany glanced at each other. Neither spoke. Instead, they charged toward the city of the main island. By the time they arrived at the downtown area of the main island, they had already seen a large area of ruins. They also saw many victims. Zhang Tiany's expression was serious. From the 23rd generation's notification until now, less than 10 minutes had passed, but they'd already caused so much damage and casualties. Split up, Zhang Tiany said. Chen Zhao nodded. Then, he turned and headed in another direction. At the same time, he spread out his senses. Dark lava surged out wildly. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang again. It was Monica. Mr. Chun, where are you? Something happened. Something happened to the main island. I'm back on the main island now, Chen Zhao said. What? You're back? Aren't you? Something happened on Island 1 too, but the other judges stayed there to clean up. I came back with Zhang Tiany, Chen Zhao said. I need you to do something now. What do you need me to do? Do what? Control the public opinion, of course. This was something Chen Zhao and Zhang Tiany couldn't do. It didn't matter how strong they were. That was an individual's combat power. Once they lost the public opinion, in that case, they would be facing an even more serious problem. He didn't need Monica to control the world's public opinion. They just had to control the media broadcast on the main island. This was much simpler. If he couldn't control the end, he would just control the source. Go and tell the world that the 100 Ku Islands have been guarding the seal of the entrance to another world. Your Eagle family is the person in charge of this seal. You shoulder the responsibility of protecting the world. This time, it is a long-planned invasion by another world. Monica immediately understood what he was trying to do. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't come up with this plan. Chen Zhao wasn't that smart. As long as they could spread the news, then the situation they were facing would be completely reversed, even if it caused huge casualties in the end. Ordinary society would not blame or hate spiritualists for this, because they were defending against intruders. That was the plan Manet and Alunarai had come up with. The 100 Vault Islands and the spiritual controllers were no longer a threat with formidable combat power. Instead, he was an unsung hero who protected the world from threats. It had to be said that Manet and Alunarai were really smart. No matter how hard Chen Zhao thought, he could only solve the problem with force. But they were different. They would just visit the spiritual controllers in a different place. The public opinion would be reversed. Just then, Chen Zhao encountered another Shanqing state expert. The moment the expert saw Chen Zhao, he could clearly feel the murderous intent and hatred emanating from him. Then his body started changing too. Just like the spiritualist he'd met at sea, his body started turning into a magical beast. Chen Zhao wasn't in a hurry to kill him. The magical beast, on the other hand, attacked Chen Zhao impatiently. Chen Zhao turned around and ran. He ran to where there were many people. Chen Zhao, what are you doing? I saw you. Why are you running? Go back and kill that guy. Zhang Tiany yelled in the communicator, flustered and exasperated. Stop joking. Was there a need for Chen Zhao to run from that despicable magical beast? Even if it was him, he could get rid of them in a matter of minutes. What do you know? Chen Zhao cursed. These guys are all possessed by magical beasts. They're clearly not from our world. We have to tell the public that we're heroes fighting against the invasion of another world. Who would know that you're fighting monsters in a corner? We have to pull them out in public and let the whole world see. Zhang Tiany froze. Fuck, you're even more cunning than me. Zhang Tiany wasn't stupid. Chen Zhao explained a bit. After Chen Zhao explained a bit, he understood Chen Zhao's intentions. Zhang Tiany glanced at the opponent he'd chosen. Immediately, he didn't feel good. Why wasn't this guy turning into a magical beast? With Chen Zhao's reminder, Zhang Tiany knew what to do. Mr. Chen, lure that magical beast to the coast. There's an interview team from Gaul hiding there. Monica also discovered Chen Zhao's tracks. With Monica's reminder, Chen Zhao ran in the direction Monica pointed, intentionally or not. At the same time, Chen Zhao's spreading dark lava had already locked onto a few spiritualists possessed by magical beasts. Every single one of them was a participant. Chun Zhao suspected that they'd already been possessed back in the ether world, although he didn't know how it was done. Chun Zhao felt that the main purpose of the competition was to find suitable hosts for these magical beasts. If the plan had gone smoothly, the magical beast army surged out of the spatial door. Then they'd possess a large number of human spiritualists and take over their bodies. By then, humans would probably be attacked from all sides. One had to admit that this was very dangerous for the entire world. If Chun Zhao didn't intervene, now he might have to consider how to chase away these magical beasts. Of course, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. After Chun Zhao lured the magical beasts into the camera, he pretended to defeat them with difficulty. Of course, Chun Zhao still used the dark lava to cover his face. Then, Chun Zhao charged at the possessed magical beast he had locked onto. Zhang Tianyi was also acting. Although there were a lot of casualties and losses at every moment, it was still not enough. However, Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi felt that acting was more important. But there were many top-level spiritualists on the island. Maybe 1 or 2 of them were far from the enchanting state. Even 8 or 10 of them wouldn't be enough. But if there were 100 or 200 of them, then it would be 2 different things. So, after the initial chaos, the eliminated contestants started resisting, whether organized or unorganized. With Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi's intervention, the situation started getting under control. Chapter 31:47. The battle on the main island was unfolding like a wildfire. While fighting, Chun Zhao walked toward the hotel. First, he had to make sure that an elite, Helith, Alunarai, and Manit were safe. After all, they were on the same side. First, Alunarai and Manit. They weren't as strong as the contestants on the Biku Islands. Even in North America, they were ranked from the bottom. So, Chun Zhao was most concerned about whether they were safe or not. Although he kept talking to them, Chun Zhao wasn't sure if their hotel was safe. Chun Zhao didn't relax until he reached the hotel and saw with his own eyes that the 2 were safe. Do you know where Helith and an elite are now? They fought outside the hotel with the other contestants and chased away a troublemaker, Manit said. But they didn't seem to be satisfied and went further away. We don't know where they are now. Why didn't they bring their phones? The 2 smiled bitterly. The battle was too intense, Alunarai said. It probably affected their phones. Chun Zhao thought about it. When he entered the hotel, he'd indeed noticed the situation outside. There were potholes everywhere. The hotel buildings were also damaged to varying degrees. Forget it. Let's ignore them for now. Chun Zhao had no choice. Come with me. It's too dangerous here. President, we're not important. You should deal with the troublemakers first. Who cares? I have to ensure the safety of my people first. Everything else is secondary. The 2 were strangely touched. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao wasn't in the mood to go along with them. Right now, the entire downtown area of the main island was in chaos. Chun Zhao brought Manit and Alunarai out of the hotel. A ferocious magical beast came toward them. Then, Alunarai and Manit saw Chun Zhao tear the magical beast apart with his bare hands. They knew that Chun Zhao was terrifying, but the scene was still very impactful. After walking for a while, Chun Zhao stopped and looked back at Manit and Alunarai. He realized that the 2 were quickly searching the carcass of the magical beast. But in order to keep up with Chun Zhao, the 2 were very hurried and panicked. The dark lava on Chun Zhao's body spread over, completely swallowing the magical beast. I'll keep this magical beast for you. Whether you want to keep it or sell it, that's up to you. Right now, come with me. This place is too chaotic, and I don't have much time. Okay. Actually, Chun Zhao couldn't go faster even if he wanted to. He could not escape the battles that came at him along the way. If they encountered danger, they would still have to act. Chun Zhao, where are you? Come and help me. I'm surrounded. Just then, Zhang Tianyi roared into the communicator. Are you kidding me? 3 to 5 monsters aren't even enough for you to slap them. Go and play by yourself. Chun Zhao ignored Zhang Tianyi's cry for help. I'm fucking surrounded by a dozen magical beasts. Hurry up, or else you'll see corpses. Zhang Tianyi hurriedly complained. His tone was rather urgent, and it seemed that he was not joking. Chun Zhao could only carry Manit and Alunarai on their way. When he arrived at the scene, without saying anything, Chun Zhao cut open the stomach of a magical beast. Seeing that Chun Zhao had arrived, Zhang Tianyi heaved a sigh of relief. Old Zhang, you attract too much hatred. I didn't encounter as many as you on the way here. For magical beasts were already lying at Zhang Tianyi's feet. One of them was a mangled corpse. Why didn't you come later? Any later, and I'll be done. Zhang Tianyi scolded angrily. Chun Zhao snickered. You said you were going to die and made me excited for nothing. Even without me, you won't die. Zhang Tianyi was so angry that his beard floated. He had killed 5 magical beasts in a short time. Actually, this was a very extreme move. Some moves could be used once. However, these magical beasts had intelligence comparable to humans. If he kept using the same move, he would be the one to die. Moreover, this move could not be used casually. Chun Zhao had arrived in time. Otherwise, he would really have to fight with his life. Of course, Chun Zhao could see the situation. Go hide behind Celestial Master Zhang, Chun Zhao said to Manit and Aluntarai. Zhang Tianyi took a few steps toward Chun Zhao. Manit and Aluntarai immediately ran behind Zhang Tianyi. Chun Zhao walked slowly and started to stretch his limbs. Suddenly, Manit and Aluntarai heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Chun Zhao's figure disappeared. A hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the largest magical beast. However, this fatal injury did not make the magical beast lose its ability to fight. It was still alive and kicking. Chun Zhao, those things need to completely destroy their bodily functions. Otherwise, they won't die. Chun Zhao immediately changed his strategy. Zhang Tianyi's meaning was clear. Their bodies and souls were separated. However, a simple fatal injury would not be able to stop these magical beasts from moving. The most effective way to destroy their bodily functions was to cut them apart physically, or it could cause their bodies to change in physical form, such as burning. Of course, physical destruction was Chun Zhao's forte. In Manit and Aluntarai's eyes, this was no longer a battle, but a slaughterhouse. These terrifying magical beasts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered before Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was the butcher with the butcher's knife. In just a few minutes, the magical beasts were already a bloody mess. Chun Zhao exhaled. Why did these things attack you? I met an old acquaintance of theirs. And then I talked about the past. And then, Zhang Tianyi took out a strange cane. The 2 ends of the cane were sharp blades. Chun Zhao did not know what metal it was made of. Then I took this thing from him, and then those magical beasts surrounded me. What's this? A Rubaraka's staff. You can also call it the galaxy's brilliance. This is the divine artifact that controls the galaxy in the Ebon world. Chun Zhao asked in surprise. Yes. Zhang Tianyi nodded. The item's use was limited, but it did not stop Chun Zhao from being curious. You've seen this before? It's an heirloom of the Egler family. Why is it in the hands of those magical beasts? I don't know. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. You're quite familiar with that girl from the Egler family. Now that she's inherited the family, you can ask her. Since I've saved you, how about this thing be my spoils of war? Huh. Chapter 3148. The chaos on the main island of the 100 Vault Islands finally calmed down. Some of the eliminated contestants spontaneously organized themselves. They defeated 3 powerful enemies in a row. One of them was killed on the spot, while the other 2 escaped. They said they won, but in reality, they lost. That was because they had paid a terrible price to achieve victory. They really had to thank the eliminated contestants. There were many righteous people among them. They didn't have many thoughts. They just wanted to protect the peace. That was all. There were also some people who didn't fight the magical beasts directly. There were also some people who did not directly confront the magical beasts. At least, these people didn't fight the magical beasts directly. At least, these people were more worthy of the title of hero than Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi, who were the main force in calming the chaos. Of course, Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi didn't plan to jump onto the stage to receive the prize. The battle on the first island had also calmed down. 2 contestants died. The 3 possessed contestants who'd caused trouble were executed too. The remaining contestants were all subjected to the most stringent screening. They had to make sure that no one was possessed. As for who won the championship in the end, no one cared anymore. At the moment, the outside world was already reporting this incident everywhere. More truths started to be revealed. The 100 Vault Islands had always been the front line of the war between humans and magical beasts. For hundreds of years, there had always been a group of unknown heroes who silently protected this world. They used their bodies to block the magical beasts from the other world. This incident was caused by the magical beasts from the other world. They attached themselves to humans and called themselves the messengers of chaos. It was also because of this incident that this caused the reputation of the spiritual world and spiritualists to rise greatly in the society of ordinary people. At the moment, a few judges gathered together. Everyone had a serious expression except for Chen Zhao, because Chen Zhao felt that these were things that important people should worry about. He was just a nobody. It wasn't his place to worry about these things. Of course, what Chen Zhao thought wasn't important. What others thought was important. To others, Chen Zhao's combat ability was irreplaceable. To put it bluntly, if normal people really wanted to start a war with the spiritual world one day, Chen Zhao was the nuclear bomb of the spiritual world. What should we do in this situation? Zhang Tianyi threw out the question first. What else can we do? Didn't you already publicize the fake news? Now, let alone ordinary people, even most of the spiritualists in the spirit world think that the 100 Vault Archipelago is really the front line of the war between humans and another world. Then release some magical beasts regularly and kill them within a controllable range, Old John said. This was a classic example of nurturing bandits to strengthen oneself. As the head of the church, John Sr. was quite politically literate. However, Chen Zhao had a headache. After all, he'd killed most of the magical beasts in that world. After all, he had unleashed a powerful move, Meteor. Most of the magical beasts would have been annihilated by that attack. The rest would also have to face drastic changes in the environment. Therefore, it was hard to say how much would be left. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Now that the public opinion has been controlled, the first thing we need to deal with is the demonic beasts lurking among the humans. What form do they take, and when did they infiltrate the humans? The old shaman asked. First is their magic. After my research, I found that they tear apart their power and soul and then merge it into the human body. The process is a bit complicated, but it's not too hard to understand. Zhang Tianyi said, a god-level magical beast can probably split its soul and power into 3 parts or more. Depending on the individual's soul and power, the amount that can be split is different too. Can't they attach themselves to a human with a complete soul and power? Yes, Zhang Tianyi said. If there's a body that can bear their terrifying soul and power, they can attach themselves to a human in a complete state. With that, Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao. However, if the soul and power exceed the limits of the body will die at an alarming rate. Even if they're split into many parts and attach themselves to a human, the human body will still die very quickly. At least half a year, at most a year, and they'll die completely. Then, after the physical body they're attached to dies, can they continue to change bodies? Yes, but they need to find a weaker spiritualist to attach themselves to. They also need to split their soul and power into smaller parts, Zhang Tianyi said. Why? Mary, the 23rd generation blood, asked, confused. Because for this kind of attachment, they first need to consider who is the leader, Biflis said. Biflis said, this is similar to possession. If they were to seize the physical body of an expert, they would need to face an even stronger soul and will. In such a situation, the risk of possession would be even greater. Even if the physical body, soul, and will are not as strong as a magical beast's, magical beasts have incomplete souls, so they will definitely not be able to unleash their true soul power. In such a situation, finding a weaker person is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. But if they continue to split like this, won't they be able to create a large number of people to attach themselves to? The old shaman asked worriedly. Haha, that's impossible. Souls and power can be continuously split into smaller and smaller parts, but there's only one consciousness. They can control other souls like puppets, But that doesn't mean that every soul is the main body. Especially after the second split, their souls and power will be unprecedentedly weak, and they will no longer be a threat in terms of power. Then if they choose to attach themselves to the higher-ups of the human race, the consequences will be very serious. Everyone laughed at the old shaman's worry. They felt that controlling the leaders of human countries was the fastest way to destroy human society. In reality, were human leaders that easy to get in touch with? Moreover, apart from a few monarchies, most leaders did not have true absolute power. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to think that one or two leaders could destroy the entire human race. The old shaman's thinking was rather old-fashioned. He probably hadn't come into contact with human society for many years. He only focused on cultivation, so he didn't understand the current mainstream social structure. Then, they haven't been lurking among humans for a long time, right? I'm not sure about the specific time, but if they have been infiltrating human society for a long time, there's no need to make a fuss about it. The real threat period is only the first 2 years after they attach themselves to a human. After 2 years, their soul power will weaken due to them constantly changing bodies. Chapter 3149. Even if they can't overthrow the human order immediately, they can still cause great trouble for the entire world if they're allowed to infiltrate. Zhang Tianyi chuckled. If this really works, they won't need to start a war. Why? Even Chun Zhao couldn't understand. If a large number of elites in human society were infiltrated, it would cause great damage. If a large number of elites in human society were infiltrated, it would cause great damage. Do you think a spell that takes over another person's body will leave no traces? Bifilus said calmly, "There's no spell that is unsolvable, especially this kind of spell. I didn't notice it before, but now I know. In less than a month, there will be hundreds of detection spells. If a possession spell could overthrow the human order, then the magical beasts of the alternate world wouldn't be able to do it. The native intelligent races could return humans to the Stone Age. There were all sorts of possession spells on Earth. For example, Biflo was the one who had the most right to speak. The possession spells used by the magical beasts of the alternate world were special, but there wasn't any difference at all. In the beginning, it was indeed effective, but once a real war broke out, the deciding factor would be the difference in combat power between the two sides. Since ancient times, no matter what war, stratagems might be able to achieve regional victory, but it was never the only factor that affected the overall situation. Most of the time, winning with numbers and the strong against the weak was the most common. Even War Saint Sun Bin didn't advocate winning with surprise. Instead, winning with numbers and the strong against the weak was the way of the king. The alternate world had already been destroyed by Chun Zhao. The magical beasts that had remained on Earth had infiltrated human society. They'd lost their foundation and they'd become weaker and weaker. Therefore, humans had already won the war between the two worlds. There was no second possibility. Not to mention that Chun Zhao and the other high-level players were still present. Even if they all left and handed the joysticks to ordinary people, they wouldn't lose. The topic of the meeting was no longer important. The threat of the magical beasts that had infiltrated human society was limited. Their real topic was the relationship between the spiritual world and normal society. But this situation had never happened in 1,000 years. Even they weren't sure what the consequences would be of such a complete exposure of the spiritual world. Of course, they hoped that both sides could get to know each other and integrate. But this kind of absolute peace only existed in dreams. To achieve this kind of peace and stability, first of all, no one on either side would do anything to discuss the other. For example, someone jumped out and said that spiritualists were a threat. Or, a certain spiritualist dared to challenge the human order. Since ancient times, there has never been a lack of these two types of people. The only thing they could be sure of was that if a real war between the two human systems happened, it would be over. They would stand unwaveringly on the side of the spirit world. Of course, this was not their choice. Instead, it was destined to be a camp. There was no such thing as defection, nor was there any such thing as neutrality. The competition in the 100 Vault Islands came to an end. Everyone boarded the flight back home as well. Last time, there were 5 people on Chun Zhao's private plane. This time, there were still 5 people. Other than an elite and Hallies, there were also 3 contestants from the American region, Kendall, Quinn, and the Little Old Man. However, Quasi and the Little Old Man had perished in the middle of the tournament. They all lost their lives in the second round of the Ether World Points competition. Chun Zhao sighed at the island. This time, Chun Zhao also contacted Kendall and asked if he wanted to go back with him. After all, Kendall was one of the few experts in the American supernatural world. Plus, it was on the way. Their destination was Los Angeles. Kendall sighed as well. Who would have thought that the Little Old Man and Quinn, who were close to each other, would die in this competition? Their strength had also been proven in this world-class competition. They were good, but far from enough. There was still a gap between them and the real top. Compared to someone like Chun Zhao, he was world apart. This time, he truly witnessed Chun Zhao's abilities. In fact, in the first round on Island 98, he'd been assigned to Chun Zhao's assessment area. Then, in the finals, he'd been eliminated long ago, but he'd vaguely seen Chun Zhao's traces. Who would have thought that there would be so many twists and turns in this competition? At the moment, Chun Zhao was chatting with Alunari and Marnet. How do you think the exposure of the spirit world will affect us? That depends on the president's development plan for the supernatural organization. How so? Chun Zhao asked. First, fame. With the president's abilities and the supernatural organizations, it's not hard to become famous overnight. Chun Zhao nodded. Alunari continued. What can fame bring to the supernatural organization? With new power, more people will want to join the supernatural organization. Wealth and famous people in the upper class will also flock to the supernatural organization. Are they all benefits? No, not all benefits. The disadvantages are obvious too. Once the supernatural organization's abilities are exposed, trouble will come. First is the government's attitude. Alunari looked at Chun Zhao deeply. The president is Chinese. Will the government be at ease if an organization funded by the American government is led by a Chinese? Chun Zhao nodded. Anything else? The supernatural organization's growth also means that the president won't have 100% control over the organization like before. By then, the president won't have to assign and complete missions. Instead, he'll have to scheme against others. This is an unavoidable problem for large organizations. Second is the enemy organization, the psionic team, Marnet said. Everyone knew that the psionic team and the supernatural organization were enemies. They'd found out the day they joined the supernatural organization. Right now, the supernatural organization has always been the one leading the rhythm because of the asymmetry of information. The supernatural organization is far stronger than the psionic team, but they're keeping a low profile to maintain the balance on the surface. But if the supernatural organization's abilities are exposed, will the psionic team still be able to advance in the direction the supernatural organization has planned? Chun Zhao couldn't help but nod. Then what about maintaining the status quo? Are there any benefits or disadvantages? There are 2 sides to everything. Maintaining the status quo and keeping a low profile can be both good and bad. Of course, no matter what choice, the president's goal is to develop in the right direction. Then do you think the supernatural organization will choose to expose themselves or keep a low profile? Chapter 3150. Maintain the status quo. Manet and Alunari said almost at the same time. They were rookies now, but they were having a good time. They had enough resources and almost no bottlenecks. When they encountered bottlenecks, they would use resources. If one wasn't enough, they would use 2. If 2 wasn't enough, they would use 4. They could always break through the bottlenecks. The supernatural organization didn't care who used up how many resources. Every member could receive enough attention. Everyone could be trained as an elite. Plus, the 2 of them were highly regarded by the team and Chun Zhao. But what if there were too many people? What if there was a new person who had the same role as them? Could they still get so many resources? Could they still receive so much attention and attention? That was obviously impossible. So, they didn't want the current environment of the supernatural organization to change. Also, they had to consider the big picture. The biggest question was whether Chen Zhao could continue to be the president of the supernatural organization. They understood the history of the supernatural organization. The past supernatural organization and the current supernatural organization were two extremes. They were as weak as they were in the past. All the changes were because of Chen Zhao. It could be said that without Chen Zhao, the supernatural organization would still be the same. In fact, would the members of the supernatural organization still stay? They were united because of Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao left, would they stay? Every one of them would be a top expert in North America. But without Chen Zhao, would anyone still be able to command them? Would anyone still be able to restrain them? The two of them understood it the best. So, they didn't want anything to change. Chen Zhao didn't have any nostalgia for his position as the president. But after spending so much time with the members, he had feelings for them. Chen Zhao couldn't bear to leave them. The supernatural organization itself didn't have any binding power. The unity of the organization existed because of Chen Zhao. He listened to Aluntarai and Manet's explanation and analysis. Chen Zhao nodded slightly. Then let's keep a low profile. The plane landed on the runway of the supernatural organization's airport. Many members came to welcome Chen Zhao's group. Many people pulled Helith and lead over too, wanting to know what happened on the 100 Vault Islands. After all, what happened on the islands wasn't a secret anymore. At least, most people felt that it was what they thought it was. Of course, he didn't tell them. Chen Zhao walked with West. Chen Zhao told West his thoughts and decision. Of course, the main ones were Aluntarai and Manet's. West was worried about this as well. He didn't want the supernatural organization to return to its previous half-dead state. If Chen Zhao left one day and his successor wasn't accepted by the other members, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to accept it. Then the supernatural society would fall apart in a day. Here, Chen Zhao represented absolute authority and dominance. Recently, I heard that some entertainment companies are in contact with spiritualists and are planning to promote spiritualist celebrities. Should we intervene and regulate them? What's there to care about? Just let nature take its course. Anyway, as long as the law allows it, we won't interfere. The law doesn't restrict spiritualists from becoming celebrities. In fact, Chen Zhao had underestimated the changes brought about by the exposure of the spiritual world. On the way back, Chen Zhao realized that all the radio stations were broadcasting news about the spiritual world. For example, a haunted house was discovered somewhere. In the past, they would only treat it as some kind of prank or urban legend. But now, ordinary people already knew about the existence of the spiritual world. So, it wasn't just speculation anymore. The radio station even invited a real spiritualist. They analyzed the haunted house and what kind of evil spirits existed there. They even planned to get rid of them. If the spiritualist found the haunted house, how would they get rid of the spirits? If an ordinary person accidentally entered the house, how would they protect themselves? Chen Zhao only smiled at this. The spiritualist that the radio station invited should have some real skills. His analysis was quite on point. Even if Chen Zhao went on the radio, he wouldn't be able to do it better. After being away for almost a month, Chen Zhao finally returned home. After a month, little Jerlin and little Larissa seemed to have grown a bit. Of course, children of their age grew up quickly to begin with. Maybe after a few days, they would realize that they'd grown a bit. In the evening, Fei Lai asked about what had happened in the 100 Ku Islands. Chen Zhao selectively told her some things. Are there really magical beasts from another world invading? There are, but the threat of otherworld magical beasts isn't that great. Then why do I see on the news that without the 100 Ku Islands, the world will be destroyed and humans will go extinct, so that ordinary people and spiritualists won't fight each other? Chen Zhao said. Humans are like this. They will only choose peace when there are external enemies. Just then, Didi ran in and sat on the sofa beside Chen Zhao. Uncle, I want to discuss something with you. What? I want to transfer schools. Transfer schools? Why? Chen Zhao looked at Didi in confusion. Are you not satisfied with the school you're in? Didi was the oldest and also the highest. He wasn't in Mountain Town's middle school. Instead, he was studying in a private school. No, it's not that I'm not satisfied. Didi glanced at Fei Lai. Chen Zhao looked at Fei Lai. You know the reason? I heard that a magic high school appeared in San Francisco. She wants to study there, Phalai said. Didi told me about this before. He wanted to ask for my opinion, but I don't know any information about that magic college. So I said it's up to you when you come back. Didi immediately looked at Chun Zhao with pitiful eyes. I need to know about that school. Chun Zhao wasn't surprised by the appearance of a magic high school. He just didn't expect it to appear so quickly. Or perhaps the magic high school had existed in the first place. He just didn't know. Regardless, Chun Zhao had to understand the school first. Then he could decide whether to send Didi to that school or not. Ever since the spiritual world had been completely exposed, all sorts of monsters had appeared. For a moment, Chun Zhao didn't know what was going on with the magic high school. Uncle, I want to go see the school myself. You can't, Phalai said. Have your uncle go with you. Didi looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao glanced at Didi and then nodded. Yes, you know how complicated the spiritual world is. I'm worried about you going to San Francisco alone. I've seen you fight with a god. That doesn't count. Chapter 31:51. Although Dadaira had some experience on the way to find the golden apple, but she'd been under someone else's protection at that time. Plus, her age was obvious. No matter what, Chun Zhao couldn't let Dadaira go somewhere else without worry. Dadaira really wanted to fly alone, but she couldn't convince Chun Zhao. Plus, she didn't plan on being too rebellious. After all, if Chun Zhao decided on something, he wouldn't care if he was rebellious or not. At night, Chun Zhao rose to an altitude of 300 kilometers. Normal navigation satellites and spy satellites were at this altitude. He couldn't even feel the air here. At the same time, the extreme coldness and cosmic rays were eroding his body. While cultivating, Chun Zhao looked at the world. At this altitude, he could see the outline of the entire world. Chun Zhao looked back into the distance. The moon here was even more majestic and full than on Earth. Sometimes, Chun Zhao would even rush to the moon directly. He would be the first person to land on the moon physically. But even Chun Zhao wasn't confident. After all, it was 380,000 kilometers away. It was 5 times the circumference of Earth. Chun Zhao's maximum speed was Mach 300. What did that mean? The fastest flying machine right now was Mach 20. To put it in simpler terms, it was 100 kilometers per second. It would only take about an hour to fly from Earth to the moon. The round trip would take 2 hours. If it was on the surface, Chun Zhao could fly for 10 days and 10 nights at full speed. But in space, it was extremely cold. There was no spiritual energy either. It was also filled with cosmic rays. Chun Zhao wasn't sure how long he could last in such an environment. After all, even now, Chun Zhao didn't dare to go too high above the surface. 300,000 meters was Chun Zhao's current record. The higher he went, the stronger his sense of danger was. Clearly, Chun Zhao couldn't really survive in outer space. At least, he couldn't do it for now. Of course, Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry to land on the moon physically right now. At least he didn't have any competitors now. After cultivating, Chun Zhao returned home and had a good sleep. When he woke up in the morning, Phalai and the kids were already out. Only the lesser demons were busy with their work. Frigga had arrived early and was currently teaching little Jerlin and Larissa magic lessons. Portia and Zephyra arrived even after Chun Zhao had woken up. Needless to say, Portia must be stalling for time. There was a mistake, and it had to be Portia's. There was nothing wrong with following this train of thought. Boss, why is there no breakfast? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You're late, and you still want to get breakfast? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Portia wasn't aware of her mistake at all. Boss, I think we need to discuss our salary with you again. Portia suddenly looked at Chun Zhao seriously. Chun Zhao ignored Portia. He sat on the sofa and held the TV remote. Boss, go ahead, Chun Zhao said casually. What don't you understand about your salary? Just say it. Boss, we're all powerful spiritualists, and we're proficient in all kinds of businesses. That's why we're asking for a raise. Just then, the television broadcasted a piece of news. A magic street had appeared in Los Angeles. There were all kinds of magic shops and stalls on the magic street. There were even spiritualists holding signs that offered blessings, prophecies, exorcisms, and dispels disasters for the same price. $500 each. Chun Zhao glanced at Portia. It's impossible to get a raise. If you're not satisfied with your current salary, I suggest you go to this magic street. If you're early, you should be able to get an empty space. Portia organized her thoughts and said, Boss, my business skills. Business skills? How can you handle my finances as well as Navika? Or are you saying that your combat power is stronger than Fora? I'm very good at housework. Housekeeping doesn't even make $30 per hour. If you're only good at housework, I'm afraid I'll give you a pay cut. Or do you think you don't have to pay me back the $2 million? Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes at Portia. Portia gave up on her plan in despair. I'm going to work. Zephyr watched as Portia came back with a disappointed expression. What did you fail? That damned vampire capitalist. You should have known this would happen. I just wanted to try my luck. Every time you ask for a raise, the boss will remind you of the $2 million you owe him. So, before you pay it back, you'll never be able to raise your head before him. But if I don't get a raise, I won't be able to pay it back. Then I can't help you even if I want to. At this moment, Navika Lena rushed in. Portia had always been at odds with Navika. More accurately, she was one-sidedly jealous of Navika. Portia felt that she had graduated from a famous university, after all. But why did she end up as a high-level housekeeper after so many years? Look at Navika Lena. How did she become Chun Zhao's legal consultant and financial manager right after graduating? Navika was a trainee lawyer, but she could feel Portia's hostility. When she saw Portia, she only nodded slightly. Then he raised his chin arrogantly and stepped on the heaven-hating high steps to enter. Boss, Chun Zhao nodded. Have a seat. Are you here to tell me how much money you saved for me? It's Caribbean Empire Cruise Line. This year's dividend has arrived. You need to sign for confirmation. Oh, really? Chun Zhao took out his phone and called Andrews from Citibank. After asking, he confirmed that the money had arrived. Then, he signed the document Navika gave him. Oh, Mr. Chun, a few people came looking for you yesterday. If they're looking for me to invest, I'm not interested. They're not looking for you to invest. They said that you're employees and want their salary. Are you sure they're not scammers? Chun Zhao didn't think that he would owe them his salary. I'm not sure, but they gave me your personal number and said that they couldn't get through to you these days, so they came looking for me. Did they leave any contact information? Yes. Navika nodded. Oh, the leader should be a woman. I think she's called Nanier. Nanier, it's them. They're not scammers, right? Navika was curious too. It seemed that Chun Zhao really knew them. But in her impression, Chun Zhao wasn't the kind of person who would owe his salary. No, I'll contact them myself. Chapter 3152. Boss, we're out of money. Perwil looked at Nanier helplessly. Out of money? Nanier asked in disbelief. We brought money to Los Angeles this time. How come we're out of money? Nanier asked in disbelief. Perwil saw that Nanier was covered in brand tags that hadn't been removed yet. Nanier was clearly a god of the otherworldlings, but she was full of desire for human luxuries. She was more human than humans. She pursued the best in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. How about we do it? Perwil asked in a low voice. No. I'd rather beg than do it in boss's territory. You want to die, but I don't. Nanier shook her head hurriedly. Perwil and the others were speechless. Nanier was the worst, even among her kind. Nanier killed people just like that. But once they returned to Los Angeles, Nanier suddenly changed. Fuck, she even had to wait for traffic lights. Perwil and the others couldn't bear it. Although Nanier had changed, but her personality hadn't changed. She didn't dare to kill people and rob them. But if Perwil and the others didn't listen to her, she still had to teach them a lesson. She didn't show any mercy at all. She would give them a mental shock and blow up their heads. Nanier didn't dare to commit crimes in Los Angeles, but that didn't mean she didn't dare to deal with Perwil and the others. They'd already gotten used to Nanier's personality during the past 6 months on the island. Suddenly, Nanier's phone rang. Hello, it's me. Where are you? Boss. Nanier jumped up in excitement. Chun Zhao looked at the people wolfing down the food. How long has it been since you last ate? Chun Zhao was speechless. You've almost eaten my ingredients worth $10,000. Although this was his buffet restaurant, The food here was bought with real money. 3 days. You didn't bring any money when you came to Los Angeles. Yes, Perwill said helplessly. We bought brand tags for boss. Shut up, Nanier scolded. Do you want to die? Asshole. Perwill shut his mouth helplessly. Chun Zhao was also speechless at Nanier's unconventional god. In any case, you're a god of unusual creatures. You've thrown your expertise in bewitching people to the Mariana Trench. He only knew how to shop and squander. He was even more human than a human. How's the ranch on Demon Island? Boss, there are 1,000 newborns and 300 semi-mature ones. We can produce 2 mature ones every day. Nanier was not ashamed of raising and selling her own kind. In fact, the morality of the otherworldly gods was completely different from that of humans. Although they had the concept of being the same kind, they did not have the awareness of being compatriots. Even without Nanier, they would only kill and devour each other. You mentioned before, how's the progress of the higher grade edible type? Out of 1,000 larvae, about 200 of them can only be cultivated into high-grade edible ones. They haven't matured yet, and the larvae that were born before I took over have already lost their first mutation. Although we can continue to cultivate them using the same method, we won't be able to cultivate them into higher-grade ones. However, their meat quality and effects are still better than the previous unusual god. Not bad. You've all done well. Chun Zhao took out a check. Other than the first few days, I'll give you another 10 days off. You can do whatever you want during these 10 days. You know the rules. After 10 days, go back to work. Seeing the number on the check, Nanier's eyes lit up. She was already calculating how many clothes and handbags she could buy with this much money. Seeing Nanier's expression, Perwill knew that things were bad. He looked at Chun Zhao pitifully. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Then, he took out his phone and called Andrews. Andrews, I'll have a few people go to the bank later. Help me give them tens of thousands of dollars. Mr. Chun, how much? Whatever. Just $100,000 per person, Chun Zhao said casually. After hanging up, he said to Perwill and the others, go to Citibank and find someone called Andrews to get the money. Tell him that I told you to go. I don't have any cash or checks on me. I'll go play for a few days and come back on time. Then I'll go too, Nanier said greedily. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes at Nanier. She'd already taken the check. Now, she wouldn't even let go of the $100,000. Chun Zhao threw down 2 sports car keys. I'll lend you 2 sports cars outside. Don't break them. Chun Zhao was about to stand up and leave when Perwill suddenly called out, Boss, wait. I have something to tell you. Chun Zhao stopped and looked at Perwill. Was he going to tell on Nanier? To Chun Zhao, as long as Nanier didn't betray him and completed her mission, he wouldn't care. He wouldn't care what she did on Demon Island. What? Boss, I have a brother. Perwill looked at Chun Zhao, troubled. I'm not interested in your brother. I won't care about him. No, I want to bring my brother when we go back to Demon Island. What? Chun Zhao thought that he'd heard wrong or misunderstood. Say that again. When we go back to Demon Island, I want to bring my brother. You know what Demon Island is, right? I know. Of course I know. Perwill had been living on Demon Island for half a year. How could he not know what Demon Island was? He's like me in the past, Perwill said. I'm afraid that he'll die on the streets at any time, so I want to bring him to Demon Island. He's a wanted criminal, right? No. He's been to the police station a few times, but he's definitely not a wanted criminal. Fine. Since he's not a wanted criminal, then bring him. As for the method, it's up to you, Chun Zhao said casually. But you know the rules. As long as he goes to Demon Island, he has to follow my rules. Chun Zhao said casually. Yes, I understand. Street thugs all over the world were the same. They were lazy and hovered at the edge of morality, constantly testing it. No one knew when they'd commit a heartless crime. Perwill was also worried about his brother. To him, even being Chun Zhao's shepherd was better than dying on the streets. At least, he'd enjoyed good treatment after becoming Chun Zhao's employee. He also had Chun Zhao's protection. It was definitely 100 times better than living on the streets. Of course, the only downside was that Demon Island was very far. They had to spend most of their time on Demon Island. But it was still a proper job, and it was a high-paying one. Chapter 3153. After collecting the money, Powell and the others ran to the Las Vegas casino. As for Nanier, she had no interest in gambling. She was only interested in squandering. After giving Nanier a check, Chun Zhao left her alone. Although the otherworldly god had no morals to speak of. However, they had their own way of doing things. If he was crazy, then he would be boundlessly crazy. If he was a coward, then he would be a complete coward. Chun Zhao didn't have time to care about Nanier. It was mainly because there had been a lot of things happening in the past few days. The complete exposure of the spirit world and the arrival of the spirit chi tide. It had already caused some obvious changes to the situation of the entire world. Anyway, there were a lot of things to worry about. For example, someone's kid was playing a prank with magic. Another example was the haunted house that had been abandoned for more than 10 years. In the past, there was no evidence for such things. But now, it was basically conclusive evidence. Los Angeles wasn't too bad. With the supernatural organization around, those small fries wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. There was also the psionic team, although they were enemies with the supernatural organization. However, the psionic team was quite capable in maintaining public order. Chun, do you have time? How about a cup of coffee? Immerse said. Chun Zhao picked up the phone. You're a strong woman. Do you have time to get coffee? Building relationships with important clients is also one of the jobs of a strong woman. All right. Amira arranged to meet Chun Zhao at her own private club, a golf club by the sea. Chun Zhao also saw 2 association members here. Last time, Amira had asked Chun Zhao for some special bodyguards. Chun Zhao had Amira contact West and then found the 2 bodyguards. They were part of Norma's team. When they saw Chun Zhao, they were surprised. Guild leader. I have an appointment with Amira. Where is she now? Let us take you there. From afar, they could see a table on the shoreline. Amelia sat there, drinking coffee and enjoying the sea breeze. Chun Zhao walked over. Amira turned her head slightly and watched Chun Zhao stroll over. Chun, sit. Chun Zhao pulled out a chair and sat down. A waiter brought him a cup of coffee. Chun Zhao really didn't like drinking coffee outdoors, especially when he had to put on airs. It's rare to see you so relaxed. Amira took a sip of coffee. I know you don't like to talk in the office. All right, looks like we have business to discuss. Do you really think I have so much time to ask you out for coffee at 3 in the afternoon? Who knows? Don't you rich people like to do things that ordinary people can't understand? Don't forget, you're richer than me. You didn't call me over to discuss our assets, did you? A few days ago, when I was investigating the flow of funds in the bank, I found a very special collateral. What kind of collateral can make you so curious? Baiku Archipelago, the legendary front line of a different world's invasion war. Amira looked at Chun Zhao. I wanted to make a contribution to the world and get the loan waived, but then I realized that someone paid it back. Amira stared at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao shrugged. I'm an old friend of the Egler family. Is it that surprising that I'm paying a friend back? I thought it was because of the benefits. Amira still looked at Chun Zhao with a meaningful look. Amira, regardless of whether the Baika Archipelago has benefits or not, you shouldn't think about the Baiku Archipelago, Chun Zhao said calmly. It was just as Amira had guessed. The Baiku Archipelago did indeed have great benefits. As for Monica and Tess Agler, they were still too young. They thought that the Baiku Archipelago was only worth what they could see. That was why they sold 50% of the Baiku Archipelago to Chun Zhao under Chun Zhao's persuasion. But no matter how Chun Zhao had gotten the 50% ownership, it still belonged to him. Amira wasn't from the spiritual world. Chun Zhao didn't think that Amira should come into contact with the Baiku Archipelago. What if I want it? You can't. Even if you buy the ownership of the Baiku Archipelago from someone else, you won't be able to keep it. Chun, you seem to have underestimated me. Even the American government doesn't own the Baiku Archipelago. If you buy the ownership, you'll just be contributing to the country. You should know the darkness of politics better than me. I can let someone else buy it. I still have some family members with other nationalities. Such underhanded methods are meaningless in front of politicians. As long as Citibank is an American company, it can't be separated from politics. Then why can you own it? Because I'm the guardian, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. If the American government tries to take something from me, I'll fight back with the fiercest method. Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. Can you fight against the government? Maybe, maybe not. But no matter if I win or lose, the government will definitely lose. Chen Zhao picked up his cup and drank some coffee. I've never liked coffee. Chen Zhao looked at Amira seriously. Don't rush into something you don't understand. If you lose in politics, you'll at most lose some benefits. But in the spiritual world, you'll lose more than just benefits. Is that a threat? Chen Zhao stood up and tidied his clothes. It's a warning, not just for you, but also for the person behind you. If you ask me out again, you'd better do it in a restaurant or a bar. Coffee tastes really bad. Chen, your company is also in this country. Did you forget? Chen Zhao stopped and turned back to look at Amira. You and the person behind you clearly don't know me well, Chen Zhao said. Otherwise, you wouldn't say something like that. You can tell him that starting a war against me is the same as starting a war against the entire spiritual world. Now, Chen Zhao had the right to say that. This world is dominated by ordinary people, after all. Tell that person that if I feel like I'm being targeted, I'll strangle his family one by one in front of him. His wife, his children, all his family members. I'll let him understand that he's facing a demon. Amira didn't say anything else. Only after Chen Zhao left did Amira pick up her phone. Mr. Schwick, communication failed. Also, the threat you prepared didn't have any effect. Instead, it angered him. Looks like I have to let him understand the power of politics. Mr. Schwick, I have to remind you that he's very powerful. From what I know, he's at the top of the spiritual world. So what? Since he's on this land, he can only play by my rules. Fine. I hope you understand what you're doing. Chapter 3154. Mr. Chun, the beer factory stopped production. Stop production? Why? Today, officials from the city hall came to the beer factory. They said that our beer factory didn't meet safety standards and failed quality inspection. City hall officials? Since when did the city hall take care of production, safety, and quality inspection? Mr. Chun, did you offend someone? Denver asked. Denver obviously knew that the city hall didn't have the power to interfere with production. However, the city hall called the fire department and the Food Safety Supervision Committee directly. Chen Zhao frowned. Okay, I understand. Follow the official's request and resume production as soon as possible. After hanging up, Alex called again. Chun, the Marine Animal Protection Organization, suddenly landed on Mysterious Island in the past 2 days. They said that the project destroyed the marine ecology and had a conflict with the construction team on the island. Now, the Coast Guard is involved in the investigation and ordered the project to stop temporarily. Understand. Have the construction team stop for a week. Chun, do you know how much we'll lose if we stop for a week? I know, Chen Zhao said. I just don't want the conflict to escalate. Chun, did something happen? Nothing, Chen Zhao said calmly. Someone just went out without a brain. Maybe I can find some connections and solve the problem, Alex said. No need. Chen Zhao immediately rejected Alex's suggestion and hung up the phone. It was the first time Alex had been so rudely hung up. She could vaguely sense the anger hidden under Chen Zhao's calm tone. Chen Zhao dialed another number. Hello, Mr. Governor. Who is it? I'm Chen Zhao, Chinese. I thought you knew me. I won't hold a Huasha man in my heart. Governor, I think you've crossed the line. Crossed the line? I don't think so. I'm just using my power reasonably. Didn't Miss Amira pass on my message? Don't try to barge into areas you don't understand. Chinese Chun, are you threatening me? Your weapon is politics, but you clearly know nothing about me. I really want to see what you can do to me. Kill me? Killing you is easy, but I don't want to do that. I'll let you know me first. I have no interest in you. Whether you're interested or not, you need to understand. Let me kindly remind you that there will be a huge storm on the West Coast tonight. I don't need you to remind me. The West Coast Weather Bureau has the best meteorologists and equipment in the world. After hanging up the phone, Schwick immediately dialed his assistant's number. Contact the West Coast Weather Bureau immediately and ask about the weather conditions in California and the West Coast for the next 3 days. Schwick soon received a reply from his assistant. Sir, the Weather Bureau said that the West Coast cities will have clear skies for the next few days, and the daytime temperature will be around 28 degrees Celsius. If you want to go out and play, it will be a good choice. All right, I got it. Schwick smiled. It seemed like the other party was just trying to scare him. Schwick picked up the phone again and dialed another number. Hey, Mr. Donzer. That man called me angrily today and threatened to create a storm. Don't worry, Mr. Schwick. No one in this world can create a storm unless that person is God. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Donzer was one of the members of the think tank that Schwick had recently recruited. He was also his partner. He filled in the gap in Schwick's team regarding the spiritual world. Donzer had a very deep background in the spiritual world. Schwick's main demand was political, and Donzer was an important part of his control over the North American spiritual world. And Donzer's demand was in the spiritual world. Both sides needed each other, and there was no conflict of interest. Therefore, it was quite a pleasant cooperation. After ending the call with Schwick, Donzer put away the phone in satisfaction. He would use Schwick's political power to control the supernatural organization and the entire North American spiritual world. Then, he would use the North American spiritual world to support Schwick so that he could successfully break through in next year's election and become the Great Chancellor. Then, he would use the Great Chancellor's political power to complete control over the entire American spiritual world. As for that Chinese man, he was the current president of the supernatural organization. In Donzer's eyes, he was just an insignificant person. He might have some power, but he had no political background. To Donzer, he was a political noob. Without relying on any political power, he controlled a supernatural organization that was funded by the government. Donzer walked into a bar. It was opened by an old friend of his. Hi, Kendall. Kendall was wiping a glass at the bar and glanced at Donzer. What do you want? Whiskey. With a smile, Donzer said, Kendall, how did the World Supernatural competition go? Not very good. Kendall answered unhappily. Bad ranking? Kendall was even more unhappy. It wasn't just bad ranking. I almost didn't come back. $15, thanks. Kendall ignored Donzer. How about my suggestion last time? I remember I've already refused you. Kendall, come and help me. I really need you. Donzer looked at Kendall sincerely. I just want to run this bar well now. Do you have any business here? That's none of your business. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll open a bar 10 times more luxurious for you in a month. You have money? Kendall knew that Donzer was as poor as he was. No, even poorer than him. I'll have it in a month. I'm not interested in empty promises. You don't trust me? I only believe in the benefits in front of me. If you can give me $100,000 now, I'll work for you. If not, please pay for the drinks first. A month. I only need a month. By then, I'll be in charge of the entire Impossible. You don't call the shots here. The supernatural organization calls the shots here. In a month, the supernatural organization will belong to me, Donzer said confidently. Kendall stopped wiping the glass and looked at Donzer in confusion. Donzer, do you know what you're saying? Of course I know. I'll get rid of that yellow monkey soon. Kendall sighed. He was actually tempted. But after hearing Donzer's words, he completely gave up on the idea that had just sprouted. Was this guy an idiot? Didn't he know that he was walking on the edge of death? Chapter 3155. Leave the money and you can scram. Tang Se was stunned. Why did Kendall turn against him so suddenly? In the past, Kendall didn't like him, but at least he wouldn't talk to him like this. Kendall, did I say anything wrong? You made a mistake from the moment you enter my bar. I don't want to have anything to do with you. What do you mean? You don't even know who you're facing. You think you can control the supernatural organization? Of course I know who I'm facing. Do you think I'm fighting alone? No, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. Kendall looked at Tang Se calmly. I'll give you a piece of advice. Stop your stupid plan immediately. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm sure you'll regret it. Huh, you're the stupid one. Tang Se sneered. The plan has already started. That person has been forced into a corner. Soon he'll compromise. Kendall rolled his eyes as an idea formed in his mind. You only know how to talk big. I've known you for so many years. Every time you tell me you have a plan, you've never succeeded. It's different this time, Tang Se said proudly. Tang Se said proudly, my ally this time is Governor Schwick. Do you know what this means? We can't lose. The governor? How can he support you? Get the police to arrest the president of the supernatural organization? That's too violent. It's easy to deal with that Huaxia man. As long as we use the various departments of the government to suppress his personal business, he will yield. It's a simple but effective method. That Huaxia man even threatened Mr. Swick, saying that he would create a storm. Ha! It's so interesting to see him struggle helplessly. Kindle shuddered. Fine, this drink is on me. You can leave now and don't come to me again. Tang Sei didn't understand why Kindle's attitude changed so much this time. He was trying to drive her away. Kindle, after I control Los Angeles, you'll see. Throwing these harsh words, Tang Sei left resentfully. His good mood had been ruined by Kinhere's unwillingness to cooperate. As soon as he left the bar, Tang Sei realized that the sky was filled with dark clouds. Why did the weather suddenly change? Tang Sei's mood worsened. In the car, there was a weather report on the radio. A super cyclone was forming 2,000 kilometers away from the west coast. It would land on the west coast at around 20 o'clock. According to calculations, this super cyclone was likely to evolve into a superstorm. A red alert has been issued for the west coast. There were 4 types of storm warnings: blue, yellow, orange, and red. International Early Warning Recognition. Blue is the lowest and red is the highest. Each level was 10 times more dangerous than the next. A red alert meant that it would be a disaster. It was a cyclone that had just formed, not even a storm yet. It had actually issued a red alert. This meant that the wind speed of this cyclone had reached an extremely terrifying level. Once a real storm vortex was formed, it would be unprecedented. There was a superstorm that hit the west coast last April. It was also a red alert at the time, and half of Los Angeles was flooded. Moreover, it also triggered a tsunami, and seawater flowed inland, causing huge economic losses and casualties. Tang Sei drove, but his expression grew more and more serious. Storm? This storm came too suddenly. Tang Sei felt a little uneasy. Just then a call came in. Hello, Mr. Swick. What's with this storm? Give me an explanation. What's with this storm? It's a coincidence, Mr. Swick. Please believe me. Spiritualists have powers that ordinary people can't understand, but this power is very limited. It's impossible for them to create a storm. Is there really no one who can do it? Of course. I can guarantee that no one can do it. Hearing Tang Sei's reassurance, Swick relaxed a little. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this storm, the phone rang again. The phone rang again, and Swick picked it up. How is it? My weather forecast is accurate, right? China, Chen, you don't think that a coincidental storm can make me yield, do you? Of course not. I'm not going to let you go so easily. Just like you said, you attacked me with the method you're good at, so I'll fight back with the method I'm good at. This is just the beginning. Oh, by the way, you'd better be careful to protect the road you're planning to build, because it will be destroyed by this storm. Then, the insider deals you made with the construction company will be exposed. You don't think that you can scare me like this. Actually, Swick was already scared. He suddenly regretted his decision a little. Oh, right, there's something else I need to remind you. I'll also arrange a special program. Magical beasts from the other world will come into contact with you. Then your contact will be exposed by the media. You'll be a traitor who betrayed humanity for your own benefit. Your wife will leave you, and your son will also be exposed because of this. He'll be bullied in school. Don't mess around. This has nothing to do with my family. It's up to me to decide whether or not it's unrelated. Mr. Swick, you know that we Chinese have a habit of killing all our enemies in the cradle. Although your son is still underage, I'll use the most vicious method to bury him with you. Mr. Chun, we can talk. No need. From the moment you attacked me, we're enemies. I never negotiate with enemies, nor will I compromise. Chen Zhao's tone was joyful. Guess who is the envoy of chaos from the other world beside you? Swick's heart sank even more. He wasn't sure if Chen Zhao was telling the truth, but he didn't dare to take the risk, not with his family. He completely regretted it now. It was just as Chen Zhao had said before. He'd barged into the unknown otherworld, and he'd offended such a dangerous enemy. They were all professionals in their respective fields. Do you know what the saddest thing in life is? After you go to prison, your wife will remarry, and your son's stepfather will drive your car, sleep with your woman, and beat your child. It's so pleasant to be your enemy. Oh, right. Don't worry. You won't be sentenced to death. I'll do everything I can to avoid the death penalty. I need you to live to witness it all. Chun Zhao teased. You're right. Chapter 3156. That night, a superstorm landed on the west coast. This superstorm, codenamed Demon, lived up to its name. Demon. It had set a record. The highest wind speed was 600 kilometers per hour. What did that mean? According to the scientists' calculations, ocean currents, and the Earth's rotation speed, the highest speed of a hurricane wouldn't exceed 360 kilometers per hour. But this calculation wasn't absolute. As the global climate warmed, more and more mega and superstorms began to approach this limit, and some even surpassed it. Demon. But it appeared before the world in a terrifying manner, destroying the world. After the demon storm landed, it was really like the end of the world. First, a wave over 40 meters hit the coast. In recent years, the highest recorded wave was only 21 meters. But the height of the waves caused by this storm had reached a terrifying level. No ship on the sea could withstand such a terrifying wave. Countless ships docked at the docks were affected first. It was also destructive. The stronger the storm, the heavier Schwick's mood became. Mr. Donzer, I want to know. You said that humans can't create storms. How did this storm come about? Prophecy. It must be prophecy magic. Donzer was also very anxious. The rundown house he lived in was leaking. It was on the verge of collapsing under the storm. All of Los Angeles had lost power. It couldn't be helped. The storm had destroyed many electric cables. The entire city was shrouded in the demon's shadow. The demons were tearing everything apart. Even the steel forest seemed so fragile before the demon storm. The tall buildings swayed in the storm. In fact, even Chun Zhao didn't expect this. The storm he'd created was so terrifying because he didn't know how strong the storm he'd created was. Chun Zhao only released a large amount of heat above the Pacific Ocean. Based on the principle of a hurricane, the cold and hot air would collide and create a cyclone. Then, Chun Zhao sped up physically. If he turned left, he would go east and land in Asia. If he turned right, he would go west and land on the west coast. Chun Zhao even sped up manually. Then, it created the current state of the demon storm. When Chun Zhao returned home with a satisfied expression, the Weather Bureau sent out a red alert. At the same time, the news kept reporting that this storm was unprecedented. Chun Zhao finally realized that he'd gone overboard, but he didn't plan on stopping them. Chun Zhao had even destroyed a section of the road. The construction contractor for this section of the road had some dealings with Schwick. He didn't have enough evidence, but he didn't need it. They just needed to spend money and use the media to create public opinion. He didn't have much else, but he had a lot of money. Chun Zhao wanted to destroy everything Schwick had. This was the first politician to provoke Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao needed to display enough power and tactics. Otherwise, more people would come to offend him in the future. To put it bluntly, it was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The entire city was in blackout, but Chun Zhao's house was still brightly lit. After his family went to bed, he left the manor again. Nannier, where are you now? Boss, I'm at the hotel. It's so annoying. I can't go anywhere tonight. The power is out in the hotel. Hate you? I'm the one who created this storm. Are you complaining to me? That's not what I meant. Nannier had no idea that this storm was caused by Chun Zhao. Go to the rooftop of the hotel now. I need you to do something. Nannier went to the rooftop obediently in the wind and rain. Soon, Chun Zhao arrived. He picked up Nannier and left. Nannier didn't dare to ask. Soon, Chun Zhao told her what she needed to do. Soon, Chun Zhao brought Nannier to the sky above a villa. Schwick was in this villa. Apart from Schwick, there were 2 bodyguards in the villa. Moreover, these 2 bodyguards were spiritualists. Schwick was restless the entire night. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. But there was nothing he could do now. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't even leave the villa. The wind slammed against the glass windows. The sound was so terrifying that it made one's scalp go numb. Suddenly, the window seemed to be smashed by something. In an instant, the wind filled the room. Once an opening appeared, the air pressure in the entire villa lost balance. All the windows shattered. Then, the roof of the villa flew off. Schwick and the two bodyguards were struggling in the raging wind. Damn it. Hurry. Think of something. Schwick hid in a corner. The wind and icy rain attacked him, making him feel cold and terrified like never before. However, the two bodyguards were helpless. Although they were also spiritualists, they were helpless. Although they were spiritualists, it didn't mean that they could handle everything. One of the bodyguards didn't have anything to hide behind and was blown away by the wind. Schwick glanced at the bodyguard who'd been blown away. Useless. Schwick was stunned for a moment. Why did he say something like that out of nowhere? Just then, the other bodyguard realized in horror that tentacles were extending from Schwick's back. Schwick also realized that he couldn't control his body and stood up. But now, he wasn't afraid of the wind at all. Mr. Schwick, you so troublesome. You saw me. Looks like I can only kill you. Sure, Waco really wanted to slap himself. Why did he always say such ridiculous things? But the next moment, the tentacles behind him shot out and pierced the bodyguard's chest. Then with a casual swing, the bodyguard was also blown away by the wind. Schwick was about to break down. What exactly happened? Why did he say something so strange? And what were those tentacles? The next moment, Schwick fainted. Chun Zhao put away the DV. He'd already recorded enough scenes. The tentacle monster behind Schwick turned back into Nanier. A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Boss, what do we do now? Call an ambulance for him. And the one whose chest you pierced just now, you didn't kill him, right? No. Although his chest was pierced, it was still a few centimeters away from his heart. I controlled it very precisely. Well done. Next, find a place with internet access and upload the scene that just happened. Okay, boss. I know what to do. Don't show yourself and control a stranger. Chapter 31:57. Schwick woke up slowly. He felt like his head was about to explode. Looking around, he realized that he was in the hospital. Schwick was about to get up, but he realized that he was handcuffed to the bedside. Schwick frowned. What was going on? Was this someone's prank? Schwick looked up at the call button beside him. He pressed it. Soon, a nurse and two policemen came in. Who handcuffed me here? Untie me. The nurse approached Schwick carefully. At the same time, she held a talisman in her hand. She drew a few times in the air and hit Schwick. Okay, I've frozen him, the nurse said. What are you doing? What did you do to me? Do you know who I am? Of course, Mr. Schwick, traitor of humans, the nurse said disapprovingly. The policeman still didn't approach. They stood far away. Are you sure he's not in danger? I've sealed his mana source. He won't be able to use magic for 24 hours. Okay. Thank you, Madam Wish. The policeman nodded and carefully approached the bed. Mr. Schwick, you should understand your situation now, right? Situation? What situation? You're illegally detaining me. I'll make you pay. Let go of me now. I order you. Mr. Schwick, stop pretending. Your identity has been exposed. Identity? What identity? Traitor of humans. What do you think you are? Schwick was still in a daze. He couldn't understand why the two policemen were saying such strange things. And what did the nurse do to him? Schwick didn't feel anything strange. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't like pranks. I'm warning you for the last time. Let go of me. Schwick was starting to get angry. Okay, then how do you explain this? One of the policemen took out his phone and played a video. In the video, tentacles reached out from behind Schwick and pierced through a person's chest. How troublesome. You saw it. Looks like I have to kill you. He, stupid human, Sure Waco muttered to himself after throwing the man away. Mr. Schwick, do you have any explanation for this video? Wait, this is slander, this is slander. Schwick finally understood what had happened. There was no doubt that he had been framed. Schwick's first thought was Chun Zhao. Slander? So you don't admit that the person in the video is you? This. Schwick was momentarily speechless. The person in the video was him. He could still vaguely remember what happened last night. But at that time, there must have been something wrong with him. He had been controlled. He was controlled by the tentacle monster. That was me, but I was controlled. Didn't you notice? I fainted and was sent to the hospital, Sure Waco said. Didn't you pretend to be unconscious? The police obviously did not agree with Schwick's explanation. After all, humans were more willing to believe what they saw. I know who framed me. I can prove it to you. At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open. Unfortunately, the two policemen did not believe Sherwake at all. Mr. Sherwake, I suggest you tell us the truth. You've already been exposed. There's no point in hiding anymore. Fuck, you two idiots. I told you I was framed. Mr. Sherwake, how do you explain the unusual storm last night? What? Storm? That's none of my business. However, after consulting professionals, we came to the conclusion that the storm last night was very abnormal. Whether it was the formation, the scale, or the speed, they were all very abnormal. It's impossible for nature to brew such a powerful storm. So we have reason to suspect that the storm last night was created by you and your master. Fuck. Sherwake started cursing. Just then, the door was pushed open. Chen Zhao walked in. The two policemen looked at him. Who are you? Chen Zhao pointed at Sherwake. I'm in charge of investigating him. I'm taking him away now. Chen Zhao took out a document and handed it to the policeman. At the same time, he looked at Sherwake and smiled. It's him. It's him. He framed me. Sherwake pointed at Chen Zhao even more agitatedly. Chen Zhao did not retort. Instead, he waited for the two policemen to identify the document. The policeman looked at the document and then called the internal line of the police station, asking for the document number and the official seal. 2 minutes later, the policeman returned the document to Chen Zhao. Sir, he's yours now. Are you sure you don't need us to escort him? He's dangerous. I'm a professional, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Well, I wish you good luck. In movies and TV series, there will always be problems in these parts. I hope my worries are unnecessary. The police said jokingly. I'll try not to let your worries become reality. Chen Zhao lifted Sherwake violently. No matter how Sherwake struggled or protested, he could not change Chen Zhao's actions. You can't do this to me. I'm the governor. I'm the governor. Chen Zhao dragged Sherwake through the corridor of the hospital. Save me. Save me. I'm the governor. I'm Sherwake. Sherwake kept asking for help from the passers-by. However, there were many onlookers, but no one helped. In fact, everyone even avoided him. The TV hanging from the ceiling of the corridor started to play Sherwake's video. Everyone was looking at Schwick with a strange expression. Even when Chen Zhao shoved Schwick into the car, no one reached out to help him. Sherwake was in complete despair. How did this happen? How did this happen? You can't do this. Your method is against the rules. You're against the rules. Sherwake was still shouting, unwilling to give up. Against the rules? Are you talking about me? Chen Zhao drove slowly. You can't frame me. You're against the rules. Mr. Governor, you're good at politics and I'm good at magic. We're good at our own fields, so no one broke the rules. Plus, there are no rules in our war. You should accept reality. Smiling, Chen Zhao said, oh, right. I told you that I'll make you lose everything, including your wealth. The acting governor of California has already asked the court for you to personally compensate for California's losses. What losses? I don't understand what you're talking about. Of course it's the storm last night. It was you. You did it, not me. Not me. Sherwake had been very agitated. Chapter 31:58. Chen Zhao drove the car calmly. He turned a blind eye to Schwick's hysterical screams. Suddenly, Schwick grabbed the steering wheel in Chen Zhao's hands. However, the steering wheel was in Chen Zhao's hands. Schwick used all his strength and still couldn't move the wheel. Chen Zhao just reached out and smashed Schwick's head against the glass window. Once wasn't enough. Chen Zhao pressed down on Schwick's head and smashed it a few more times. He didn't stop until spider patterns appeared on the glass window. By then, Schwick's head was already bleeding. Schwick collapsed onto the passenger seat, powerless. The car drove to a remote area. Chen Zhao dragged Schwick out. Slumped on the ground, powerless, Schwick looked at Chen Zhao in fear. What do you want? The last scene, of course. A smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. Schwick was even more terrified. Just then, he saw a woman walk out from behind Chen Zhao. Nan and I also had a malicious smile on her face. Boss. Yes, go according to plan. Nannier held a camcorder in her hand and pointed at Schwick with her other finger. To his horror, Schwick realized that his body was moving uncontrollably again. Then, a pool of black water appeared around him. hideous magical beasts formed in the water. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. Then he said to Nanier, "Go hide there. That'll make the scene more realistic. If you stand here, the camera won't shake at all. It'll look like you're posing. It'll be easily seen through." Nanier immediately ran to the grass next to her and began to shoot from behind the grass. Like a villain, Schwick acted like he was commanding the black magical beasts. The black demonic beasts charged at him. In fact, Chun Zhao was hitting himself. After this scene, Chun Zhao was covered in sweat. Dark lava enveloped Schwick, turning him into an even uglier and more hideous monster. After fighting for a while, Chun Zhao turned and ran. Schwick stood where he was, dazed. He was like a puppet the whole time. Apart from watching, he couldn't do anything else. He wanted to cry. Right now, he really wanted to cry. But he couldn't even control his tears. Fuck, you can do this? This was completely different from what he'd imagined. To be precise, they were completely different from his past enemies. All of his understanding of the spirit world came from Tang Se. As a result, he assumed that all spiritualists in the spirit world were like Tang Se, although he had all sorts of unimaginable abilities. However, it was something that could be resisted by humans. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the first person he had provoked would be someone else. Just as Chun Zhao had said, "You have politics, I have magic." Everyone was using their own methods to deal with each other in their respective fields. "Boss, it's done." Chun Zhao took the DV from Nanier and replayed it. "My acting skills are not bad, right?" Nanier glanced at Schwick on the ground. "Boss, how should we deal with him?" A black ball formed in Chun Zhao's palm. At that moment, Schwick suddenly jumped up. "Don't kill me. I still have value. Don't kill me. No, you're worthless." Chun Zhao shook his head. "Mr. Chun, do you think the governor won't make things difficult for you after I die? As long as you're in that position, you won't be able to avoid trouble. Since I can kill you, I can kill the second and third one. You can kill me, but if you use the same method on the second one, you'll only expose yourself." Schwick looked at Chun Zhao nervously. Seeing that Chun Zhao didn't attack immediately, Schwick added, "I'm different. You have my weakness now. I'm already your best partner." "No, I don't need a partner," Chun Zhao said condescendingly. "You don't have that right either." Schwick's face turned green and red. Any humiliation Chun Zhao gave him now, he could only accept it. "Mr. Chun, no matter what, I'm the most suitable." "No, you're not the most suitable. What if I can become the president?" Schwick raised his head, and his eyes shone with the light of ambition. "You have unparalleled power and unparalleled wealth, but I have political capital." Schwick looked at Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, you should know that if you have the strongest country in the world as your backing, you'll have unparalleled power." Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes at Schwick, deep in thought. Chun Zhao had to admit that Schwick's suggestion tempted him. "How long do I have to wait?" 2 years. The election in 2 years is our chance." "Are you confident?" "Who can be confident?" Schwick smiled bitterly. "I can only say that I'll try my best." Chun Zhao knew that it was very dangerous to get involved in politics in the spiritual world. This wasn't a one-time or two-time cooperation. This was controlling the president of a country. The black ball in Chun Zhao's hand suddenly shot out. Schwick was startled, but the black ball flew past Schwick's side. Boom! Schwick turned around in fear. The forest behind him had completely disappeared. Schwick broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of monster had he provoked? "Then I'll give you a chance." Chun Zhao glanced at Nanier. Nanier understood what Chun Zhao meant. She walked to Schwick. Schwick was very afraid of Nanier. He felt that Nanier was more dangerous than Chun Zhao. In some sense, Nanier was indeed more dangerous than Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's attacks could be seen, but Nanier's attacks were impossible to defend against. Nanier pressed her hands on Schwick's forehead. Schwick didn't resist. He was calmer than ever. He knew that he couldn't resist. No matter what he did, he couldn't. But Nanier's hands only stayed on his forehead for 10 seconds. Schwick didn't feel anything bad. "What would you do to me?" Nanier smiled. "Guess." Without asking, it was definitely a spell that he couldn't understand. Schwick's heart grew heavier. "I need to recover my reputation. I need the supernatural organization's help." "That video has been edited," Chun Zhao said calmly. "What?" Schwick was stunned. He didn't understand. That video has been edited. The original has been edited. As long as you follow this train of thought, your reputation can be recovered easily. You didn't plan to kill me? Swick asked, stunned. If he didn't understand it this way, he couldn't understand why Chen Zhao would put an edited video online. Because someone would find out that the video had been edited. Once they were found out, they would reverse the verdict. Chapter 3159. In fact, before Swick volunteered to be Chen Zhao's puppet, Chen Zhao had already taken the initiative. Chen Zhao thought of two options. The first plan was simple. They just had to kill Swick. The other option was to control him. But controlling a politician is risky. First of all, playing politics is a high-risk game. The risk of controlling a politician is even greater. That was why Chen Zhao was hesitant and conflicted. He had also considered what Swick had said earlier. After Zhang San left, Li Si came along. There would be no end to this. Today, Chen Zhao labeled Swick as a human traitor. However, this method could only be used once. What about next time? Would he use the same trick next time? So, Chen Zhao prepared himself. As for what Swick said about running for president, Chen Zhao didn't mind. What he hoped the most was that he could block the governor obediently. Just the thought of controlling the president was enough to make one's head explode. Therefore, Swick said that he would use his own power and money to support him in the presidential election. Chen Zhao would be crazy to help him run for president. He had never thought about it before, and he would never think about it in the future. Chen Zhao had even asked him when he was going to run. He was still thinking that there were still 2 years left. When he goes crazy, I'll kill him. Yes, that was what Chen Zhao was thinking now. As for the mind magic that Nanier cast on Swick, there were no other side effects, nor did it possess any lethality. It only had one function, and it was called prying eyes. In other words, his every move, even the color of his underwear, could be seen. Of course, if he wanted to control a person, placing a curse that was difficult to remove would be the most convenient. Or directly turn him into an idiot, turning him into a marionette like the Walking Dead. However, this kind of magic or curse was too obvious. It was very easy to be discovered. Prying eye, on the other hand, did not have this problem. This kind of non-lethal magic with no side effects was like a virus. Even a magnifying glass would not be able to detect it. Moreover, Nanier was an expert in the psychic element. Therefore, this kind of magic was harder to detect. There was a way to break it, but the problem was that Swick was being watched all day. How was he going to find someone to crack it? Chen Zhao thought about getting one for his whole family. His wife, his son, and the one outside. No, it was 2, and one of them was a man. And his secretary, his assistant, and his subordinates. Chen Zhao would give him something like an inescapable net. Mr. Swick, we got to know each other after a fight. Chen Zhao looked at Swick with a friendly smile. I'm glad I don't have to kill you. You should be happy too. All right. As for those troubles, you'll have to deal with them yourself. I know. No matter what Swick was feeling right now, he had to hide his emotions under his calm appearance. Chen Zhao had created a huge problem for him. No, to be more precise, he was the one who had found trouble for himself. However, people were like this. They never thought that they had made a mistake. It was just like how Chen Zhao wouldn't look for reasons on himself. Neither would Swick. By the way, can you give me Mr. Tangsei's contact number, the one who's been advising you behind the scenes? Sure, Wake's expression changed. Obviously, now was the time to settle the score. There was no doubt that Swick had lost. Swick knew very well why he had lost. Swick had overestimated the resources he had. At the same time, he had underestimated Chen Zhao's shamelessness. He'd thought that Chen Zhao would use his wealth to find the media, other politicians, or even himself. Swick was good at dealing with these kinds of enemies. He could argue with the media, fight with other politicians, or compromise with himself. This was what he was best at. But when the opponent didn't use these methods, he'd lost his advantage. His opponent wasn't just a rich man. He was also a spiritualist. He'd barged into a completely unfamiliar field, but chose the strongest opponent in that field. Moreover, the opponent was someone who had no bottom line. Even though he wasn't happy, Swick still accepted this result. It was useless not to accept it. Chen Zhao wouldn't give him a second round. When Danzer saw the news, he knew that things weren't going well. He didn't know if Schwick was a human traitor, but the person who'd exposed this must be the person they wanted to deal with. Clearly, that person wasn't as easy to deal with as they'd expected. Even if it was the governor, that person would be killed in one go. The ruthlessness of his actions was simply shocking. Donzer packed his luggage and hailed a taxi. Donzer noticed that there was another car behind him. No, there might be more than one car. Donzer felt like all the cars were following him. "Sir, we've arrived at the airport. Keep the change." Donzer stuffed $100 into the taxi driver's hand and hurried into the airport. The taxi driver got out of the car and watched Donzer's hurry back. Just then, the car behind stopped in front of the taxi driver, and Nanier got out. "Boss, it's done. Your spiritual magic is strong enough to interfere with other spiritualist consciousness. Boss, his mental strength isn't strong, and his emotions are already in a mess. Coupled with the other cars, he's on the verge of breaking down. His attention isn't on anything else, so I planted a false illusion in him. He thinks that he's gone to the real airport. How long will the illusion last? Leave my magic range, or until I dispel it for him? Let's go." Follow him onto the plane. Right now, Donzer didn't even know that he wasn't at LAX. He felt like his head was going to explode and that everyone around him was acting weird. He was still in a daze when he boarded the plane. Everyone seemed like an enemy to him, but he also felt like no one was. "Sir, please don't block the people behind us." Donzer boarded the plane in a daze. Chun Zhao and Nanier sat behind Donzer. As the plane's engine roared, Donzer's brain slowly calmed down. His emotions have calmed down. "My magic is getting weaker and weaker." "It doesn't matter," Chun Zhao said calmly. "The plane has already taken off." Suddenly, Donzer realized that there were no passengers in the cabin. He vaguely remembered that some passengers had passed through the boarding passage. Why was there no one now? There were still people in the cabin. There were 2 passengers behind him. Maybe there were fewer people on this flight. Perhaps he had remembered wrongly just now. Donzer peeked behind him. That man looked familiar. Was he a taxi driver? That woman, was she the flight attendant?